in India's financial capital of Mumbai. Rana was produced before a special NIA judge, after which his 18 days custody was provided to the National Investigation Agency. Viewers, Tahawwur Rana, who played a key role in plotting the 2008 terror attacks on Mumbai that claimed 166 innocent lives, was arrested by NIA on Thursday, which is yesterday, after he was successfully extradited to India. Rana was produced before a special NIA judge, after which his 18 days custody was provided to the NIA. The NIA will also probe Rana in a detail over Pakistan's role in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Take a look.
17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is in India's net. The nation awaits justice and closure in the case. The wait was over when Tahawwur Rana landed at New Delhi's Palam Air Base at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. And for the next 3 hours, he underwent various medical procedures while the nation was waiting for the first visuals of the conspirator. Later, NIA released an image of Rana where he was seen wearing US prison clothes while NIA officials held him. Following that, the anti-terror agency had produced Rana before the NIA special court at Patiala House after formally arresting him on his arrival at IGI airport. After a few hours, NIA announced that they have taken Rana into 18-day custody, during which he will be questioned in detail about Pakistan's role in the 26/11 attacks. During the NIA court hearing, the agency stated that David Coleman Headley had discussed the entire operation with Rana before his visit to India. NIA stated that Headley had sent an email to Rana detailing his belongings and assets. Republic also spoke to Delhi State Legal Service Authority counsel for Tahawwur Rana.
Essentially, the NIA sought 20 days police custody, and they wanted to investigate the matters further and confront the accused with whatever information and evidences that they have. And the court, after a lot of deliberations, have granted 18 days of police custody, and medical tests are to be done, and he'll be brought back before court physically.
On April 9, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 26/11 attacks. While reacting on the extradition, US said that India and US will work together to combat terrorism.
On April 9th, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks. These attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. The United States has long supported India's efforts to ensure those responsible for these attacks are brought to justice. And as President Trump has said, the United States and India will continue to work together to combat the global scourge of terrorism.
The 26/11 attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives. Now, with Rana finally being back on Indian soil, the entire nation awaits justice.
In fact, one of the most pursued terrorists for India, Tahawwur Rana's return being dragged back to Delhi is a huge diplomatic win for India. Also being joined by my colleague Riyanka, who is right outside the NIA headquarters to get us more details. Riyanka, since you are outside the headquarters, what is the movement like today? Yesterday it was robust, security was packed, and we know that Tahawwur Rana has been kept inside the NIA headquarters.
Well, as you can see, I'm standing right outside the NIA headquarters, and we are showing our viewers the visuals of the particular building which is now under immense focus given that Tahawwur Rana has been kept in here as the Delhi court had granted the NIA 18 days custody, where the NIA will in fact be questioning Tahawwur Rana and understanding his role in the 26/11 attacks, and how he had in fact maintained several communications with Headley. All the documents that the NIA had in fact procured in terms of an evidence, those documents will be put in front of Tahawwur Rana, and then there will be several lines of questioning. We know that yesterday late at night and in the wee hours of this particular day, we had seen several huge developments happening where Tahawwur Rana was brought in to the NIA headquarters from the Patiala House Court in a SWAT vehicle, armored SWAT vehicle, and which was in fact accompanied by an ambulance and a huge cavalcade of police officers. Let me show you a bit of this particular road, which is right in front of the NIA. A very important road, but it has been now well secured. There is presence of security. We can of course see at this point in time there is a huge deployment of media as well, who are continuing to report. Huge barricades have been in fact laid out at this particular road, which used to be a regular busy road for traffic, has now been stopped. The traffic has been diverted. As long as Tahawwur Rana is here, which is around for 18 days, this particular road seems to be under high security. As you can see, early morning, there is a huge deployment of officers, the forces who continue to be stationed at this particular road in front of the National Investigating Agency headquarters. And we understand that there will be heightened security through the course of the day in case there is any movement that is seen. But today, we understand in the lines of questioning for Tahawwur Rana is going to be beginning.
Right, Priyanka, thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, I also want to ask you, what is the next procedure that we're eyeing when it comes to Tahawwur Rana? We know that he is at the NIA headquarters, and like you also mentioned, that his cross-questioning and investigation will go through. But what happens in these 18 days of custody, Priyanka?
Now, it is very important to understand, firstly, why did the NIA seek around 20 days custody for Tahawwur Rana, which ultimately the court had granted for 18 days, because the NIA has, in fact, enough evidence. The charge sheet that they had created, which clearly mentions Tahawwur Rana to be the co-conspirator of the 26/11 attacks, how he was in close connection with David Coleman Headley, and how these two had in fact carried out the recce of all the areas in Mumbai, the potential areas where the terror attack had in fact happened, including Taj, the Trident, the Nariman Point. And on the other hand, the NIA is going to be trying to understand how did Tahawwur Rana logistically help David Headley in order to conspire in this particular terror activity that was carried out in Mumbai. And more such details will in fact be coming out. The link of the ISI, the link of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, how Tahawwur Rana was in fact connected, although Pakistan continues to be denying that fact that he wasn't connected to Pakistan, though these important lines will also be coming out in open. It is going to be a huge expose for Pakistan, which is why all these lines of questioning, all these lines of scrutiny from the side of the NIA will be taking place against Tahawwur Rana as long as he is going to be in custody of the NIA for these 18 days.
Right, Priyanka, thanks very much for getting us all those details and for being on Ground Zero continuously to get our viewers an insight into what's happening. For now, viewers, it's time to in fact even look at what Tahawwur Rana's importance is for India now that he's back. The key plotter and the co-conspirator for 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana has been extradited and he's been brought back to India, arrested by the National Investigation Agency. However, politics is peaking over the matter, with the BJP and the Congress coming all guns blazing at one another, trying to take the credit of this key extradition. Take a look at this.
17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is in India's net. The nation, kin of the 26/11 attack victims, await justice and closure in the case. But the politics has broken out over 26/11 plotter Tahawwur Rana. Congress leader and Rajya Sabha MP Pramod Tiwari slammed the centre for taking 11 years to extradite Rana and demanded PM's apology.
26/11 का ये क्रूर आतंकी जिसने प्लान किया था, कांग्रेस की सरकार ने चिन्हित करके लाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू कर दी थी। 26/11/2008 और आज है 10 अप्रैल 2025। इसमें 11 साल मोदी जी आपके हैं, आपकी सरकार के हैं, तो जिसे हमने चिन्हित कर लिया था 11 साल लग गए आपको लाने में।
Politicizing the issue further, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan said, "A kangaroo court will not function in the country," way before Rana was produced before the NIA court.
हमारी मांग है कि जिस तरह से अजमल कसाब के खिलाफ पूरे भारत के कानून के अंतर्गत जो पूरा मुकदमा चला है, कसाब को पूरा अपना बचाव करने का, अपने वकील देने का पूरा अधिकार था, उसने वकील दिए, उसको पूरा अपील करने का मौका मिला हाई कोर्ट में, फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, उसके बाद उसको सजा हुई। तो इसी तरह से राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
The BJP took the grand old party head on, saying that the then UPA dispensation fed Ajmal Kasab with biryani. While PM Modi-led government has once again shown its zero tolerance towards terrorism.
कांग्रेस सरकार के समय हम जिस होटल में खड़े हैं, यहीं पर आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था। ये होटल पे लोगों की जान गई थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस की सरकार ने कुछ किया नहीं आरोपियों के ऊपर सख्त सजा दिलाने के लिए, बल्कि जो पकड़ा गया था कसब, उसको भी बिरयानी खिलाते थे।
तहव्वुर राणा का जो एक्सट्रेडिशन है, इसका जो प्रत्यर्पण है, ये कोई आम एक्सट्रेडिशन या आम प्रत्यर्पण नहीं है। ये नए भारत के संकल्प का प्रतिबिंब है, जिसे 2019 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने परिभाषित करते हुए कहा था कि अगर कोई भारत की एकता, अखंडता, सुरक्षा, अस्मिता या किसी भी निर्दोष भारतवासी पर हमला करेगा और ऐसी जुर्रत करेगा, तो भारत, नया भारत, ऐसे आतंकी को चाहे पाताल से ही क्यों नहीं खोज कर न्याय के पथ पर लाने का काम करेगा और इंसाफ की दहलीज पर पहुंचाने का काम करेगा।
The Tahawwur Rana extradition case has come before the court of law. But the major question is, when will the Congress party stop politicizing terror?
Viewers, now Rana's extradition process was nothing short of a nail-biter, with fears of sabotage completely looming till the flight touched down at Indian Air Force's Palam Air Base in the national capital. The Home Ministry and the Office of the National Security Advisor, along with intelligence bureaus, constantly monitored the flight which was ferrying Rana, taking precautions to thwart any attempt to stop him from landing in the grasp of the Indian agencies. Now, this comes after the Pakistani-Canadian terrorist was after that produced before the special NIA judge, who held an in-camera hearing on NIA counsel and the special public prosecutor Narendra Man's plea for a 20-day remand. Now, Rana was represented by Piyush Sachdeva, who was provided to him by the Delhi Legal Services Authority. After the hearing, the court has now sent Rana to an 18-day NIA custody. Viewers, shifting focus and looking at what the US has to say about the entire extradition. Now, India and US looked eye to eye when it came to defining global terrorism, especially in the extradition case of Tahawwur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11. In fact, US Department of State also said that US pledges to work with India to counter and to combat terrorism. This is the fresh news that we're getting in on Tahawwur Rana's extradition. US State Department's big statement where they've said that US pledges to work with India to combat and even define global terrorism. In fact, they said that US has long supported India's efforts to ensure that those responsible for the attacks on Mumbai are brought to justice. Viewers, shifting focus to Karnataka, where after years of political hesitancy and delay, the Karnataka cabinet is now all set to discuss the long-pending socio-economic and education survey report, which is popularly known as the state's caste census. Now, the Congress government's decision to finally act on the report comes amid a broader political strategy to strengthen its outreach to other backward classes, which are the OBCs, a segment that makes up a significant portion of Karnataka electorate. Vote bank politics completely at play yet again, where in Congress-ruled Karnataka, after years of political hesitancy, the state's caste census discussion will be back in the Karnataka cabinet. We're also being joined by my colleague Abhishek, who will get us more details into the matter. Abhishek, the state cabinet is now eyeing a robust discussion on caste census. Speak to us about this and also about Congress's vote bank politics.
Well, Yesu, it is very clear that CM Siddaramaiah wants to table the caste census report, also known as a socio-economical and educational census report, which was conducted during 2015 and 16 when Siddaramaiah was the last CM of Karnataka, and it was submitted to the government in 2024 by Prakash Hegde. Since then, the report was in a closed, sealed container, and it wasn't ever tabled until now. After the Ahmedabad CWC session, it is told that Rahul Gandhi has directed CM Siddaramaiah to make sure that they would have their concentration completely on the OBC community of Karnataka. And since when the report was submitted to the CM of Karnataka, we've seen not only the BJP and JDS who are on the opposition parties as of now, but also the own congressmen and also the MLAs and ministers from their very own government were against the report, because they have claimed that this report or this census wasn't conducted scientifically in 2014 and 15, and also the Veerashaiva Lingayat community as well as the Rajya Vokkaliga Sangha had made sure that CM Siddaramaiah would never ever table this report until now. And also, based on directions from Rahul Gandhi, the AICC Supreme, Siddaramaiah is set to bring about this topic and table the content of the report in the cabinet meeting that will happen at Vidhan Sabha at around 11 in the morning. And also, we'll have to see what the decision of Rajya Vokkaliga Sangha or the Veerashaiva Lingayat community will be, because they have clearly mentioned that they are ready to go against the government if at all it would harm the community's belief of the report. And in fact, we should also wait and watch what the decision of the seers of these communities would be in the upcoming days. And also, we shouldn't forget that CM Siddaramaiah, while addressing a public gathering a couple of days ago, he claimed that no matter who will oppose him, he will make sure that the caste census report will come into force in Karnataka. And this also started an uproar in the Karnataka state as of now. We'll have to see what happens after today's cabinet, how the Lingayat and Vokkaliga community would take this forward, and also how the seers of the communities will take this forward. We'll also have to see if there will be another caste census done in the next couple of months as per the request of the Lingayat and Vokkaliga community. Yesu.
Right, Abhishek. Thanks very much for getting us all those details into the case. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's happening in Bihar. At least 22 people were killed after sudden storm and torrential rains in the state just yesterday. In fact, as per the Chief Minister's office, their statement, 18 people lost their lives in Nalanda, 2 people lost their lives in Siwan, followed by 1 each in Darbhanga, Begusarai, in fact also in Jehanabad. Take a look at this report.
A sudden storm accompanied by torrential rain swept through several districts in Bihar, killing at least 22 people. The highest death toll was reported from Nalanda, where a peepal tree collapsed onto a Devi Sthan temple, claiming at least 18 lives. According to the officials, rescue operations are underway, with local residents and authorities working to rescue those trapped beneath the debris.
22 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, इसमें 21 लोगों की मृत्यु आंधी के कारण हुई है, कहीं दीवार गिरने से, कहीं पेड़ गिरने से, और एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु वज्रपात से हुई है। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने सभी को मुआवजा देने का तत्काल निर्देश दिया है और इसके लिए कार्रवाई भी शुरू कर दी गई है। सभी मृतकों को 4-4 लाख रुपए की जो अनुग्रह अनुदान होता है वो दिया जाएगा। इसके साथ ही जो गृह क्षति और फसल क्षति हुई है उसका आकलन कल हमारी टीम द्वारा कर लिया जाएगा और उसके बाद उसका भी मुआवजा दिया जाएगा।
Following the incident, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar condoled the deaths and announced an ex gratia of rupees 4 lakh for the victims' families. Earlier on Wednesday, 13 people were killed in lightning strikes in Bihar. Meanwhile, the Met Department has also issued an orange alert for several districts in the state of Bihar.
Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking news, and this comes in relation with Tahawwur Rana's extradition. US has now given its first reaction with the US Department of State saying that the country, Washington, pledges to work hand in hand with New Delhi to combat terrorism. Now, this comes as India and US looked eye to eye when it came to defining global terrorism over the matter of Tahawwur Rana's extradition. And now, US Department of State has given its first statement saying that US has long supported India's efforts to ensure that those responsible for the Mumbai attacks are brought to full justice. Take a listen to this.
Good question, sir. On April 9th, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks. Some people watching may not remember these, but I encourage you to look them up and to find out exactly how horrible this was and the importance of this situation today. These attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. The United States has long supported India's efforts to ensure those responsible for these attacks are brought to justice, and as President Trump has said, the United States and India will continue to work together to combat the global scourge of terrorism. So it is, he is in their possession, and we are very proud of that dynamic.
Big statement by the US State Department over collaborative efforts to stop global terrorism. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a quick check of news that's making the headlines from across the country. Take a look at this. The Bharatiya Janata Party on Thursday slammed senior Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan over his comments on the legal rights of Tahawwur Rana, a key accused in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, who's been extradited to India from the US. Reacting sharply to Chavan's remarks, the BJP accused the Congress of having a soft corner for terrorists and claimed that this mindset is the real reason why terrorists got away until now. Chavan, who is also the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, raised concerns over the extradition process, suggesting that, like Ajmal Kasab, Rana should be granted a fair trial. Tamil Nadu BJP on Thursday invited applications from party members aspiring for the state president's post, coinciding with Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Chennai. BJP State Chief K. Annamalai, who earlier stated that he was not in the race for the post on Thursday, said that the party will officially make an announcement today. The party invited applications from aspirants for the post of party's state president, post and National General Committee members.
See, tomorrow the nominations will be accepted from the persons who are willing to contest for presidency, and the day after tomorrow the elections are slated at around 4 o'clock at Vanagaram. This is a regular process, regular election process. Normally it is the by rule in our party, but there are exceptions given also, including our district elections. There is no issue on that.
Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in Tamil Nadu yesterday night. He was received by Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai and other party leaders at the airport. The Home Minister is likely to meet former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Edappadi Karuppa Palaniswamy, ex-Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha M. Thambidurai and other leaders today. He will also meet BJP leaders. BJP State President K. Annamalai gave a briefing to the media on Thursday on Home Minister's visit.
Madam, sir is coming to meet our leaders in Bharatiya Janata Party and to take stock of what is happening in the state. He just finished his tour to Bihar also, because Bihar is also an election-going state, and he met all our NDA partners. And today he is coming till tomorrow evening. He is here, and when our senior leaders they meet the press tomorrow morning, we will brief you what the visit is all about.
Health Department and Administration team sealed a cath lab after 7 persons died allegedly after being treated by a fake cardiologist at a missionary hospital in Madhya Pradesh's Damo district. The death of 7 people prompted the NHRC to launch a probe into the matter. A team of the National Human Rights Commission camp conducted an investigation into the matter in Damo from the 7th till the 9th of April.
क्योंकि सारे केसेस यहीं पे हुए हैं, इसलिए हमने सिर्फ कैथ लैब को सील किया है प्रशासन की गाइडलाइंस पे, क्योंकि कैथ लैब को गलत तरीके से रजिस्ट्रेशन मतलब क्योंकि ये साक्ष्य वाला एरिया है, इसको हमने सील किया है, बाकी चीज़ें बाद में रहेंगी.
The statement of Sambhal Superintendent of Police Krishna Kumar Bishnoi is set to be recorded today in connection with the violent incidents that occurred in Sambhal on the 24th of November last year. The statement will be provided before the Judicial Inquiry Committee in Lucknow. The commission, which is investigating the events surrounding the violence, recently sent a formal letter to SP Bishnoi requesting his presence to record his testimony. At least 6 people were killed in New York after a helicopter crashed into the Hudson River just off Manhattan on Thursday. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ. MDH.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together
NIA gets 18-day custody of Tahawwur Rana. NIA to probe Rana in detail over Pakistan's role in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Rana to be produced physically for all hearings. Rana was produced before special NIA judge. NIA lawyers produced clinching evidence, including Rana's emails to David Headley. Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says a kangaroo court won't be allowed as the world watches Rana's trial. BJP hits back, alleging Congress has a soft corner for terrorism.
जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा.
A helicopter crashed in the Hudson River near New York City on Thursday. 5 people have been pulled from the deadly helicopter crash. US slaps more tariffs on China. Total tariffs on Chinese imports now stand at 145%. US markets in the red as trade tension escalates. Viewers, at least 6 people have been killed in New York after a helicopter crashed into the Hudson River just off Manhattan on Thursday. Videos and photos from the helicopter crash site circulating online show that the helicopter partially submerged in the Hudson River with several people and several police boats surrounding the wreckage. Take a look at this.
A helicopter crashed Thursday into the Hudson River off Manhattan, killing 6 people. The fire department said it received a report of the helicopter in the water at 3:17 p.m. The crash happened in the river near Houston Street and the Holland Tunnel. The fire department said it had units at the spot performing rescue operations. According to the report, several people were pulled from the water and taken to a hospital in New Jersey. Videos posted on social media showed the aircraft mostly submerged upside down in the water. New York Mayor Eric Adams took to social media and called the incident heartbreaking.
Countries following President Donald Trump's decision to raise the tariff on Chinese imports to 125%. China has criticized the US for using tariff as a weapon to exert pressure on other nations. Amid this, China has also released a report stating that revocation of China's most favored nation status violates the WTO rules. Take a look at what went down in this war of tariff versus tariff.
Amid the tariff trade war between US and China, the latter has accused the United States of wielding tariffs as a weapon to put pressure on other countries.
美方出于一己之私，将关税作为实施极限施压、谋取私利的武器，严重侵犯各国的正当权益，严重违反世界贸易组织的规则，严重损害以规则为基础的多边贸易体制。 严重冲击全球经济秩序稳定，这是公然冒天下之大不韪，与整个世界作对。
Trump on Wednesday announced a 90-day tariff pause for most nations except for China. Not only did Trump set China apart from other countries, he also raised tariff rates for China to 125%. From the previously announced 104% tariffs.
We're looking at it as one block. They've been very tough, but they were very smart. They were ready to announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China. And they said, you know, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen.
However, Trump's announcement to increase tariff on China came after China boosted the duty on American goods to 84%, escalating the trade battle. According to the reports, the tit-for-tat hikes between the US and China is leading to a rise in prices for American and Chinese consumers.
Well, I think we have to. Yeah, I think we have to, because otherwise you're going to be in real trouble economically, in debt. Because if you spend more than what you get, that's going to be a lot of trouble. So,
with price hikes expected on goods such as automobiles, beauty products, and even on everyday food items, people are rushing out to stock up before prices climb even further. Amid this, China has released a white paper stating that the United States' push to revoke China's permanent normal trade relations status or the most favored nation treatment permanently violates the rules of the World Trade Organization.
Viewers, it's now time to give you a quick check of what's happening across the globe. Take a look at this news. A Bangladesh court on Thursday issued a fresh arrest warrant against ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, her daughter Saima Wajid Putul and 17 others in connection with a graft case involving alleged fraudulent accusation of a residential plot. Now, the Dhaka Metropolitan Senior Special Judge Zakir Hussain Ghalib accepted the Anti-Corruption Commission's charge sheet and issued the warrants, noting that all accused were absconding. South Korean lawmaker and former leader of the Democratic Party Lee Jae-myung announced his presidential bid in the forthcoming presidential election in the country via a video message. In the video message, Lee expressed his wishes to be a tool for South Korean people and create a real, quote-unquote, Republic of Korea, where the majority of people will be happy and hopeful. This is Lee's third presidential bid. In the previous presidential election, he lost to former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was ousted from office for declaring martial law on the 3rd of December 2024. South Korea is holding presidential elections in June following the removal of President Yoon Suk-yeol from office by Constitutional Court. Egypt's top diplomatic reiterated his country's position on rejecting displacement of Palestinians at a press conference on Thursday. Badr al-Bilati gave his remarks after meeting his Hungarian counterpart Peter in Cairo. The displacement proposal was made during a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas-led Palestinian militants. The plan will require the removal of approximately 2 million Palestinians to neighboring lands. Normal life in Argentina was severely affected due to a general strike Thursday held by trade unions of the country against the libertarian government of President Javier Milei. The day-long strike comes as Milei is 16 months into a presidency that has sought to eliminate Argentina's fiscal deficit through severe austerity measures. The stoppage, led by country's main union confederation, CGT, tried to bring Argentina to a standstill a day after union activists joined a weekly protest of retirees rallying for increases to their government pensions, most of which are now set at the equivalent of some $300 a month and have lost significant ground to inflation. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio welcomed Finnish Foreign Minister Elina Valtonen to Washington for bilateral talks on Thursday. Their meeting took place as defense ministers from some 30 countries met in Brussels to discuss the war in Ukraine and the issue of deploying troops in Ukraine to police any future peace agreement with Russia. Finland is also a member of the European Union, and President Donald Trump's tariffs on the EU is bound to have an impact on the country. Finland has recently pushed for free trade between the US and the EU. As quoted by the BJP, the terrorist sympathizer Congress is now trying to downplay India's big diplomatic win. When asked about Tahawwur Rana, Kanhaiya Kumar, an All India Congress committee in charge, made a bizarre remark and stated that you're asking me that you got 15 lakh rupees in your account. You're asking me like you got 15 lakh rupees in your account. Congress completely out to downplay India's big diplomatic win with Tahawwur Rana's key extradition. And now, in fact, Kanhaiya Kumar, who is the All India Congress Committee in charge, made a bizarre remark and stated that people are asking him about the extradition like they themselves got about 15 lakh rupees in their bank accounts. Listen in to Kanhaiya Kumar's downplaying statement.
किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है। लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है? लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को देश लाया गया है। बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है। लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
Congress's Kanhaiya Kumar has now come and shown what the true colours and the standing of the party is like. In fact, while a reporter tried to question him about the extradition and what it means for India, he said that they're getting excited while asking the question as though they've gotten about 15 lakh rupees in their bank accounts. A big statement downplaying completely the closure that victims of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks have gotten finally yesterday after Tahawwur Rana arrived in India under strict security watch of the National Investigation Agency, was not just arrested but also produced in front of the court. A controversial bill seeking to reinterpret New Zealand's founding document, which establishes the right of both Maori and non-Maori community in the country, has received an overwhelming defeat. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened.
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Kesu Bharadwaj, and now let's talk stocks and markets. Indian IT stocks have taken a beating in 2024, and analysts at JP Morgan do not have a great news. They warned that the worst might not be over just yet. With fears of a US recession and new tariff pressures, the sector faces growing uncertainty. So is financial year 2026 shaping up to be the washout for Indian IT or not? We're tracking that for you in this next report. Take a look.
Indian IT stocks are in correction mode. The Nifty IT index is down 20% year to date compared to just a 2% dip in the broader Nifty 50. A major trigger, investor feared US recession risk and the impact of newly imposed tariffs. In its latest report, JP Morgan, the brokerage warns of a potentially dismal financial year ahead for the sector. It forecasts zero revenue growth in financial year 26 for India's top IT firms, including TCS, Infosys and HCL Technologies. With no margin expansion expected, JP Morgan suggests earning growth could flatline well below market expectations of 8 to 12%. In a bear case scenario, financial year 27 earnings for these firms could be cut by 9 to 11%. Large cap IT stocks like TCS, Infosys and HCL fell 3 to 4%. Mid caps like Coforge, Persistent Systems and KPIT Technologies were hit harder, dropping between 8 and 10%. The report suggests large cap IT stocks are 6 to 14% away from bottom prices, possibly signaling a buying window ahead. JP Morgan expects further correction of up to 25% even as they exit financial year 25 with decent momentum. With the US accounting for over half of India's $190 billion in software exports, the sector remains highly sensitive to economic sentiment and policy changes in the US.
Viewers, while the tariff threat looms large globally, even after a global pause for over 35 countries on Trump tariffs, it's time to take a quick check of what's happening in terms of tariffs, stock markets, and even trading globally. Take a look at this. Tata Consultancy Services, India's largest IT services firm, reported a net profit of 12,293 crore rupees for the fourth quarter of financial year 2025, marking a 6.7% year-on-year decline. Despite the modest dip in the earnings, the company posted a 5.3% rise in revenue to 64,479 crore rupees and proposed a final dividend of 30 rupees per share pending shareholder approval. Operating margin remained robust at 24.2%, with net margin at 19% and constant currency revenue growth stood at 2.5%. Nearly 16 years after the 2018 Mumbai terror attacks shook the nation, justice inches closer as Tahawwur Rana, one of the key conspirators, is being extradited from the United States to India. In fact, that extradition stands complete. The attacks, which shook the financial capital and targeted iconic landmarks like the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, had a far-reaching impact, rattling not just the nation's psyche but also its stock markets. Indian Hotel Companies Limited and Tata Group firm that owns the Taj brand saw its shares plunge over 17% on the 28th of November 2008 amid panic in the wake of the siege. However, in a striking reversal of fortune, IHCL stocks has since surged nearly 674%, currently trading at 1,090 rupees, a powerful symbol of resilience and recovery. Microsoft is reportedly gearing up for another round of job cuts as early as May in response to persistent signs of global economic slowdown. According to sources, the tech giant is looking to streamline operations by trimming layers of middle management and scaling back non-engineering roles as part of a broader internal restructuring. While the company has yet to confirm the layoffs, the move reflects a growing industry shift towards prioritizing technical talent. The impact on Microsoft's Indian operations, where it employs over 20,000 people, remains completely uncertain. Indian IT stocks may not rebound anytime soon, with JP Morgan cautioning that financial year 2026 could be a complete washout amid rising US recession risks and fresh tariff concerns. The Nifty IT index has already plunged 20% year-to-date, far-reaching, outpacing the broader Nifty's 2% dip, driven by a sharp derating in valuations. JP Morgan now forecasts zero revenue growth for top players like TCS, Infosys, HCL Technologies in financial year 2026 and no margin expansion, signaling a bleak earnings outlook. While the brokerage sees large-cap IT stocks nearing their bottom, mid-caps like Coforge and Persistent Systems could face further downside of up to 25% before stabilizing. At a time when most car manufacturers are increasing their prices, Tata Motors is taking a different route by rolling out discount offers on a wide selection of its models this month. The offers span both 2024 and 2025 manufacturing year vehicles, including popular models such as Altroz, Punch, Nexon, Harrier and Safari. Depending on the variant, buyer can benefit from cash discounts, exchange bonuses and scrappage incentives. Viewers, while that was all about the world of business, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we get you all the robust details of what's making the headlines in the world of sports. Stay tuned.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world. And they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV, and now it's time to get you all the news from the world of sports. Take a look at this. Delhi Capitals scripted history on Thursday when they defeated Royal Challengers Bengaluru by 6 wickets at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium in the ongoing Indian Premier League to remain the only unbeaten team in this edition. Notably, this is the first team Delhi Capitals have registered 4 wins on the trot in the first 4 matches of IPL. In a bid to avoid direct airtime clash with the Indian Premier League, Pakistan Super League matches in the evening will get underway an hour later than usual. The PSL and the IPL are being held in the same window for the first time. PSL 2025 will be played from the 11th of April till the 18th of May. MS Dhoni will lead Chennai Super Kings for the remainder of the IPL season after regular skipper Ruturaj Gaikwad was ruled out of the tournament with an elbow fracture. The news has excited the fans as they now believe the fortune of the side will now change. Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia is confident of India acquiring the hosting rights for the 2030 Commonwealth Games, despite Canada and Nigeria showing interests in bidding for the quadrennial event. If India gets to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games, it will be a step towards showing the sporting community that it is capable of hosting the 2036 Olympics. Cricket will feature 6 teams battling for top honours when the sport returns to the Olympics at the 2028 Los Angeles Games after a gap of 128 years. Cricket last featured at the Olympics in the 1900 edition of the Games in Paris, where a one-off 2-day match between Great Britain and France was held, which is now recognised as an unofficial test. China's National Astronomical Observatories under the Chinese Academy of Science has announced a major scientific breakthrough in the study of dark energy, one of the greatest unresolved mysteries in modern physics. The achievement offers a new perspective and key evidence for understanding the physical mechanisms behind the accelerating expansion of the universe. Take a look at this.
Chinese and foreign astronomers have achieved a breakthrough in dark energy research. Finding revealed that equation of state for dark energy changes as the universe evolves. The research was conducted by National Astronomical Observatories of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dark energy remains one of the most profound mysteries in modern physics. The Deputy Director of China's National Astronomical Observatories said that the standard cosmological model suggests that dark energy is the vacuum energy as proposed by Einstein a century ago. He said the research found dark energy evolves and not constant.
所谓的标准宇宙学认为，暗能量就是当年爱因斯坦100多年前提出的真空能。那么这个真空能呢，它对应的这个暗能量是不随时间演化的。那么如果我们今天看到了时间演化的这个证据呢，相当于推翻了这个真空能作为暗能量候选的这么一种可能。那么对于基础物理理论可以说是一个革命性的那么一个突破。
In the latest study, the research team achieved significant breakthroughs in the dynamical properties of dark energy.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China
Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
This morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and yes, he has been dragged back to face justice. Tahawwur Rana was extradited successfully last night, and in very late night developments, he has now been sent to the custody of the NIA. Back-to-back updates coming in right over here. But what is next for the 2611 Mastermind? All this and much more coming right up, and as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. NIA gets 18-day custody of Tahawwur Rana. NIA to probe Rana in detail over Pakistan's role in 2611 Mumbai terror attacks. Rana to be produced physically for all hearings. Rana was produced before the special NIA judge, and NIA lawyers produced clinching evidence, including Rana's email to David Headley.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा.
Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says kangaroo court will not be allowed as the world watches Rana's trial. BJP hits back, alleging the Congress has a soft corner for terrorism. Helicopter crash in the Hudson River in New York City on Thursday. 5 people pulled from deadly helicopter crash. US slaps more tariffs on China. Total tariffs on Chinese imports now stand at 145%. US markets in the red as trade tensions escalate. Getting you some big updates coming in right now. Starting off with the big breaking news. The Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win. Terrorist sympathizers in Congress are trying to downplay India's big diplomatic win. When asked about Tahawwur Rana, Kanhaiya Kumar, All India Congress Committee in charge, made a bizarre remark and stated that you are asking me like that. You got 15 lakhs in your account. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, where we see that Kanhaiya Kumar has tried to downplay India's big diplomatic win. And this is coming in as a bizarre remark has come in. Kanhaiya Kumar was asked a question about Tahawwur Rana, how it has been a big move for India and a big diplomatic victory for India after so many years of Tahawwur Rana exhausting all his legal options. But the reply was quite bizarre in terms of what he said. He says that you are asking me like that you have got 15 lakh in your account. And he has also made other statements on the extradition of Tahawwur Rana earlier as well, viewers. And we also have the exact statement of Congress leader Kanhaiya Kumar. Let's go ahead and play it up.
कर रहे हैं, लेकिन तहव्वुर
राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत कर।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के मेन।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं? कमाल है, लेकिन कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
Meanwhile, another Congress leader in Maharashtra, former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, calls for free trial for Tahawwur Rana. Let's listen in.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
The BJP has taken a sharp jibe on Congress over their soft stance against terrorism.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना असली स्वरूप फिर से दिखा दिया कि कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा आतंक के साथ। तहव्वुर राना की प्रत्यार्पण पर पूरे देश को संतोष महसूस हो रहा है कि हमने गिरेबान पर हाथ डालकर पाताल लोक से भी आतंकवादी को वापस लाने का एक भगीरथ प्रयास किया है, परंतु उस पर सरकार, सुरक्षा एजेंसी और हमारे देश के पीड़ित जो मारे गए थे उनके परिवारों के साथ खड़े रहने के बदले, समर्थन देने के बदले कांग्रेस पार्टी उनका मखौल उड़ा रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती है तहव्वुर राना को लाया, ये कौन सी बड़ी बात है, ये कौन सी बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ऐसा कन्हैया कुमार मजाक करके कह रहे हैं। ये वही कन्हैया कुमार है जो नक्सली को शहीद मानते हैं, जो अफजल गुरु के समर्थन में एक पूरे कार्यक्रम को करते हैं और अफजल हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है कहने वाले लोगों को इनकी जमात ने सपोर्ट किया है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो हाफिज सईद साहब कहती है, जिसने 26/11 का दोष पाकिस्तान से हटाकर भारत पर डालने की चेष्टा की। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो 26/11 के बाद पाकिस्तान पर कोई निर्णायक कार्रवाई करने से कतराती रही। फली मेजर के कहने के बाद भी, एयरफोर्स चीफ के कहने के बाद भी टेररिस्ट कैंप्स पर कोई हमला नहीं किया गया, ना उनसे इस पूरे आतंकी हमले का बदला लिया गया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो बार बार आतंकवाद के प्रति सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर और अपना एक सॉफ्ट स्पॉट दिखाती है और विक्टिम्स का, सुरक्षा एजेंसीज का, सुरक्षा बलों का, सुरक्षा कर्मियों का मखौल और मजाक उड़ाती है। इसी श्रृंखला में एक और बार या तो कन्हैया कुमार का बयान देखिए या पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है महाराष्ट्र के, वो कहते हैं कि लीगल राइट मिलना चाहिए इस आतंकी को। अरे जो विक्टिम्स मारे गए हैं उनके ह्यूमन राइट की चिंता नहीं, जो सुरक्षा एजेंसीज और सुरक्षा बलों के हमारे शूरवीर मारे जाते हैं, शहीद होते हैं, उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स और लीगल राइट्स की चिंता नहीं, आतंकी के लीगल राइट की चिंता है।
All right, so viewers, what we see right now that after Tahawwur Rana was sent to 18-day NIA custody after successful extradition from the US, we are seeing that there has been a bizarre comment coming in from Kanhaiya Kumar. Kanhaiya Kumar, Congress is still massacred for some of controversial statements that have been made in the past, and a candidate who has also never won any kind of election has mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana, and he has made a couple of statements. He's also said that Tahawwur Rana's extradition is a case of topics being diverted, in terms of he's saying that this is a diversionary tactic by the BJP. This is the comment coming in, and he has mocked the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. So back to our coverage coming in right now on Republic TV viewers. Kanhaiya Kumar has not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of the extradition being a diplomatic success. That means he's playing down the extradition of Tahawwur Rana, who's the 26/11 mastermind with connections with the Pakistan's deep terror state. But also at the same time, the Congress leader has called the extradition a mere ploy to divert attention from the real issues. Remember, this is coming in as that Kanyakumar, who is touring Bihar as part of the Padyatra, claimed that the extradition of the 26/11 attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana from the US is being used by the BJP as a distraction tactic and has mocked the extradition of Rana. Back to what is coming in right now, and this is coming just hours after the NIA got the custody of Tahawwur Rana. Tahawwur Rana, the alleged mastermind behind the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, has been placed under 18-day custody of the NIA following his extradition from the United States. And just hours after that, his extradition has become a political war of words and getting you more updates coming in right now, viewers. Let's go ahead. And as you were telling our viewers, Tahawwur Rana, who played a key role in plotting the 2008 terror attacks on Mumbai that claimed 166 lives, was arrested by the NIA on Thursday after he was successfully extradited. Rana was produced before the special NIA judge, after which his 18-day custody was provided to the NIA. NIA will now probe Rana in detail over Pakistan's role in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks.
17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is in India's net. The nation awaits justice and closure in the case. The wait was over when Tahawwur Rana landed at New Delhi's Palam Air Base at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. And for the next 3 hours, he underwent various medical procedures while the nation was waiting for the first visuals of the conspirator. Later, NIA released an image of Rana where he was seen wearing US prison clothes while NIA officials held him. Following that, the anti-terror agency had produced Rana before the NIA special court at Patiala House after formally arresting him on his arrival at IGI airport. After a few hours, NIA announced that they have taken Rana into 18-day custody, during which he will be questioned in detail about Pakistan's role in the 26/11 attacks. During the NIA court hearing, the agency stated that David Coleman Headley had discussed the entire operation with Rana before his visit to India. NIA stated that Headley had sent an email to Rana detailing his belongings and assets. Republic also spoke to Delhi State Legal Service Authority counsel for Tahawwur Rana.
Essentially, the NIA sought 20 days police custody, and they wanted to investigate the matters further and confront the accused with whatever information and evidences that they have. And the court, after a lot of deliberations, have granted 18 days of police custody, and medical tests are to be done, and he'll be brought back before court physically.
On April 9, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 26/11 attacks. While reacting on the extradition, US said that India and US will work together to combat terrorism.
On April 9th, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks. These attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. The United States has long supported India's efforts to ensure those responsible for these attacks are brought to justice. And as President Trump has said, the United States and India will continue to work together to combat the global scourge of terrorism.
The 26/11 attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives. Now, with Rana finally being back on Indian soil, the entire nation awaits justice.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us live as we speak. Harsha joining us live from the NIA headquarters. Very good morning to you, Harsha. You know, yesterday was a big success in terms of the extradition, NIA getting custody. But now the real grilling will begin. The team, NIA's legal team, will be headed by D. Krishnan. And now the focus would be on unraveling the links that he has with terror networks. Yes, go ahead, Harsha. What can we expect next today?
Yes, Shivangi, you rightly pointed out the entire exercise went on till 5 a.m. in the morning. The NIA finally has seeked the custody of 18 days of the accused, the mastermind Tahawwur Rana. Right now I'm reporting from outside NIA office, and soon the investigation, the interrogation will also begin, because it's very important to join the dots of the critical leads which were involved in 2008. How Tahawwur Rana in November for 10 days in 2008 was here, how he conspired with David Headley, how the important leads were shared, not only the logistical and financial, but very important, the documents, the data were also shared with David Headley. There were more who were involved. There might be many key conspirators in this entire case, and also we know how's the role of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Huji in this entire conspiracy which led to the terror attack in 2008. Right now I'm outside an NIA office, Shivangi. As you can clearly see, the investigation and interrogation will soon begin, and it might not be only Tahawwur Rana Hussain. The initial investigation will surely begin with questioning and grilling him. But yes, we can clearly say that there were many suspects who were involved at that time, also in 2009 and 2008. After a few months of the terror attack, when also the agencies grilled many suspects, and they will also be grilled, might be the cross-questioning will also take place, because we clearly know how this entire plot took place. But yes, it's a very huge diplomatic win for our country, as in the US, all the legal sorts and ways for Tahawwur Rana exhausted to stay the move, and finally he is in India. The legal procedures have already taken place, and now the final process of the investigation will begin. We can say that after 16 years, the justice will be prevailed, and it will be an example to all those who ever have thought to play with our country's honor and the land, and how this will be an example, and also how we saw that MHA, MEA and all the paramilitary forces and the officials were involved in the extradition of the Tahawwur Rana. So we have to wait and watch exactly now. The breaking updates and the source information will start coming in, Shivangi, from inside the NIA office, as we know that the grilling will soon begin, as around 5 a.m. in the morning only the entire procurement of the judgment and the remand came out. It was in public at around 1 a.m. in the morning that the 18 days remand has been given. So soon we can expect that around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock the proper investigation and grilling with Tahawwur Rana will begin. Back to you.
That is right. Thank you for giving us all those details. I will be coming back to you very soon. One of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is back in India. But the political face-off has broken out once again over Rana, with the Congress and the BJP trading guns at each other. Take a look.
"17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is in India's net. The nation, kin of the 26/11 attack victims, await justice and closure in the case. But the politics has broken out over 26/11 plotter Tahawwur Rana. Congress leader and Rajya Sabha MP Pramod Tiwari slammed the centre for taking 11 years to extradite Rana and demanded PM's apology.
26/11 का ये क्रूर आतंकी जिसने प्लान किया था, कांग्रेस की सरकार ने चिन्हित करके लाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू कर दी थी। 26/11/2008 और आज है 10 अप्रैल 2025। इसमें 11 साल मोदी जी आपके हैं, आपकी सरकार के हैं, तो जिसे हमने चिन्हित कर लिया था 11 साल लग गए आपको लाने में।
Politicizing the issue further, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan said, "A kangaroo court will not function in the country," way before Rana was produced before the NIA court.
हमारी मांग है कि जिस तरह से अजमल कसाब के खिलाफ पूरे भारत के कानून के अंतर्गत जो पूरा मुकदमा चला है, कसाब को पूरा अपना बचाव करने का, अपने वकील देने का पूरा अधिकार था, उसने वकील दिए, उसको पूरा अपील करने का मौका मिला हाई कोर्ट में, फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, उसके बाद उसको सजा हुई। तो इसी तरह से राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
The BJP took the grand old party head on, saying that the then UPA dispensation fed Ajmal Kasab with biryani. While PM Modi-led government has once again shown its zero tolerance towards terrorism.
कांग्रेस सरकार के समय हम जिस होटल में खड़े हैं, यहीं पर आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था। ये होटल पे लोगों की जान गई थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस की सरकार ने कुछ किया नहीं आरोपियों के ऊपर सख्त सजा दिलाने के लिए, बल्कि जो पकड़ा गया था कसब, उसको भी बिरयानी खिलाते थे।
तहव्वुर राणा का जो एक्सट्रेडिशन है, इसका जो प्रत्यर्पण है, ये कोई आम एक्सट्रेडिशन या आम प्रत्यर्पण नहीं है। ये नए भारत के संकल्प का प्रतिबिंब है, जिसे 2019 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने परिभाषित करते हुए कहा था कि अगर कोई भारत की एकता, अखंडता, सुरक्षा, अस्मिता या किसी भी निर्दोष भारतवासी पर हमला करेगा और ऐसी जुर्रत करेगा, तो भारत, नया भारत, ऐसे आतंकी को चाहे पाताल से ही क्यों नहीं खोज कर न्याय के पथ पर लाने का काम करेगा और इंसाफ की दहलीज पर पहुंचाने का काम करेगा।
The Tahawwur Rana extradition case has come before the court of law. But the major question is, when will the Congress party stop politicizing terror?
At least 25 people were killed in a lightning strike and hailstorm in many parts of Bihar on Thursday. CM Nitish Kumar condoled the deaths and announced an ex gratia of ₹4 lakh each for the next of kin of the deceased. Here's more on the latest coming in from Bihar.
A sudden storm accompanied by torrential rain swept through several districts in Bihar, killing at least 22 people. The highest death toll was reported from Nalanda, where a peepal tree collapsed onto a Devi Sthan temple, claiming at least 18 lives. According to the officials, rescue operations are underway, with local residents and authorities working to rescue those trapped beneath the debris.
22 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, इसमें 21 लोगों की मृत्यु आंधी के कारण हुई है, कहीं दीवार गिरने से, कहीं पेड़ गिरने से, और एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु वज्रपात से हुई है। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने सभी को मुआवजा देने का तत्काल निर्देश दिए हैं और इसके लिए कार्रवाई भी शुरू कर दी गई है। सभी मृतकों को 4-4 लाख रुपए की जो अनुग्रह अनुदान होता है वो दिया जाएगा। इसके साथ ही जो गृह क्षति और फसल क्षति हुई है उसका आकलन कल हमारी टीम द्वारा कर लिया जाएगा और उसके बाद उसका भी मुआवजा दिया जाएगा।
Following the incident, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar condoled the deaths and announced an ex gratia of ₹4 lakh for the victims' families. Earlier on Wednesday, 13 people were killed in lightning strikes in Bihar. Meanwhile, the Met Department has also issued an orange alert for several districts in the state of Bihar.
The BJP Islam senior Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan over his comments on the legal rights of Tahawwur Rana, key accused of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, who has been extradited to India from the US, reacting sharply to Chavan's remarks. The BJP accused the Congress of having a soft corner for terrorism and claimed that the mindset is the real reason why terrorists got away till now. Chavan, who's also the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, raised concerns over the extradition process, suggesting that like Ajmal Kasab, Rana should be granted a fair trial. Tamil Nadu BJP invited applications from party members aspiring for the state's president post, coinciding with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Chennai. BJP State Chief K. Annamalai, who earlier stated that he was not in the race for the post, on Thursday said the party would officially make an announcement today. The party invited applications from aspirants for the post of party state president post and National General Committee members.
See, tomorrow the nominations will be accepted from the persons who are willing to contest for presidentship, and the day after tomorrow the elections are slated at around 4 o'clock at Vanagaram. This is a regular process, regular election process. Normally it is the by rule in our party, but there are exceptions given also, including our district elections. There is no issue on that.
He was received by Tamil Nadu BJP and President Annamalai and other party leaders at the airport. Home Minister is likely to meet former Tamil Nadu CM Arnab Goswami, ex-Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha M. Thambidurai and other leaders today. He will also meet state BJP leaders. BJP State President K. Namalai gave a briefing to the media on Thursday on Home Minister's visit.
Madam, sir is coming to meet our leaders in Bharatiya Janata Party and to take stock of what is happening in the state. He just finished his tour to Bihar also, because Bihar is also an election-going state, and he met all our NDA partners. And today he is coming till tomorrow evening is here, and when our senior leaders they meet the press tomorrow morning, we will brief you what the visit is all about.
Health Department and administration team sealed the cath lab after 7 people died, allegedly after being treated by a fake cardiologist at a missionary hospital in Madhya Pradesh's Damoh district. The death of 7 people prompted them to launch a probe into the matter. A team of the National Human Rights Commission CAM conducted an investigation into the matter in Damoh from April 7th to 9th.
क्योंकि सारे केसेस यहीं पे हुए हैं, इसलिए हमने सिर्फ कैथ लैब को सील किया है प्रशासन की गाइडलाइंस पे, क्योंकि कैथ लैब को गलत तरीके से रजिस्ट्रेशन मतलब क्योंकि ये साक्ष्य वाला एरिया है, इसको हमने सील किया है, बाकी चीजें बाद में रहेंगी.
Statement of Sambal Superintendent of Police SP Krishna Kumar Bishnoi is set to be recorded today in connection with the violent incidents that occurred in Sambal on 24th November of last year. The statement will be provided before the Judicial Inquiry Commission in Lucknow. The commission, which is investigating the events surrounding the violence, recently sent a formal letter to SP Bishnoi requesting his presence to record his testimony. And viewers, let's go ahead and see what is happening from all across the globe, especially the trade war. The US has escalated its tariff war with China as the White House confirmed Thursday that the total US tariffs on Chinese imports are now at 145%. This move is very, very important given the fact a new executive order has come from Donald Trump raising tariffs to 125%, up from 84%. It also includes an additional 20% tariff specifically targeting the fentanyl-related imports previously imposed on China, pushing the cumulative tariff rate up. Meanwhile, China has refused to back down against America's aggression. All right, being joined by our guest right now, Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, a geopolitical expert and biotech AI expert, joining us live from Pennsylvania once again as we are live this morning. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Kaul. Now, we have been discussing about China and the US and how China is not blinking first. They are going ahead and they're standing up to the US. Well, that is how they want to put it across, that they don't want to back down in this trade and tariff war which we are seeing. But does this spell bad news for the global economy? That is the big question which is being raised.
Namaskar, thank you for having me on the show. Yes, like we have been discussing, definitely not a good news. Yesterday there was a good news that a 90-day block has been posed on the tariffs. Especially the EU also came back with the response that they will also go with 90-day postponing. But then today we saw a sell-off again of major equities in S&P. Dow Jones, like S&P, was also pretty badly hit, 4.3% down. Dow Jones was also hit, and every platform across the trading is hit badly. But having said that, I think what happened today is apparently Japan is also selling off treasury bonds of US. And China as well. China holds around $1 trillion of US equities in the form of the bonds. But there is a big issue coming now because China has been cornered by US about its wrong practices of unfair trade. Along with today, if you've been watching the news, our Secretary of Defense came back from Panama. and addressed the huge issue. See, 5% of the global trade goes through the Panama Canal, but the most important thing is the strategic value for the East Coast, because we have US naval fleets on the East Coast. If they have to go to the West Coast, they have to go through the Panama Canal, which was made by the efforts of FDR, US investments. So now China is trying to buy ports there. And there was a huge corruption scam which was exposed with US intervention. And now the government in Panama is pro-US, and they want to get rid of China, who was trying to acquire places and buy ports and start unfair practices. Just similar things he did with Sri Lanka ports and with Bangladesh as well. So there is a big backlash happening. And now, as you know, the trade war is full on. They have increased the tariffs big time. And it's not feasible now for China to keep going up on the trade compensations. So at this point, I think we are in a very critical time. Definitely, it's taking a hit on the global economies. But like Trump is saying that we have to go through the initial phase. I mean, 145% tariff on China, which used to be 2.5. As of now, on record, I must say that 10% baseline tariff is on. And 25% is for steel and aluminium, and 25% for auto. Rest, everything is put on hold for 90 days. And like we were discussing on your channel first, that this is a negotiation technique. And now 75 countries have told they want to come and discuss. And 15 countries have officially offered a trade deal with US. So US is going to look what is in best strategic interest of the country and proceed further. But having said that, I think India will be a big beneficiary because I think there is a special trade deal which has happened. I hope India is one of the 15 countries, which I will be. We have excellent negotiation and very good rapport with US and very good relationship with Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, Dr.
And the other thing is...
Yeah, I understand you're giving us a very important perspective, but I have a very small question for you as we are running out of time. You know, China is also trying to gain support from other countries. Their focus is Europe and Southeast Asia and the ASEAN countries, but not getting much of a momentum there. Quick response on that.
Yes. Definitely there is a point, but let me assure you, most of the leadership, the cabinet in US, every day they are getting tens and tens of phone calls from leaders of the country. And there is a new 2.0 trade organization of the world being formed, in which tariffs have to be at least some kind of reasonable combination and permutation. But having said that, I think in 2018, during first Trump era, 54 big companies had to move out of China. The biggest beneficiary was Vietnam, followed by Thailand, and only 3 companies came to India. But I think at this point, there is another second time big opportunity that some level of manufacturing can be moved to different countries, including India. And I hope this time we are able to take more benefit of the situation. As we are natural allies, we have excellent relationship. And especially in the world of artificial intelligence, machine learning, where I work, there is huge momentum growth. So I have very good hopes of India negotiating great trade deal with US and also benefiting on the exodus of big companies from China. Mind you, China is 31% of products made in the world is made by China. India is at 3%. So we have 10x we can grow. So great potential for Indian growth.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, a geopolitical expert on the trade war between China and the US and what repercussions and effect it's having globally as well. We have to move ahead right now, but we put our focus on international stories. 6 people have unfortunately been killed in New York after a helicopter crashed into the Hudson River just off Manhattan on Thursday. Videos and photos from the helicopter crash site circulating online shows a helicopter partially submerged in the Hudson River with several police boats surrounding the wreckage. Take a look.
A helicopter crashed Thursday into the Hudson River off Manhattan, killing 6 people. The fire department said it received a report of the helicopter in the water at 3:17 p.m. The crash happened in the river near Houston Street and the Holland Tunnel. The fire department said it had units at the spot performing rescue operations. According to the report, several people were pulled from the water and taken to a hospital in New Jersey. Videos posted on social media showed the aircraft mostly submerged upside down in the water. New York Mayor Eric Adams took to social media and called the incident heartbreaking.
And countries following President Trump's decision to raise the tariffs on Chinese imports to 125%, China has criticized US for using tariff as a weapon to exert pressure on other nations. Amid this, China has also released a report stating that the revocation of China's most favored nation status violates the WTO rules. Here's more.
Amid the tariff trade war between US and China, the latter has accused the United States of wielding tariffs as a weapon to put pressure on other countries.
美方出于一己之私，将关税作为实施极限施压、谋取私利的武器，严重侵犯各国的正当权益，严重违反世界贸易组织的规则，严重损害以规则为基础的多边贸易体制。 严重冲击全球经济秩序稳定，这是公然冒天下之大不韪，与整个世界作对。
Trump on Wednesday announced a 90-day tariff pause for most nations except for China. Not only did Trump set China apart from other countries, he also raised tariff rates for China to 125%. From the previously announced 104% tariffs.
We're looking at it as one block. They've been very tough, but they were very smart. They were ready to announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China. And they said, you know, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen.
However, Trump's announcement to increase tariff on China came after China boosted the duty on American goods to 84%, escalating the trade battle. According to the reports, the tit-for-tat hikes between the US and China is leading to a rise in prices for American and Chinese consumers.
Well, I think we have to. Yeah, I think we have to. Because otherwise you're going to be in real trouble economically, in debt. Because if you spend more than what you get, that's going to be a lot of trouble. So.
With price hikes expected on goods such as automobiles, beauty products, and even on everyday food items, people are rushing out to stock up before prices climb even further. Amid this, China has released a white paper stating that the United States' push to revoke China's permanent normal trade relations status or the most favored nation treatment permanently violates the rules of the World Trade Organization.
A Bangladesh court on Thursday issued a fresh arrest warrant against ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, her daughter Saima Wajid, and 17 others in connection with the graft case involving alleged fraudulent acquisition of a residential plot. Dhaka Metropolitan Senior Special Judge Zakir Hussain Ghalib accepted the Anti-Corruption Commission's ACC charge sheet and issued the warrants, noting that all accused were absconding. South Korean lawmaker and former leader of the Democratic Party Lee Jae-myung announced his presidential bid in the forthcoming presidential elections in the country through a video message. In the video message, Lee expressed his wishes to be a tool for South Korean people and create a real Republic of Korea where the majority of people would be happy and hopeful. This is Lee's third presidential bid. In the previous presidential elections, he lost to former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was ousted from office for declaring martial law on December 3, 2024. Egypt's top diplomat has reiterated his country's position on rejecting displacement of Palestinians at a press conference on Thursday. Badr Abdel Lati has given his remarks after meeting his Hungarian counterpart in Cairo. The displacement proposal was made during a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas-led Palestinian militants. The plan will require the removal of approximately 2 million Palestinians to neighboring lands. Normal life in Argentina was severely impacted due to a general strike held by trade unions of the country against the libertarian government of President Javier Milei. Day-long strike comes as Milei is 16 months into a presidency that has sought to eliminate Argentina's fiscal deficit through severe austerity measures. A stoppage led by the country's the main union confederation, CGT, tried to bring Argentina to a standstill day after union activists joined a weekly protest of retirees rallying for increases to their government pensions, most of which are now set at the equivalent of some $300 a month and have lost significant ground to inflation. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio welcomed Finnish Foreign Minister Elina Valtonen to Washington for the bilateral talks on Thursday, and their meeting has taken place as defense ministers from some 30 countries met in Brussels to discuss the war in Ukraine and the issue of deploying troops in Ukraine to police or any future peace agreement with Russia. Finland is also a member of the European Union, and President Trump's tariffs on EU is bound to have an impact on Finland. Finland has recently pushed for free trade between the US and the EU. Turning up viewers, with fears of a US recession and a new tariff pressure, IT sector faces growing uncertainty. Stay tuned.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद। अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besson said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get.
The Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now, we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science, and history. If you have the talent and want the reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world, and they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness to
Viewers, welcome back. According to sources, we're coming to know what we can expect next after the extradition of Tahawwur Rana and that he is in NIA custody. NIA officers will now reach the NIA headquarters at around 10 a.m. to interrogate 2611 plotter Tahawwur Rana. A team of 12 officers, DSP, SP rank officers will interrogate under the leadership of DIG Jaya Roy at 11 a.m. Team of 12 officers to interrogate under DIG Jaya Roy. And this grilling is going to begin very soon. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Riyanka joining us live. Riyanka, you know, what we see right now is the main grilling which will begin, and this is, we have waited for so long. India has waited for so long to grill Tahawwur Rana to understand how the entire modus operandi was working and the kind of connections he had, how he executed his plan, the terrible plan, and much more in terms of those details. Now, this is a moment when the investigators will understand those nitty-gritty details. What are the details and the key highlights that the investigation agencies are looking at? Riyanka.
Well, breaking developments coming in as we track from our sources that today the interrogation begins, as we know, after the NIA was granted 18-day custody of Tahawwur Rana. In fact, we are understanding that at around 10 a.m. NIA officers, the senior NIA officers who will be grilling Tahawwur Rana will be arriving at the NIA headquarters, as I continue to report from outside the headquarters, and also to the fact that this particular, interrogation will be done by around 12 NIA officers is what we understand from our sources under DIG Jaya. And what we also understand at this point in time, the fact that how important it was, a diplomatic win for India to extradite Tahawwur Rana from the United States and then begin with the round of questioning, where it will be very much clear the entire conspiracy behind the 2611 Mumbai attacks. Who all did Tahawwur Rana meet? How did he help logistically to, extend his help to David Headley? Also, several other suspects who were in fact the key focuses of this particular case. Their names also could be coming out. There are, of course, going to be a huge line of questioning. The questions, of course, are being prepared on the other hand from the side of the officers. So we understand how important it is going to be today as the first round of grilling, the interrogation and scrutiny of cross-questioning as well, which will be taking place, given the fact that the NIA has mentioned several evidences in its charge sheet. Those evidences will also be put in front of Tahawwur Rana, and questionings, will be happening on those lines. So yes, we're expecting movement around 10 a.m. and the grilling begins at 11 a.m. is what we can gather from our sources.
That is right, Riyanka. Thank you for getting those details. Now, Rana's role in orchestrating the deadly terror attacks will now be investigated, and the interrogations will be beginning very, very soon. We'll come back to you on that story. Let's move ahead right now. The Indian IT stocks have taken a beating in 2024, and analysts at JP Morgan warned the worst might not be over yet. With fear of a US recession and new tariff pressures, the sector faces growing uncertainties. So is the financial year 2026 shaping up to be a washout for Indian IT? Take a look.
Indian IT stocks are in correction mode. The Nifty IT index is down 20% year to date compared to just a 2% dip in the broader Nifty 50. A major trigger, investor feared US recession risk and the impact of newly imposed tariffs. In its latest report, JP Morgan, the brokerage warns of a potentially dismal financial year ahead for the sector. It forecasts zero revenue growth in financial year 26 for India's top IT firms, including TCS, Infosys and HCL Technologies. With no margin expansion expected, JP Morgan suggests earning growth could flatline well below market expectations of 8 to 12%. In a bear case scenario, financial year 27 earnings for these firms could be cut by 9 to 11%. Large cap IT stocks like TCS, Infosys and HCL fell 3 to 4%. Mid caps like Coforge, Persistent Systems and KPIT Technologies were hit harder, dropping between 8 and 10%. The report suggests large cap IT stocks are 6 to 14% away from bottom prices, possibly signaling a buying window ahead. JP Morgan expects further correction of up to 25% even as they exit financial year 25 with decent momentum. With the US accounting for over half of India's $190 billion in software exports, the sector remains highly sensitive to economic sentiment and policy changes in the US.
Getting some updates coming in right now, viewers. Tata Consultancy Services, India's largest IT service firm, reported a net profit of 12,293 crore for the fourth quarter of financial year 2025, marking a 1.67% year-on-year decline. Despite the modest dip in earnings, company posted 5.3% rise in revenue, 64,479 crores, and proposed a final dividend of 30 rupees per share, pending shareholder approval. Operating margin remained robust at 24.2%, with net margin at 19% and constant currency revenue growth at 2.5%. Nearly 16 years after 2008 Mumbai terror attack shook the nation, justice inches closer as Tahawwur Rana, one of the key conspirators, is being extradited from the United States to India. The attacks, which shook the financial capital and targeted iconic landmarks like the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, had a far-reaching impact, rattling not just the nation's psyche but also its stock markets. Indian Hotels Company Limited, the Tata Group firm that owns the Taj brand, saw its shares plunge over 17% on 28 November 2008 amid panic in the wake of the siege. However, in the striking reversal of fortune, IHCL stocks have since surged nearly 674%, currently trading at 1,090 rupees, a powerful symbol of resilience and recovery. Microsoft is reportedly gearing up for another round of job cuts as early as May in response to persistent signs of global economic slowdown. According to sources, the tech giant is looking to streamline operations by trimming layers of middle management and scaling back non-engineering roles as part of a broader internal restructuring. While the company has yet to confirm the layoffs, the move reflects a growing industry shift towards prioritizing technical talent. The impact on Microsoft's India operations, where it employs over 20,000 people, remains uncertain. Indian IT stocks may not rebound anytime soon, with JP Morgan cautioning the financial year 2026 could be a complete washout amid rising US recession risks and fresh tariff concerns. Nifty IT index has already plunged 20% year to date, far outpacing the broader Nifty's 2% dip, driven by a sharp decline in the valuations. JP Morgan now forecasts zero revenue growth for top players like TCS, Infosys and HCL Technologies, and no margin expansion, signaling a bleak earning outlook, while the brokerage sees large cap IT stocks nearing their bottom. Mid caps like Persistent Systems could face further downside of up to 25% before stabilizing. Also coming up, viewers, Delhi Capitals continue their dominant run, handing Royal Challengers Bengaluru their second home defeat of the season by extending their own unbeaten streak. Stay tuned.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a...
Welcome back, viewers. Getting the biggest sports updates we're tracking right now. Delhi Capitals continue their dominant run, handing Royal Challengers Bengaluru their second home defeat of the season while extending their own unbeaten streak. The Capitals beat RCB by 6 wickets at the stadium in Bengaluru on Thursday. Here's a report by our team at our Sport Fit.
The Delhi Capitals and the Royal Challengers Bangalore played out an absolute thriller that, truth be told, was way more entertaining than it had any right to be. But the IPL 2025 points table really does talk a lot about just what different trajectories both of these teams are on as of now. The Delhi Capitals remain undefeated, whereas the Royal Challengers Bangalore, despite the fact that they have actually made a pretty good start to the season, have now lost 2 matches. And why those 2 losses are so, let's say, massive for them, we'll get down to that in just a bit. But let's first talk about the 3 real big talking points from this particular match. And talking point number 1, is it finally the time that the high-risk batting that most teams are trying to actually play, is it finally coming back to bite them? In this match, you saw instances of it take place in both of the innings. The Royal Challengers Bangalore made a good start, but then ended up collapsing like a bag of 9 pins. And even the Delhi Capitals, whilst chasing 163, ended up making it look way more tougher than it should have been because, well, they ended up actually losing so many early wickets. In the end, it was sensible batting from the local lad KL Rahul along with Tristan Stubbs that took them through. Number 2, and this is an important one for Delhi Capitals fans, perhaps way more so than the batting show, was just how good their 2 wrist spinners were in controlling the game for them. Now, in the first innings, Bangalore absolutely took apart Delhi's pace bowlers. With the exception of maybe Mohit Sharma, there was not a single pacer who was spared from the onslaught of RCB's batters. But 2 bowlers in Vipraj Nigam and, of course, Kuldeep Yadav really pulled things back with some skillful wrist spinning. And truth be told, this is the kind of bowler you really need in such circumstances, in such situations where the pitches are very batter-friendly. You need skillful spinners to try and pare things back a little bit. And talking point number 3, and this one really is a very concerning one if you're a Royal Challengers Bangalore fan. What exactly happens to Bengaluru in Bengaluru? Now, many will say that it was in fact a victory for Bengaluru in some ways, given that local lad KL Rahul was the one who ended up scoring the winning runs and actually had a match-winning innings, but it only came for the Delhi Capitals. Bangalore now have played 2 matches at home so far this season and they've lost both. Amazingly, their 3 wins all have come away from home. But these are the major talking points from this particular match. What are your thoughts? You can let us know that in the comments below. And don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting content from the world of sport.
Much coming up, viewers. Terrorist sympathizers Congress now tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win. When asked about Tahawwur Rana, Kanhaiya Kumar makes a very bizarre remark.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No, No, well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and Tahawwur Rana has been extradited. He's dragged back to India and has been arrested officially by the National Investigation Agency. Meanwhile, a full-on credit war has broken out between the leading BJP and the Congress over the extradition credits. We're tracking this very closely for you. But first, a quick check on the headlines. A team of 12 officers, DSP, SP rank officers under leadership of DIG Jaya Roy will begin the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana at 11 a.m. today.
तहव्वुर राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
Terrorist sympathizer Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा।
Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says a kangaroo court won't be allowed as the world watches Rana's trial. BJP hits back, alleging Congress has a soft corner for terrorism. Prime Minister Modi to lay the foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth over 3,000 crore rupees in Varanasi today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a two-day visit to Tamil Nadu's Chennai. He will announce new state BJP president by noon today. US levies heavy and more tariffs on China. Total tariffs on Chinese imports now stand at a staggering 145%. US markets in the red as trade tensions escalate. Viewers, the focus for this news reel remains on Tahawwur Rana's extradition, and we have a breaking development coming in the case. As per sources, the National Investigation Agency officers will reach the NIA headquarters in the national capital at 10 a.m. to interrogate the 26/11 plotter Tahawwur Rana. The meeting, which is expected anywhere from 10 to 11 to begin, will be held today with top NIA officials on cards. A team of 12 officers, DSP, SP rank officers, will interrogate under the leadership of DIG Jaya Roy at 11 a.m. at the National Investigation Agency headquarters in the national capital. We're also being joined by my colleague Harsha, who is right outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital, to get us more details into the matter. Harsha, talk to us about this crucial meeting, the first round of interrogation, robust one that will begin with top officials from the NIA leading it from the front.
Yes, so now the grilling part and the investigation part will begin from around 10 o'clock, as we clearly know that the remand of Tahawwur Rana Hussain has been given of 18 days to the NIA by the NIA court, and also from 10 a.m. the investigation will begin. Right now I'm outside the NIA office only, because at 10 o'clock all the senior officials, around 12 senior officials, will reach here, or already there are plenty number of officials, NIA officials inside since late night when the custody of Tahawwur Hussain Rana was given imprisonment to NIA of 18 days. Now, the actual grilling will start. Exactly what happened back in 2008. How did Tahawwur Rana, who was a Pakistani-Canadian businessman, a Pakistani, served in Pakistani army as a doctor, and how did he conspired with David Coleman Headley to conspire about the of the Mumbai terror attack which took place in 2008? How long, till 10 days he stayed in Taj Mahal Hotel in Mumbai only, and exactly who are more key conspirators in this entire conspiracy which led to the devastating attack in Mumbai on 26/11, where 166 lives were lost, more than 288 were injured. Still, there are audio from the victims, from the commandos who that day fought. They battled inside Taj Hotel, also at the Chabad House and different places where the attack took place. They have shared the audio. We have shown it on our television. So now the dots will be connected of the critical leads which was in this Mumbai terror attack. So we can expect some breaking inputs coming out after 1 hour of the investigation, because at 10 o'clock around the investigation will begin, and it's not going to be an easy grilling for Tahawwur Rana. Finally, he will have to respond to the agency which has all the documents and data since 2009, how he was connected with ISI, the Pakistani intelligence, how he was connected with Huji and Lashkar-e-Taiba, the banned terrorist outfit in India as well,
Harsha.
and how this entire was conspired. And that is the reason why we are waiting outside NIA to get our viewers more breaking updates on this. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. In fact, Harsha, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more updates in the case. The meeting of the officials that will be held at the NIA headquarters will include about 12 very senior officers. In fact, the meeting will be held around 11 a.m. and the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana will begin after a meeting of 12 special officers, including NIA's DG. According to the investigation agency's source, there are 2 cameras installed in the room where the interrogation will take place, and the interrogation process will be carried out in front of those cameras. Harsha continues joining us on the broadcast. Harsha, circling back to you, 2 cameras to be installed during the key interrogation. Speak to us about it.
Yes, all the recordings will be on tape. Everything will be recorded on tape, and that is the reason why there will be 2 cameras also. Not all the officials will be grilling and interrogating Tahawwur Rana together. 1 officer at a time. It will start with the senior official of the NIA, Jaya Roy, will be starting the investigation, starting the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana, and after that, 1 by 1, other senior officials will be joining the interrogation. And it will be interrogation which will start with asking Tahawwur Rana about 2008, going back in 2008. Everything will be recorded on tape so that each and every clue, each and every leads and dots the investigative agency has. And if there are more conspirators who helped Tahawwur Rana and David Coleman Headley in India for the logistical and financial support and other sort of support, that all has to be recorded. And that is the reason almost 12 to 13 NIA officials are already present here. So we are expecting 1 by 1 all the senior officials will be grilling Tahawwur Rana and will not be giving him any scope or any chance to lose any lead, any important lead in this entire case which happened in 2008.
Right, Harsha. Thanks very much for getting us those updates. And in fact, according to the investigation agency sources, a team of 12 officers has been formed at the NIA headquarters, which will be allowed to go to Tahawwur Rana. The report of the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana will be sent to the Ministry of Home Affairs on a daily basis. That's what the interrogation team has said, which will be led by DIG Jaya Roy. Harsha, circling back to you once again, all updates will be under the strict watch of the Ministry of Home Affairs that will be related to Tahawwur Rana's interrogation on a day-to-day basis. Speak to us about that, Harsha.
See, the entire effort of the extradition of Tahawwur Rana, the mastermind of the attack, has been under the guidance of has been under the light of the MEA and also at the MHA, and that is the reason why Home Ministry was involved in each and every part, from the extradition to getting Tahawwur Rana here in India. And now when he has finally been brought to India, exactly every day leads, every day dots will be sent by the NIA officials to MHA in a sealed packet, in a sealed detail. There will not be an email to MHA, but it will be the sealed copy of the interrogation about the meetings and the dots of the investigation, which will be sent to MHA, because as we know, it's a very high profile case, and also going back, it's a painstaking process which is going to again take a long time, a lengthy process, because Tahawwur Rana, who has been in US since long, his all legal ways when exhausted, now he is in India. So exactly, we can clearly say that the incident which happened in 2008, the devastating attack which happened in 2008, now the dots will become connected, and MHA doesn't want to lead any small dot in this incident, and that is the reason why MHA will be informed about every small detail which will be taking place here every day. So we can say that the process will start from today, and after that all the details will be sent out to MHA, and also the para and also the intelligence forces will also be kept informed about it, because right now it's NIA, but after that we are expecting that many intelligence agency one by one will also question Tahawwur Rana, because at the time in 2009 when India had enough document, at that time also NSA, NIA, RAW and other agency were together working on this case. Also, I would like to show you the present visual, because how stringent the security measures have been adopted outside NIA. We can clearly see the routes have been blocked, the security forces have been deployed here, barricades and yellow ropes have been put up outside NIA. No one is allowed inside the premises, inside the vicinity of NIA. The NIA is just 100-200 meters from where I am standing, and most of the officials, Delhi police officials, have been deployed here to ensure that only NIA officials who have been allowed to enter the premises can only enter the NIA office, as now it's a completely high alert zone, which Tahawwur Rana being in the NIA custody for 18 days. Such situation, then such visuals we are going to witness every day from Delhi, from CGO complex outside NIA office,
right, Harsha,
where only limited people have been given access to NIA office, not everyone. Back to you.
Harsha, in fact, also speak to us about what the security situation looks like right now around you outside the NIA headquarters.
So right now, that's what I was also explaining our viewers, that whosoever is taking the route from Mulchand area towards CGO complex and through Lodi, they need to avoid this entire area of the CGO complex where exactly NIA office is there. Because if we show our viewers both sides of the road, both ends of the road of the NIA, there's a barricade, there's a heavy security. The CISF has been deployed, the Delhi police has been deployed, and they have been deployed only to ensure that the vehicular movement, whosoever have the proper pass, whose office is here, their only vehicular movement is allowed. But inside NIA also, the proper pass checking is being done by the police officials. Inside NIA also, several entry has been restricted. The clerical entry, the clerical level entry of the official who are the B and C clerical officers, their entry is not allowed for today. Only a limited set of officials are allowed today inside NIA office also, and which includes a team of 13 to 14 NIA officials along with the other officials who will be there, the part of the logistical team in NIA. Only those officials will be today in the NIA office to ensure that none of the information, none of the updates gets out in public domain till the time NIA is sure about what's the status and critical leads. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thanks very much for joining in on the broadcast and getting us all of those vital details, and thank you for reporting from Ground Zero. For now, viewers, let's get you a quick check of what has unfolded in Tahawwur Rana's case. Tahawwur Rana, who played a key role in the plotting of the 2008 terror attacks in Mumbai that claimed 166 innocent lives, was arrested by the National Investigation Agency yesterday after he was successfully extradited from the United States. Now, Rana was produced before the special NIA judge, after which his 18 days custody was provided to the National Investigative Agency. Take a look at this.
17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, is in India's net. The nation awaits justice and closure in the case. The wait was over when Tahawwur Rana landed at New Delhi's Palam Air Base at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. And for the next 3 hours, he underwent various medical procedures while the nation was waiting for the first visuals of the conspirator. Later, NIA released an image of Rana where he was seen wearing US prison clothes while NIA officials held him. Following that, the anti-terror agency had produced Rana before the NIA special court at Patiala House after formally arresting him on his arrival at IGI airport. After a few hours, NIA announced that they have taken Rana into 18-day custody, during which he will be questioned in detail about Pakistan's role in the 26/11 attacks. During the NIA court hearing, the agency stated that David Coleman Headley had discussed the entire operation with Rana before his visit to India. NIA stated that Headley had sent an email to Rana detailing his belongings and assets. Republic also spoke to Delhi State Legal Service Authority counsel for Tahawwur Rana.
Essentially, the NIA sought 20 days police custody, and they wanted to investigate the matters further and confront the accused with whatever information and evidences that they have. And the court, after a lot of deliberations, have granted 18 days of police custody. And medical tests are to be done, and he'll be brought back before court physically.
On April 9, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 26/11 attacks. While reacting on the extradition, US said that India and US will work together to combat terrorism.
On April 9th, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks. These attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. The United States has long supported India's efforts to ensure those responsible for these attacks are brought to justice. And as President Trump has said, the United States and India will continue to work together to combat the global scourge of terrorism.
The 26/11 attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives. Now, with Rana finally being back on Indian soil, the entire nation awaits justice.
Viewers, while the extradition was successfully carried out just yesterday, politics has completely broken loose over the matter, with the Congress party downplaying the entire extradition and also claiming credit for it. Meanwhile, the BJP continues to hail the diplomatic win for India, with Tahawwur Rana being dragged back to New Delhi. Listen into these reactions.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं, अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
And it's not just the Congress, but their allies also who are mocking India's diplomatic win. Shiv Sena UBT leader Sanjay Raut states that Tahawwur Rana will be hanged during Bihar elections. Listen in.
ये लोग क्या एक जो वो राना लाया है, तो क्या तहव्वुर राना, तो ये बीजेपी का राणा फेस्टिवल चल रहा है क्या? ये किसी का भी फेस्टिवल करते हैं ये लोग, सभी विषय का फेस्टिवल बनाते हैं। कल अगर दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेके आया जाएंगे तो वे दाऊद इब्राहिम फेस्टिवल बनाएंगे, ऐसी उनकी राजनीति है। तो आने वाले 7-8 दिन में जब तक बिहार का चुनाव आता है तब तक तहव्वुर राना फेस्टिवल इस देश में चलाएंगे।
Meanwhile, like I said before, the BJP has not stepped back and has taken a sharp jibe on Congress over their soft stance against terrorism. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना असली स्वरूप फिर से दिखा दिया कि कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा आतंक के साथ। तहव्वुर राना की प्रत्यार्पण पर पूरे देश को संतोष महसूस हो रहा है कि हमने गिरेबान पर हाथ डालकर पाताल लोक से भी आतंकवादी को वापस लाने का एक भगीरथ प्रयास किया है, परंतु उस पर सरकार, सुरक्षा एजेंसी और हमारे देश के पीड़ित जो मारे गए थे उनके परिवारों के साथ खड़े रहने के बदले, समर्थन देने के बदले कांग्रेस पार्टी उनका मखौल उड़ा रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती है तहव्वुर राना को लाया, ये कौन सी बड़ी बात है, ये कौन सी बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ऐसा कन्हैया कुमार मजाक करके कह रहे हैं। ये वही कन्हैया कुमार है जो नक्सली को शहीद मानते हैं, जो अफजल गुरु के समर्थन में एक पूरे कार्यक्रम को करते हैं और अफजल हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है कहने वाले लोगों को इनकी जमात ने सपोर्ट किया है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो हाफिज सईद साहब कहती है, जिसने 26/11 का दोष पाकिस्तान से हटाकर भारत पर डालने की चेष्टा की। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो 26/11 के बाद पाकिस्तान पर कोई निर्णायक कार्रवाई करने से कतराती रही। फली मेजर के कहने के बाद भी, एयरफोर्स चीफ के कहने के बाद भी टेररिस्ट कैंप्स पर कोई हमला नहीं किया गया, ना उनसे इस पूरे आतंकी हमले का बदला लिया गया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो बार बार आतंकवाद के प्रति सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर और अपना एक सॉफ्ट स्पॉट दिखाती है और विक्टिम्स का, सुरक्षा एजेंसीज का, सुरक्षा बलों का, सुरक्षा कर्मियों का मखौल और मजाक उड़ाती है। इसी श्रृंखला में एक और बार या तो कन्हैया कुमार का बयान देखिए या पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है महाराष्ट्र के, वो कहते हैं कि लीगल राइट मिलना चाहिए इस आतंकी को। अरे जो विक्टिम्स मारे गए हैं उनके ह्यूमन राइट की चिंता नहीं, जो सुरक्षा एजेंसीज और सुरक्षा बलों के हमारे
Viewers, we're also being joined by Mr. Ram Kadam, who is of the BJP and the BJP spokesperson from Maharashtra. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic, and I want to understand, the Congress is completely trying to water down India's diplomatic win. This is a huge one. What is your first reaction on this?
See, this is a proud moment for each and every citizen of this country. And just because of Modi ji hai to mumkin hai, because of the political will, Modi ji's charismatic aura, which influences all the world top leaders, these are the major factors we are able to brought him back. Now the point is, the way Congress and other parties, they are indulging to criticize this great win of the country, diplomatic win of this country. This is unfortunate. They may get a lot of issues where they can criticize as a party, but not for this. This is not BJP party's win. This is our country's win. So they should understand this. When the country comes, the country is first. Nation is first. But unfortunately, for that matter, maybe Congress, maybe Kanhaiya, these all people, all of this are criticizing. This is unfortunate. We condemn it.
Right, sir. In fact, you are correct. Leading from the front, nation first should always be the policy. What do you also have to say about the fact that the UPA government is trying to, sort of gauge the entire credit of this key extradition?
See, when Congress was in the power, they could not bring him back. What was the reason? Who has stopped them? No one. There was no political will. So when Modi ji did this, so instead of appreciating, they are indulging into criticizing. Unfortunate. And for this matter, we have not forgotten that moment when Kasab was there and this Congress government was feeding him biryani. So this is the culture of the Congress. And now what Prithviraj Chauhan said, he is being supporting Rana. He said he should get justice.
Yeah.
So the country, the citizen of this country, everyone is annoyed with this Congress policy. Absolutely unfortunate.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Right, sir. Thanks very much for joining in and sharing your insights on the matter. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track all the other major news updates from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes for you. Take a look. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit his parliamentary constituency Varanasi today, where he will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone for as many as 44 developmental projects, collectively valued at over 3,000 crore rupees. Notably, this is also Prime Minister Modi's 50th visit to the holy city after becoming the Prime Minister back in 2014. Prime Minister Modi will land at the Lal Bahadur Shastri International Airport at around 10 a.m. and will head directly to Mehdiganj for a public meeting. A huge fire broke out at a pipe factory in Pithampur industrial area of Dhar in Madhya Pradesh. While fire tenders rushed to the spot, no details of casualties or injuries have been reported as of yet. The fire dousing efforts continue to remain underway as the fire services are scrambling to get the blazes under control. Robust snow clearing operations are underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The DC of Poonch, Vikas Kundal, is overlooking the clearance drive and has said that the border road organization workers have managed to clear the fresh snow for half the way. Tomorrow, which is the 12th of April, is marked as the birth anniversary of the Rajput ruler Rana Sanga. In the wake of the occasion, a Hindu Sanatan Sabha is being organized in Agra. Security has been beefed up for the public meeting, which is expected to see a huge footfall. Italian Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister Antonio Tajani will visit India from the 11th till the 12th of April and meet President Draupadi Murmu and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to boost bilateral ties. Alongside the Deputy Prime Minister, Italy's Minister of University and Research, Anna Maria Bernini, also arrived in New Delhi for an official visit. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a two-day visit to Tamil Nadu, where he is all set to announce the new state president for the BJP by noon today. We'll keep a close eye on this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world. And they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook brass, and they have gone scorched earth.
The Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now, we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science, and history. If you have the talent and want the reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. A team of 12 officer DSP, SP rank officers under leadership of DIG Jaya Roy will begin interrogation of Tahawwur Rana at 11 a.m.
तहव्वुर राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
Terrorist sympathizer Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा।
Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says that kangaroo court will not work in case of Tahawwur Rana. PM to lay foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth rupees 3,880 crores in Varanasi. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a 2-day visit to Tamil Nadu. He will announce new state BJP president by noon. US slaps more tariffs on China. Total tariffs on Chinese imports now stand at 145%. US markets in the red as trade tension escalates. Breaking news coming in from the state of West Bengal. Viewers, West Bengal Minister Sidullah Chaudhary has sparked controversy with a provocative statement amid ongoing protest over Waqf property. He has said that his supporters could easily bring Kolkata to a standstill by blocking the city amid showdown over the Waqf Act. The BJP has strongly criticized these remarks, accusing the Trinamool Congress of encouraging threats to public order in the state capital. So big breaking news coming in, viewers, from the state of West Bengal, where a West Bengal minister has said that he has the capacity to bring the entire city of Kolkata to a standstill. Listen in.
আমরা কলকাতাকে যদি বলতাম জ্যাম করব তো 50টা জায়গায় 2000 করে বসে যেতাম। সেটা এখন হয়নি, পরে কিন্তু হবে। বলে করব, বলে প্রথমে জেলাকে একটু টাইট করি, তারপরে কলকাতার 50টি জায়গায় 10,000 হলে কত লাগবে? বাস এরা আসবে কলকাতায় বসে চিড়ে গুড় পানি বাতাসা মুড়ি খাবে আর একটু বসবে, কিচ্ছু করতে হবে না। তো দেখবেন টনকটা কেমন নড়ে। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অফিস থেকে ফোন এসেছিল করে এইসব সমাবেশ থেকে তিনিও সন্তুষ্ট। মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর বক্তব্য বিধানসভায় আমি একটা আপনার মোশন তথা প্রস্তাব এনেছি। আমার রাজ্যে ওয়াকার আইন আমি বলবৎ হতে দেব না।
In In fact, viewers, it's not only that. Now, TMC has also claimed at the moment that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is in touch with this West Bengal minister who says that he could bring Kolkata on a standstill while protesting against Waqf Amendment Bill. And he adds on to the fact that Mamata Banerjee has welcomed this call for protest, where he claims that he could bring Kolkata to stand still while protesting against the Waqf Amendment Bill. That's a huge statement coming in from a West Bengal minister who says that he will not hesitate in challenging the law and order situation in the capital city of Kolkata, to prove a point. More breaking news coming in, viewers. A controversy has erupted in Kolkata after a video shared by BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari showed a saffron flag being forcefully removed from a bus by a mob allegedly described as radicals near Swami Vivekananda's birthplace. The Bengal leader of opposition has condemned this incident, calling it a disgrace to Vivekananda's idol of harmony, tolerance, and accused the Mamata Banerjee-led government of remaining silent while the police stood by without intervening. The BJP has also slammed the Trinamool Congress for what it calls growing intolerance towards the symbol of Indian cultures and values under its rule. Major breaking news coming in, viewers. You can see on your screens as to how that saffron flag is being pulled out of a vehicle over there, and the BJP has taken this opportunity to slam the Mamata government, asserting that the sentiments of intolerance against the symbols of Indian culture is rising under the Mamata rule. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, where Union Home Minister is on a 2-day visit over there. He will announce the new state BJP president by noon today. Remember, viewers, this is coming after K. Annamalai had said in a media briefing that he would step down soon. There were reports that he could be promoted, and after that we see Home Minister Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu, and this is coming after back-to-back meetings happening with other allied leaders as well, other parties as well, hinting that there could be an alliance as well. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sarada. Sarada, now Amit Shah is in Chennai. By what time can we expect an announcement of the new BJP chief, and who all are the top runners?
Well, Madhurima, as we speak, there's to be a small change in Amit Shah's work here. So last night after Amit Shah landed, it was said that the new BJP president would be announced today. However, the state offices have now mentioned that the nominations have been opened today and that Amit Shah would not be announcing the leaders today, but the leaders would be announced tomorrow after Amit Shah has left Chennai. Also, we have been getting exclusive information from our sources that this particular meeting of Amit Shah is to make sure that the AIADMK alliance is in place and that he is here to speak about the alliance plans for the 2026 elections. He'll also be meeting the media at 12 noon today to announce what this plans for the 2026 elections in Tamil Nadu are and what BJP is planning to do. Also, we have got to know that the forerunner of the BJP president is Naina Nagendran, and that the BJP is planning to have Naina Nagendran allegedly as an ex-president. However, the confirmation is yet to be made, because yesterday there was a new rule put in for the election nomination stating that a leader should have been part of the party for at least 10 years. So this puts us in question, as Naina Nagendran has been in the party of BJP for only 8 years. So we have to wait and watch as to what Amit Shah's future plan for Tamil Nadu for the 2026 elections will be and who the next BJP president would be.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. Thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to mull over as to whom they are going to choose to helm the state of Tamil Nadu, their state unit over there, because the polls in Tamil Nadu are inching closer. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to national capital, where the gates of Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium metro station outside NIA headquarters were closed due to security reasons. It will remain closed till further orders. People can neither go inside the metro station nor one can come out due to security reasons, as the security has been beefed around the NIA headquarters ahead of Tahawwur Rana's questioning. Remember that Tahawwur Rana was successfully extradited from the United States of America, viewers, yesterday, and the questioning will begin today. The interrogation, the crucial interrogation, will begin today. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Harsha. Harsha, you're reporting outside the NIA headquarters. It's a big diplomatic win for India, and today finally the questioning, the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana by Indian authorities will begin today, and we see the security has been beefed up around the NIA headquarters. Harsha.
Yes, you rightly pointed out the security has been beefed up, and I asked my camera person Surinder Shah to also show you the focused image of the police official. The DCP of the area is here, who is beefing the security officials over here, the Delhi police officials over here, to ensure that how the security should be beefed up here. The barricades have already been put up, and also the vehicular movements for the common man has been restricted to one side of the area. The other side, the vehicular movement has started, but many of them are have to walk towards if they have to go to their office. The police vehicles are moving around here. More and more security personnel have been deployed here to ensure that the NIA, the entire area around NIA is secured, and there is no movement over here, because right now where I'm standing, that side is the NIA office, and if I'll zoom the visuals, you can clearly see outside NIA office only there are almost 8 to 9 Delhi police personnel have been deployed, and almost 7 to 8 CISF and other para forces security personnel have been deployed. That's the situation, what it looks like outside NIA office, and it is because at around 10 o'clock and almost right now also several NIA officials have already reached, senior officials have already reached. At around 11 o'clock the interrogation will begin, and before that at around between 10 to 10:15 a.m. the meeting of the NIA officials will happen amongst themselves first, and then the DIG NIA Jaya Roy will start with the interrogation and grilling of Tahawwur Rana, who is right now in the custody of NIA for 18 days. That's how this entire area looks like right now. The metro station, the nearest metro station to NIA, is closed right now for the public movement. No public movement through the metros right now here, and that is the reason almost 300 to 400 meters of the entire area is completely barricaded, and yellow ropes have been put up in place to ensure that the people only walk through this area. Much of the vehicles are not allowed. Only those who have their offices are allowed, but to pass through this area, they can't park their vehicles here, and that is the reason why we see several security personnel deployed here. It's a very important day for the country and a diplomatic win, as Tahawwur Rana has finally been brought to India. He has been extradited from US to connect the dots and get the critical leads in the 2008 Mumbai attack. And what we see here is now that the investigation will keep on rolling every day till the time the conspiracy, the country, the investigative agency go beneath the conspiracy, what conspired to, which led to the Mumbai terror attack, where Tahawwur Rana was the key conspirator, and who conspired with David Coleman Headley along with other key conspirators who were involved. There was a link of the Pakistani ISI, the Pakistani agency, and also Lashkar-e-Taiba and Huji, the wanted terrorist groups, and their people who were involved in the Mumbai terror attack. So this is what the situation on ground outside NIA office looks like. When the investigation will begin, everything will be recorded on tape, and therefore 2 cameras will be placed in the interrogation room where Tahawwur Rana will be grilled by the DIG Jaya Roy. It's a very important, he's a very important key conspirator in this entire incident which took place in 2008. Since 2009, the country, the agency has collected several documents and data which clearly indicates how dot by dot Tahawwur Hussain Rana came to India in November. He stayed from November 11th to November 21th in India, in Mumbai, especially at Taj Hotel, the very important Taj Hotel which saw the attack on 26th of November, just 5 days before he left the country. After 5 days, the attack took place. David Coleman Headley, who came to country 5 times between 2008 and 2008, 5 times he came to India, several places he took the pictures, and what he gave the logistical and financial support from Tahawwur Hussain
Yes,
Rana.
Harsha.
And also this entire process, a painstaking process, but still the agencies will go deep beneath to connect the dots and connect the critical links in this entire conspiracy. Back to you.
Yes, Harsha, like you very rightly pointed out, it's going to be a very crucial day because after the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana begins Pakistan's nefarious plot of chalking out the strategy to conduct those terror attacks back in 2008 that claim 166 lives will be exposed soon. Thank you, Harsha, for those details. Also, viewers, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, who played a key role in plotting the 2008 terror attack on Mumbai that claimed 166 lives, was arrested by NIA on Thursday after he was successfully extradited. Rana was produced before the special NIA judge, after which his 18-day custody was provided to the National Investigative Agency. Viewers, this is a huge diplomatic win for India, as after meticulous efforts put in by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian officials, Indian government, now we have dragged back the plotter of 26/11 terror attack that claimed 166 lives. That's a big breaking coming in, viewers, and the interrogation is going to begin today. Now, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, like I said, who has played the key role in plotting the 2008 terror attack that claimed 166 live viewers, has been arrested by the NIA yesterday. It was a successful extradition. There was a formal press release by the NIA where they said that he has been successfully extradited. The special judge has given an 18-day custody to the NIA. The interrogation will begin today. Take a look at this report.
17 years later, the wait is finally over, and one of the key plotters in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, is in India's net. The nation awaits justice and closure in the case. The wait was over when Tahawwur Rana landed at New Delhi's Palam Air Base at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. And for the next 3 hours, he underwent various medical procedures while the nation was waiting for the first visuals of the conspirator. Later, NIA released an image of Rana where he was seen wearing US prison clothes while NIA officials held him. Following that, the anti-terror agency had produced Rana before the NIA special court at Patiala House after formally arresting him on his arrival at IGI airport. After a few hours, NIA announced that they have taken Rana into 18-day custody, during which he will be questioned in detail about Pakistan's role in the 26/11 attacks. During the NIA court hearing, the agency stated that David Coleman Headley had discussed the entire operation with Rana before his visit to India. NIA stated that Headley had sent an email to Rana detailing his belongings and assets. Republic also spoke to Delhi State Legal Service Authority counsel for Tahawwur Rana.
Essentially, the NIA sought 20 days police custody, and they wanted to investigate the matters further and confront the accused with whatever information and evidences that they have. And the court, after a lot of deliberations, have granted 18 days of police custody, and medical tests are to be done, and he'll be brought back before court physically.
On April 9, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 26/11 attacks. While reacting on the extradition, US said that India and US will work together to combat terrorism.
On April 9th, the United States extradited Tahawwur Rana to India to face justice for his role in planning the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks. These attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. The United States has long supported India's efforts to ensure those responsible for these attacks are brought to justice. And as President Trump has said, the United States and India will continue to work together to combat the global scourge of terrorism.
The 26/11 attacks resulted in the tragic loss of 166 lives. Now with Rana finally being back on Indian soil, the entire nation awaits justice.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. First pictures of NIA handover of Tahawwur Rana to NIA by US Marshals. These are the exclusive visuals that you will only find on Republic TV, viewers. US Marshals transfers Rana to NIA team. These are the exclusive first set of pictures coming in, viewers. These are the exclusive visuals there coming in from Los Angeles. This is at the time when Tahawwur Rana was handed over to the NIA officials. These are the first and exclusive pictures only on Republic Media Network over here, viewers. Remember, this is a big diplomatic win for India, as Tahawwur Rana is the person who was the mastermind behind the 2008 Mumbai terror attack that took place on 26/11/2008, claimed life of 166 people, including 6 Americans, viewers. And after the meticulous work of Indian government, now we have these exclusive visuals on our screens where we can see that Rana successfully extradited by India. Joining us live on this broadcast is our senior editor, Shravan Sen. Shravan, we bring the first and exclusive pictures of Rana being handed over to the NIA officials. Shravan.
Not just details are coming in of handover. In fact, what you're seeing, these are the first images that Republic has now accessed of Tahawwur Rana when he was handed over by the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center to the National Investigation Agency. This was moments after that. Interestingly, if we can put together the 2 images, one that came in the moment he had landed here in the national capital. In fact, if you can see the brown jumpsuit that he was wearing, it is what he was wearing at the Los Angeles Detention Center. It's the same that he was wearing in the national capital. Now, it is essentially a reflection of the fact that he was taken away immediately and brought to the national capital. And perhaps the message that India also wants to send across, 2 messages I would rather say, Madhurima. One, the fact that even though he's a high-value asset for India at this point in time, he has been treated like any other criminal. And it is a reflection from this picture itself, with no change in his clothing. Secondly is with regards to the police van in which he was brought in. Initially, we were given to understand, Madhurima, that he would be brought in an armored vehicle from the Palam Air Base to what we are being told to the High Court, to the court, but remember, he was brought in a police van. Once again, a reflection of the fact that India did want to send across a message that he's going to be tried like any other ordinary criminal. So there are certain messaging that is also being done from the images that we are seeing right now.
Well, thank you, Shravan, for those details. These viewers, these are the first pictures that you see on your screens only with Republic Media Network. First pictures of NIA's handover of Tahawwur Rana over there. Republic Media Network viewers, keeping you ahead of this entire story. Minute by minute details we bring you on your screens Shravan, if you can talk to us about the entire process of extradition, because we see that this has happened after meticulous work put in by the government. We saw the first chance after the Trump government came in, and we expedited the entire process. And now we have Tahawwur Rana. And it is the high time that we can also bring Pakistan under the scanner, because they have been trying to brush everything under the carpet as far as their involvement in terror attacks is concerned.
Well, in far as the latest is concerned with regards to the extradition process itself, I remember this has been a long-drawn battle for the Indian investigative agencies. There was a moment when you've had Tahawwur Rana who would have slipped away, especially from the custody. This was at a time when the U.S. courts had granted him, he had been let off on a compassionate ground. But at that point in time, Indian investigative agencies did actually step in, and an application of extradition was placed at that point in time. I remember they had to put together the evidence against Tahawwur Rana, particularly about the crime that he had committed, and the fact that this was also a crime in the law, under the laws of the United States of America. That is one of the reasons why, remember, the U.S. Supreme Court had essentially indicated that they have ample evidence now that was provided by the Indian investigative agencies, and that is the reason why he was being extradited. So it has been a long battle, almost 17 years, and one of the reasons why you've had agencies probing this, the 26/11 attack, always saying that it is incomplete unless and until they have Tahawwur Rana in their custody. What we are going to look at right now is perhaps more information coming in with regards to Pakistan's involvement.
Well, thank you, Shravan, for those details over there. Viewers, these are the first pictures of handover of Tahawwur Rana to Indian authorities by U.S. Marshals. Viewers, we slip into a short break, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi will today lay the foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth over rupees 3,880 crores in Varanasi. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH
की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition?
The Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind the.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The top story is the interrogation and questioning of the 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana, which will begin approximately around 11 a.m. This is the biggest story we are tracking, and let's not forget that the agencies will be looking for some key details and the role that Rana played in orchestrating the terrible terror attacks which claimed innocent lives. This and much more coming right up, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. A team of 12 officers, DSP, SP rank officers under leadership of DIG Jaya Roy will begin interrogation of Tahawwur Rana at 11 a.m.
तहव्वुर राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के में। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
Terrorist sympathizer Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा।
Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan says kangaroo court will not be allowed as the world watches Rana's trial. BJP hits back, alleging Congress has a soft corner for terrorism. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Amendment Act and says it will bring Kolkata to a standstill. PM today the foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth over rupees 3,880 crore in Varanasi. Home Minister Amit Shah is on a two-day visit to Tamil Nadu. He will announce a new state BJP president by noon. Now we can tell you that around 11 a.m. is the time when the NIA officers and we will be seeing the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana begin. This is a very big story given the fact that after India had a huge diplomatic victory in late night action yesterday, we saw that NIA took custody of Tahawwur Rana, and now the entire focus is on the interrogation. Now those pictures you see on the screen as well on the left-hand side showing you the moment that Rana was handed over from the US authorities to the Indian authorities, and now that he is on Indian soil, He will now be interrogated at 11 a.m. These are back-to-back pictures coming in right now on Republic TV. On your screen is now the picture of Tahawwur Rana as he's in the custody of the NIA. So this is what we see right now, viewers. And let's not forget that when a special plane landed and touched down in Delhi, the NIA was flanked by the National Security Guard commandos, escorted Tahawwur Rana, and then he was presented at the court, where he was formally remanded to an 18-day NIA custody. Within hours, he was moved under high security to the anti-terror agency's heavily guarded headquarters. And these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Now, the entire story would focus on the interrogation. Let's go to Riyanka joining us live from NIA headquarters. Riyanka, you know, what we see right now is that the story right now is move forward for our viewers from the successful extradition to NIA custody of Rana. And now the focus would be on understanding how Rana has been involved in and has orchestrated the terror attacks. What are his links with key players? What kind of communication has he had with the terror networks emanating from Pakistan? All these questions would be likely asked, and he will be interrogated. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in. Yes, go ahead, Riyanka.
Well, as we continue to report from outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital, where Tahawwur Rana has in fact been kept after after the NIA was rather given an 18-day custody by the Patiala House Court late last night. We understand that the sequence of questioning, the grilling, will begin today at around 12 noon. That we understand from our sources. Let us also show you a visual of the NIA headquarters. An important meeting of the officials will be held at the NIA headquarters at around 11 a.m. today, nearly an hour from now. The interrogation will be done with in a group of 12 special officers, including the NIA's DG. There are in fact 2 cameras which are installed in the room where the interrogation will take place, and the interrogation process will be carried out in front of the camera. In fact, there is a lockup on the ground floor. Let's focus a little bit on towards the ground floor. There's a lockup on the ground floor of the investigative agency's headquarters, where Tahawwur Rana has been kept, and the interrogation will take place in the interrogation room, which is located right next to the lockup, is what we understand from the source-based details. A team of 12 officers have been formed at the NIA headquarters, which will be allowed to go to meet Tahawwur Rana, and they will subsequently carry forward the interrogation. The interrogation team will in fact be led by Jaya Roy, the DIG. There is a presence of security also on this particular road, which was early morning looking like quite blocked. There is a very strict movement of vehicles. Only those with valid ID proofs are allowed to move in this particular area. All the other public have been diverted towards the other roads, because this particular road that is in front of the NIA office is on high alert, on high security, given that Tahawwur Rana has been kept in this particular office that we are showing our viewers. We also understand that officials will be called to the DG's room to ask Tahawwur Rana after around 11 am. So there will be a meeting of the NIA officials, which will be led by the DG, and then subsequently followed by the round of questioning that will begin. And very important to understand, as you also rightly mentioned there, Shivangi, that the link of Tahawwur Rana with Headley, the link of Tahawwur Rana with the ISIS, with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the entire conspiracy, the modus operandi that went behind carrying out the devastating 26/11 in Mumbai, where nearly 166 people were killed. So a really high stakes issue that is constantly being monitored at the moment.
Right. And you know, speaking about the modus operandi and the links that Tahawwur Rana has with terror networks, two terror networks and 2 entities which are very prominent. One is Pakistan's ISI, and other one is LET. And this is going to be very important, because his connection with Hafiz Saeed and other players will be coming into focus. If you could take our viewers through why this is important given the fact that India has been saying again and again on the international fora that Pakistan continues to grow terror on its soil.
Well, we also know that Tahawwur Rana had in his past, in history, had been serving for the Pakistani army as a doctor, and then subsequently moving out of Pakistan in 1995, he went to Canada where he had taken citizenship, to which the Pakistan has been constantly countering that they do not have any links with Tahawwur Rana, neither has he come on and gone ahead with renewing his documentations, which is where Pakistan is very clearly distancing itself from Tahawwur Rana. But very importantly to understand here how, there were, as you rightly mentioned, two groups that were behind this particular attack, the Pakistani ISI as well as the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and the link that, particularly Tahawwur Rana has with these groups and David Headley, given the fact that there were recce's conducted, there were several logistical support, in fact, that was given by Tahawwur Rana to Headley to conduct all these recce. In fact, there was an office in Mumbai which was set up by Tahawwur Rana in order to facilitate all these terror logistics. So all these lines will be, in fact, be the key focus of the grilling that will be taking place for the next 18 days where Rana will be kept in the custody. In fact, we also have to understand the link between the suspects, the other people. Many names are expected to come out once this, questioning is taken forward. So yes, we are in fact expecting a huge revelation, a huge expose for what Pakistan has in fact been doing over the years, targeting the Indians and were growing terror in the country.
That is right. Okay, thank you for getting us all those details coming in. Riyanka, interrogation will begin around 11 a.m. and we'll be getting all those updates about what exactly the interrogation is about, what is the line of questioning. These are some details we will be looking for here in Republic TV. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, because let's talk a little bit more about the political war of words which has erupted. I'm talking about the Congress leader Kanhaiya Kumar has made a statement on the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Now, he's completely downplayed the successful diplomatic win of India. Instead, the terrorist sympathizer Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win. When asked about Tahawwur Rana, Kanhaiya Kumar, All India Congress committee in charge, made a bizarre remark and stated that you are asking me like that, you got 15 lakhs in your account. I want to play out once more what Kanhaiya Kumar had to say, but he has completely downplayed the achievement of India, where India successfully got Tahawwur Rana back on Indian soil so that Rana can face the legal system here. I want to go ahead and play out what Kanhaiya Kumar had to say.
किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है लेकिन नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं, अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
And we're getting some more updates coming in right now. And more reactions, we're seeing that the Maharashtra former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan has called for a free trial of Tahawwur Rana.
राना का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी। राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
All right, and we are getting some more updates coming in where Shiv Sena UBT's Sanjay Raut has also made a very controversial remark about the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Let's go ahead and play it out.
ये लोग क्या एक जो वो राणा लाया है तो क्या तहव्वुर राणा, तो ये बीजेपी का राणा फेस्टिवल चल रहा है क्या? ये किसी का भी फेस्टिवल करते हैं, ये लोग सभी विषय का फेस्टिवल बनाते हैं। कल अगर दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेके आए जाएंगे तो वे दाऊद इब्राहिम फेस्टिवल बनाएंगे, ऐसी उनकी राजनीति है। तो आने वाले 7-8 दिन में जब तक बिहार का चुनाव आता है तब तक ये तहव्वुर राणा फेस्टिवल इस देश में चलाएंगे।
All right, let's get you some more reactions coming in. The BJP has taken a jibe at the Congress once again for the kind of reactions and the India Alliance that they are coming out with. Now, the statements coming in from the India Alliance are once again extremely controversial, and they are just saying that this Rana situation is a way for the Senate tender to divert the attention of the people from real issues. The BJP has hit back. Let's listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना असली स्वरूप फिर से दिखा दिया कि कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा आतंक के साथ। तहव्वुर राणा की प्रत्यार्पण पर पूरे देश को संतोष
First pictures of NIA's handover to the now we see these first pictures of the US handover to the NIA. This is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates. US Marshals transfer Rana to the NIA team. Now, these are pictures coming in, viewers, of the handover from the US authorities to the NIA, and these are exclusive pictures only on Republic TV. Now, as you can clearly see, viewers, that this is the moment just before we saw Tahawwur Rana boarding that special plane, coming back to India, and this is a picture of that handover which happened. It was extremely fast movements we saw in the past 48 hours. We saw that Tahawwur Rana was on that special plane, then he landed in the national capital, and the entire process took just 48 hours or approximately that much time, as we remember that the officials from India were in the US finishing off all the legal paperwork and legalities which were involved, and post that a smooth transfer from the US authorities to the Indian authorities. I want to go to my colleague joining us, Riyanka, joining us live once more. Riyanka, I'll just take our viewers through these pictures which are coming in. You know, this was a very smooth handover which we saw. We saw the first pictures of the handover. Everything was done on time, everything was smooth, and then we saw that no longer was Rana in the custody of the US authorities. It was handed over to the NIA, and those are the pictures that our viewers are seeing on the screen.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, yesterday we had seen the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana in the custody of NIA at the airport, and now we are, of course, showing our viewers these first exclusive images of Tahawwur Rana being handed over to the NIA team. The US Marshals in the Central District of California, in fact, transferred the custody of Tahawwur Rana, who is, in fact, a Pakistani national and a citizen of Canada. He was kept in the, Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles. And on Tuesday, we understand that the US Marshals, along with the team of the NIA, they went ahead and they did the entire handover process, which went on smoothly, as we understand that it was a successful extradition of Tahawwur Rana to India. Nearly 48 hours was the time, but we understand that 166 lives were lost back in 26/11, and many more, around more than 200 people were in fact injured in that deadly attack that had taken place in Mumbai. And it is indeed a justice silver lining coming in at this point in time, where we have in fact seen the successful extradition of Tahawwur Rana, and on subsequent lines there will be the first set of grilling that will be taking place today nearly around 11 a.m. Between 11 a.m. 12 p.m. But we continue to show our viewers these visuals that have in fact been coming in. The source is the Office of Public Affairs, the U.S. Department of Justice, where we have in fact procured these visuals that shows the U.S. Marshals in the Central District of California. They had in fact transferred the custody of Tahawwur Rana, a Pakistani national and a Canadian citizen, to the representatives from India's Ministry of External Affairs.
You know, this is what we see right now. Rana on Indian soil. So we have two pictures for our viewers on their screen. So first pictures of the handover from US authorities to the Indian authorities, and the second picture showing Rana on Indian soil. In both the pictures, viewers, what we see is Rana's back is being seen. Only his back is being seen. We're not being able to see the front side, but only the back of Tahawwur Rana, as now the interrogation will start anytime now. I want to go back to you right now, and let's talk a little bit more about these pictures where the US was more than happy to transfer Rana to Indian authorities, where Trump clearly said that this man is extremely, extremely evil and it's time for him to face justice on Indian soil. Back to you, Riyanka. These are pictures coming in, and this really shows the entire diplomatic effort which India has been making for years and years, even though Rana has tried every legal option he had just to avoid his extradition to India.
Well, we know it was not a cakewalk for the Indian authorities, because it has been going on for years that India had been wanting the custody of Tahawwur Rana, and Tahawwur Rana went on and he kept on filing petitions after petitions to not be extradited to India. But when that lapsed, we understand how the diplomatic arena, the way the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had gone ahead and finally closed the deal of extraditing Tahawwur Rana to India once President Donald Trump took over for the second time. There was this meeting that had happened, the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, and that is when it was inked, and the President of the United States had very clearly said that he's an evil man and it's time to extradite him for justice to the people. And in fact, if you see the visuals that has been shared from the United States, there you can see how Tahawwur Rana, once again the back visual which we have from the NIA side as well, that particular brown colored uniform that he is wearing. But in the pictures that you can see, which has been released by the United States, a chain is wrapped around on his waist, is something that we are of course understanding by seeing the pictures, as he continues to be in one of the images around the US Marshals, who are of course standing alongside with the NIA officials. So yes, that chain was in fact not visible in the when the NIA picture had in fact been released, but to make our viewers understand very clearly that there has been a huge security, multi-layered security that has been given to Tahawwur Rana. It's a very sensitive case at this point in time, because Pakistan's big expose is going to be happening very soon. And once again, let me quickly show you the visuals behind me at the NIA headquarters, where we know that in the ground floor Tahawwur Rana has been kept in one of the lockups, and where he will be grilled is a room which is right beside that particular lockup. As of now, the movement here is quite smooth, but we understand in some time from now, the team of the NIA officers, including the DG, will be coming in, and they will be holding a meeting at around 11, and then followed by the grilling of Tahawwur Rana alongside the evidences that the NIA has, of course, put forward in their chart sheet. But yes, we continue to show you these exclusive visuals from the side of the NIA, which was released last night, as well as the one which is coming in from the US officials.
That is right. And this really shows how tough US is also on these kind of cases, because the US has cooperated very closely with India, and once Rana was out of the custody of the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP, we saw that he's being taken to the special plane and he's in chains. If you could take our viewers through this very crucial part, that he's in chains and he's being walked by these US officials all the way to that special plane. This is very important given the fact that the kind of collaboration we have seen between the US and India for the longest time.
Well, Shivangi, without a doubt, there has been enough support and a very, very well-thought collaboration, a good collaboration between the Indian officials as well as the US Marshals, which can be very well seen in these pictures, how, both the teams from the United States as well as from India are together working in for a successful extradition of Tahawwur Rana under huge security. And as I also see from the images, nearly 3 to 4 of the US Marshals surrounding Tahawwur Rana, and then subsequently, moving him up to that special aircraft through which Tahawwur Rana was in fact brought into India. That there was a multi-agency officials who were also present in that particular aircraft.
And I just want to keep a focus on these pictures which are coming in. The first picture of the handover and Rana on Indian soil. In one picture, he's in chains. Well, he's being escorted and given the custody is changing from US to Indian custody in the first picture, and the second one is Rana on Indian soil. But I want to play out and take our viewers through what exactly the US State Department has said. They have said that the attacks resulted in the tragic lives of innocent people, including 6 Americans, that shocked the entire world. And the US will be collaborating and committing to working with India to fight global terrorism following the extradition of Tahawwur Rana to India. This is a very big victory for India, and it's also an acknowledgement of what India has been saying to multiple countries to put pressure on Pakistan to stop its work of exporting terror, because it's not just Indians who are suffering at the hands of Pakistan. It is the entire world. 6 Americans lost their life in the 26/11 attacks, Riyanka. And those pictures are showing solidarity between India and the US on the topic of terrorism and fighting terrorism. Riyanka.
Well, absolutely. The United States has been, of course, giving in their support to India when it comes to terrorism and terror-related activities that we have, in fact, witnessed from the side of Pakistan. But once again, like you mentioned, if we put a focus on the images, like I was telling you earlier, Shivangi, that, during the handover, one of the pictures, we can see that there is a chain around Tahawwur Rana's waist. But as I analyzed a little bit more, there's a chain which is, in fact, put down on his feet as well. In fact, so we understand that with so much security, Tahawwur Rana chained and handed over to the NIA officials at the airport, which in fact is in California, is what we understand. And we will also quickly shift to a very small commercial break. We will come right back. Our rolling coverage will in fact be continued in this particular case where Tahawwur Rana is all set to be grilled today. Viewers, do stay tuned. We come right back.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world. And they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook.
The Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science, and history. If you have the talent and want the reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious mistakes.
First pictures of 2611 plotter Tahawwur Rana's handover to NIA is out. A team of 12 officers, DSP, SP rank officers under leadership of Digchaya Roy will begin interrogation of Tahawwur Rana at 11 a.m.
तहव्वुर राणा को जेल लाया गया है। बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का। किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
Terrorist sympathizer Congress tries to downplay India's big diplomatic win. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act. Says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. PM to lay the foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth over rupees 3,880 crore in Varanasi. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on two-day visit to Tamil Nadu. He will announce new state BJP president by noon. All right, viewers, we have a breaking news coming in at this moment. NIA sources are telling us that a test identification parade of the accused will be done to establish the credibility of the witness and to ensure that the identity of the accused. That the main purpose of the process is to find out whether the witness can identify a person whom he saw at the time of the crime or not. This is the breaking news coming in at this point, viewers. NIA sources are telling us that there is a test identification parade of sorts of the accused will be done to establish the credibility of the witness. All right, we have Harsha joining us on this breaking news. Harsha, we are coming to know that a test identification parade will be done. What more do you have on this?
Yes, Antara, you rightly pointed out the reason why the NIA, the first picture was of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, which was shared with the public. It was the picture from the back side. The front image of Tahawwur Hussain Rana has yet not been shared because there has to be TIP, the one you mentioned, test identification parade. After that only, where the witness confirms the credibility of the and identification of the accused. After that only, this fugitive can be confirmed as Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and that is the reason why witness will be called to confirm that this person, the credibility is the same. And after that, NIA will be sharing the first front picture with the public and with the media of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and that is the reason why this exercise of TIP will take place in the NIA office only after 11 o'clock, and we are expecting that after 11 o'clock the entire process will take around 2 to 3 hours. It could go for 3 to 4 hours as well. After that only we'll get to know that whether NIA will be sharing it with media today or tomorrow, because to tell you precisely that each and every small information about Tahawwur Hussain Rana and about the accused will be shared first with the MHA, and after being confirmed by the NHA and after being confirmed with the senior officials only, the front picture will be shared with the media persons. But before that, nothing as of now, nothing as of sort will be shared with us till now. The back picture is only which has been shared with the media person. Right now, as NIA office is right now here, all the major senior officials have already arrived in the NIA office. In fact, the DIG Jaya Roy is already inside the NIA office. The meeting of the NIA officials with all the senior officials taking place inside, and that is the reason Delhi police personnel heavily have been deployed here. The stringent security measures have been adopted outside NIA and in the nearby vicinity area as well. I'll ask my camera person to focus on that building, because that building is the NIA building, and the reason why we are not going very near to it is because barricade has also been put up near that area. We can see CISF and Delhi police personnel deployed there, and also ensuring that there's no vehicle movement and no one is walking or trying to move around NIA or outside NIA office. And as we talked, one-on-one, the staff background check is also being done. Today, more of the BNC clerical staff is not allowed inside NIA office. Limited officers have been given access to the 4th and 5th floor of the NIA, because this is the building of the NIA. I'll ask my camera person to once again zoom on this glass building, which is the NIA building, and almost on 4th and 5th floor is the place where the senior officials of NIA are right inside, where the meeting is taking place. Today, limited access has been given. 13 to 14 senior NIA officials are already inside. 10 o'clock was when the meeting between NIA officials started, and after that at 11 o'clock, the proper proceeding, the on-cam recording of the investigation and grilling of Tahawwur Hussain Rana will take place. But before that, there's several process which has to be followed, because as to tell you, in 2023 only, in the charge sheet, NIA clearly mentioned that how there was the email shared between David Coleman Headley and Tahawwur Hussain Rana, where he was seeking instructions from Tahawwur Hussain Rana regarding each and every small details from the Mumbai, where he visited Mumbai 5 times in 2008, and after that this Mumbai terror attack was planned by Tahawwur Hussain Rana. He's a link between David Coleman Headley and Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, and also between the terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba and Huji, which were responsible for Mumbai terror attack. So we know that the evidence are there, and then these are the evidence which are irrefutable, and this is what also culminated in US judiciary also, which resulted in the extradition of Tahawwur Hussain Rana. Why he has been flown to India, brought here, and now the investigation will take place. So we have to wait and watch exactly when the TIP will be completed. We are expecting the identification parade to be completed by afternoon. It could go until 4 or 5 o'clock also, but the chances are unlikely that the front picture will be shared today. It's gonna take at least today and tomorrow as well. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Harsha. Thank you for all those updates. We are also being joined by Riyanka, who is also outside the NIA headquarters. Riyanka, we are coming to know that the identification parade will start at 11. Now, like Harsha correctly pointed out, this is going to take place till 4 or 5 in the evening. What more ground update do you have on it?
As we're getting inputs of the test identification parade, that will be in fact carried out for Tahawwur Rana in order for us to even understand the fact that the first image that NIA reveals of the front side is quite crucial. And as my colleague was also informing our viewers that it is very unlikely to happen today because it's a long process, and all these details of all the move that has been carried out by the NIA will first be shared with the MHA. The scrutiny will be done on that part, and then it will be released to the media. Once again, let me focus on the NIA building and tell our viewers that it's on the ground floor where the lockup is, as we understand from our sources, where Tahawwur Rana has been in fact been kept, and there is a constant movement of cars that is going inside. That was one of the cars of the Delhi police that has gone inside the headquarters. Although we understand that likely that the meeting has begun between the officials of the NIA under the leadership of the DG Jaya Roy. We also understand that a 12-member team has been created to grill Tahawwur Rana, and they will be asking numerous lines of questions, and it is not just one-day grilling, but 18 days of custody means 18 days, long hours, and immense grilling, immense detailed questioning that will be done of Tahawwur Rana to understand the conspiracy that was hatched to carry out the deadly terror that had taken place in Mumbai in 26/11. And we continue to show you these visuals, and this particular road, which is right in front of the NIA headquarters, is very much under high security. There are Delhi police personnel present at the opening and the closing junctures of this road for the movement of the people. Only people with the identity proof can come in. But yes, we understand that there's a lot of development happening given the first day of questioning of Tahawwur Rana.
Right.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Priyanka, for getting us those updates. We'll keep coming back to the both of you. As of now, there is another breaking news that is coming in. An important meeting of officials will be held at NIA headquarters today around 11 a.m. Now, the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana will begin after a meeting of 12 special officers, including NIA's DG, according to the investigation agency's source. There are 2 cameras installed in the room where the interrogation will take place, and the interrogation process will be carried out in front of the camera. Harsha, we are coming to know of this major breaking news that is coming in right now. Harsha, who is patched with us from the NIA headquarters, from outside the NIA headquarters. Harsha, what more do you have on this?
So, Antra, as we were speaking about it earlier as well, the NIA officials have already reached the venue, reached the NIA headquarters at around 10 o'clock. The meeting has already begun. This is a very important meeting which DIG Jaya Rao is taking with all the other NIA officials, because as I mentioned earlier, the interrogation is not going to happen with several officers interrogating Tahawwur Rana, but it's going to be almost 2 to 3 NIA officials, senior officials interrogating and grilling Tahawwur Rana. And that is the reason this meeting is very important, because NIA also has to be prepared, because they very well know Tahawwur Rana, who has been in US and has been taking multiple legal routes to not being brought to India. However, all his legal routes, when exhausted, now finally he's in India and will be investigated. So many believe that he is going to be a tough nut to crack, and therefore NIA has to be prepared with questions, with evidence, with entire proof and documentation. And that is why the digital evidence which agency already have from back 2009 till 2023, when the charge sheet was filed, and the detailed charge sheet also has the digital evidence and emails between David Coleman Headley and Tahawwur Rana. That all has to be compiled together when the agency officials will be interrogating Tahawwur Rana. And that is the reason why this first meeting is taking place between the NIA officials together. After this meeting only, they will decide on which part of question to first go with Tahawwur Rana. Back in 2008, when it all started, or before 2008, from 2006 to 2008, several times how this conspiracy was hatched, who are the key conspirators, who are the operatives from Lashkar-e-Taiba and Huji, how these operatives ensured that Tahawwur Rana should be the one to provide logistical and financial support to David Coleman Headley. All these evidences have to be corroborated together, and the story is not only of 2008, it is past back when this entire conspiracy was hatched by Pakistan, by the operatives of the terrorist group, and between David Coleman Headley and Tahawwur Rana. And therefore, this meeting is very crucial between the NIA official, which is taking place right now inside NIA headquarters. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Harsha. Do stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers, there are back-to-back breaking news that's coming in. Now, according to the investigation agency's source, a team of 12 officers have been formed at the NIA headquarters which will be allowed to go to Tahawwur Rana. Now, the report of the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana will be sent to MHA on a daily basis, and the interrogation team will be led by Jaya Roy. Viewers, I'm being joined by Riyanka, who's also outside the NIA headquarters. Riyanka, there is back-to-back breaking news. There's a lot of action outside NIA headquarters. Do give us more ground updates on this.
Well, as we understand that only 12 officers of the NIA are in fact been given the duty to go ahead and carry forward the interrogation, which will be led by NIA DIG Jaya Roy. And let us also understand the proportions of these members of the NIA. It is going to be 2 inspector generals and 1 superintendent of police, besides the NIA chief himself, Sadanand Date, IG Ashish Batra, and DIG Jaya Roy, among the others. So these top officials of the NIA, DG, DIG, IG, all of them will be in fact going ahead and carrying forward this very important round of questioning that will be happening over the course of the next 18 days. And today, as we understand, that before the meeting, before the interrogation begins, the meeting, of course, of these top officials of the NIA is going to be taking place, and they will be discussing on the way forward, the lines of questions, what questions have been prepared, with the links of Tahawwur Rana with the Lashkar-e-Toiba as well as the Pak ISI to carry on the entire incident that had happened in Mumbai 26/11. Once again, let us put our focus back to the building. As of now, not a lot of police deployment outside the building, but I'm sure inside it is. But the road, again, I'm telling you, is that leads to this particular building is very well secured. Now, we also understand the sources said that during the course of the questioning, Rana will be shown crucial evidence linked to the terror attacks, including the recorded voice, samples, photos, videos, and emails, which were gathered during the investigation by the NIA. These pieces of evidences are, in fact, expected to play a very, very critical role in uncovering further details in the case, including Tahawwur Rana's involvement with the Pakistani American terrorist David Coleman Headley, as we understand, and his connections to the Pak Army and the LET. So yes, several cars of police going inside, and we are continuing to show you these visuals from outside the NIA headquarters. We also will be, of course, keeping a very, very close eye on any other movement that happens here. But as of now, we understand the officials are currently present inside this building.
Right, Riyanka, thank you so much for getting us those updates. Harsha and Riyanka, we'll keep coming back to you as we track the Tahawwur Rana story. For our viewers, we have another breaking news coming in. Now, this time, Union Minister Giriraj Singh has slammed Congress head-on as the party continues to claim credit and downplay Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Now, Giriraj Singh has said that Modi government has taken the initiative to bring all the terrorists back to India. This is what Union Minister Giriraj Singh has said. Viewers, there is an all-out political war that is brewing currently as we speak on the Tahawwur Rana extradition. He has slammed Congress as Congress continues to downplay and discredit the Tahawwur Rana extradition.
तहव्वुर राना हो या तसव्वुर राना, जो भी आतंकवादी घटनाएं घटा था कांग्रेस के समय 26/11/2008 में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमेरिका से पकड़ करके ऐसे आतंकवादियों को लाने का काम किया देश में। अब इससे कई परत उठेंगे पाकिस्तान के गुंडागर्दी का, पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवादियों के गिरोह का ये पर्दा उठेगा। ये 2008 में घटना घटी थी। मोदी जी का संकल्प है चाहे देश के अंदर उग्रवादी हो, चाहे आतंकवाद हो, इसकी समाप्ति। आज देखिए देश के अंदर कहीं आतंकवादी घटना नहीं हो रहा। पहले हर राज्य में, कभी तमिलनाडु में, कभी आंध्र में, कभी बम्बई में, कभी इधर, मोदी जी आतंकवाद पर जीरो टॉलरेंस है। हम जश्न नहीं मनाते, हम कार्रवाई करते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी कार्रवाई करते हैं, देश के लिए करते हैं, देश के अमन चैन के लिए करते हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को चाहने वाले लोग।
Well, that was Giriraj Singh taking on the opposition. For now, we move on to the next story. Now, PM Modi is in his parliamentary constituency Varanasi today. PM Modi marks the 50th visit to Varanasi, dedicating development projects over rupees 3,880 crore. PM Modi is also set to lay the foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects over rupees 3,880 crore in Varanasi. Now, there is special focus on projects like roads, electricity, education and tourism. PM is also set to present the geographical indication certificates. Viewers, we are being joined by my senior executive editor, Abhishek. Abhishek, PM Modi is in his parliamentary constituency, and this is also marking the 50th visit to Varanasi. We are coming to know that there is a lot of developmental push from his end. Tell us more on this.
Well, yes, and you rightly mentioned this is the 50th visit for Prime Minister, half a century then of his visits to his constituency, which he represents or has been representing since 2014. And that number, in a way, itself is a marker of the kind of intense engagement that Prime Minister has kept with his constituency as a member of Parliament. Remember, he's their Prime Minister, but for Varanasi, he's their MP and member of Parliament. And with these many visits, he has engaged at all levels of the constituency through development projects. Varanasi, and not just Varanasi, but the entire Purvanchal region with Varanasi as its hub have seen transformative changes taking place over the last decade plus, and we are seeing this visit panning out now. You rightly mentioned about 4,000 crores worth rupees of projects he's inaugurating or laying foundation stone of. In fact, I'm told that within the next 1 month, we would again be going to inaugurate more development projects, essentially turning the Varanasi urban agglomeration into to a smart urban agglomeration in mission mode. We have ourselves seen many of those changes getting reflected in terms of cities' infrastructure, its appeal as a tourism destination, and its global connect with international flights also coming in now to the Lal Bahadur Shastri Airport in Varanasi. So Prime Minister there inaugurating all those development projects, despite the fact that he's there only for about an hour and a half, after which he flies to Madhya Pradesh for another string of events, and then, of course, back in Delhi. And this he has been doing despite all his busy engagements as Prime Minister in the national capital. So that visit, 50th in 10 years since he became Member of Parliament to Varanasi, gains that much more significance and really underscored the kind of live connect he keeps nurturing his constituency as a Member of Parliament from Varanasi.
Well, thank you so much, Abhishek, for those updates. Viewers, it's time to slip into a very short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll keep getting you updates. Now, there is a mega furor that is continuing on the SSSC recruitment scam. Teachers who have lost their jobs continue to protest outside the SSSC Bhavan. We'll get you that and a lot more. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps.
Back-to-back breaking news coming in, viewers. Now there's a mega furor that continues over the SSC recruitment scam. Teachers who have lost their jobs continue to protest outside the SSC Bhavan. 3 of the teachers are on a hunger strike and they are demanding that the list of untainted students be published. Kishalay gets us all these updates from the ground. Take a look. There is a lot of anger that's brewing in Bengal's capital. The protesters have taken to the streets and furor continues to brew over the SSSC recruitment scam. Teachers who have lost their jobs, in fact, continue to protest outside the SSC Bhavan. We are also coming to know that there are 3 teachers who went on a hunger strike and now they're demanding that the list of untainted students be published. Kishalay, we can see that there is a lot of action on the streets of Bengal. What is happening? What can you tell us about the ongoing SSSC recruitment scam?
Hear me, behind me are the 3 teachers who are right now sitting for the hunger strike. These teachers are sitting for the hunger strike in Kolkata in protest of the fact that they lost their jobs due to corruption and how the whole thing turned violent when police lathi charged on them. I'll try to talk to them a while. Republic. Okay, I'll try to talk. He's talking over the mic. I'll try to talk to him. आप लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं और हंगर स्ट्राइक भी चल रहा है. This is for Republic English. So आप लोग कितना देर तक ये हंगर स्ट्राइक करेंगे? যতদিন না আমাদের দাবি মেনে নেওয়া হচ্ছে, जब तक आपका मांगे पूरी नहीं होती आप लोग हंगर स्ट्राइक करते रहेंगे. This is what they're saying. I'll try to talk to more people. So they are on a hunger strike. On the other hand, these are the teachers who are sitting here in protest of what happened, and these teachers are demanding that a list of untainted teachers should be published as soon as possible. I'll try to speak to them. ये रिपब्लिक टीवी के लिए है, इंग्लिश के लिए है. आप लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं. आपका डिमांड क्या है?
हमका डिमांड है जो मिरर इमेज है हमारा कैंडिडेट का 26,000 वो पब्लिश होना चाहिए, या लीगल में जो हम पाया है उसी का लिस्ट या पेपर में.
ओके, I'll come back to you. So ये बोल रहे हैं कि मिरर इमेज पब्लिश होना चाहिए क्योंकि these are untainted teachers and they need to get back their jobs. This is their demand. We will be coming back after a short break with more visuals and breaking news from SSC office in Kolkata. After a short break, keep watching Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world, and they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook brass, and they have gone scorched earth to prevent her.
Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and massive and rapid developments are taking place in the case of Tahawwur Rana's extradition. He was arrested by the NIA yesterday, and a high-level security meeting was convening just moments ago over his interrogation matters. We're tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Republic exclusively accesses pictures of 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana's pictures from when he was handed over to NIA. Team of 12 NIA officers under the leadership of a DIG Jaya Roy slated to grill Tahawwur Rana. Daily reports of the interrogation to be sent to the Home Affairs Ministry. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade. Police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of the accused.
तहव्वुर राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All-out politics breaks out over Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. Prime Minister Modi marks his 50th visit to Varanasi, dedicating development projects of over 3,000 crore rupees. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. Viewers, quickly cutting across to our top agenda of the day. Tahawwur Rana. Top NIA officials have begun to reach the NIA headquarters, and in moments from now, the interrogation of the 2611 key conspirator Tahawwur Rana is set to be launched. In fact, this comes after a high-level meeting of delegates from the NIA and officers was held at the headquarters, which started at about 10 to 11 a.m. The reports, as per first reports, and now top NIA officials have begun to reach the NIA headquarters for the meeting. In moments from now, the interrogation of 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana is set to begin. 18 days of judicial custody under the NIA Special Court for Tahawwur Rana, where he will be asked and interrogated multiple questions to scoop out the Pakistani links in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. The grilling session, the questioning, interrogation is set to begin in just moments from now under the close watch of DG Jaya Roy. Also being joined by Harsha and Riyanka, both of who are outside the headquarters of the National Investigation Agency in the national capital. Riyanka, coming to you first. The questioning is just about to begin. Leaders have started arriving, officers have started arriving. Talk to us about it.
Well, absolutely. That is what we understand here from our sources, that the meeting of the leader, the top officials, in fact, of the NIA, that includes the DG, the DIG, the IG officials, IG rank officials, all in fact are, of course, coming together, and they have discussed the way forward, the line of questioning that will be done, against Tahawwur Rana, and we will also understand from this particular position that what kind of questioning will be there for the first round of grilling, given the fact that it is very important to identify what was the actual modus operandi behind the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. And we understand also, on the other hand, that the questioning of Tahawwur Rana will in fact begin in some time from now, between 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Is this time where we'll of course get in inputs that the interrogation has begun. But the details of the interrogation may not be released to the media immediately. It will be first given into the MHA. All the details of the grilling, the questioning, the lines, the details of the identification test, all will be first shared with the MHA, and then subsequently it may be given out as sources to the media. So we are keeping a very close watch on all the developments that are coming in from the NIA.
Right, Riyanka. Thanks for getting us those details. Harsha, also quickly coming across to you, what was the movement like? Is there still some movement happening? Can you see motorcades entering into the NIA headquarters?
So, Antara, if we believe, all the officials have already arrived at NIA, which was 10 o'clock, the time given to all the officials to reach the NIA headquarters. All the officials are already present inside because a meeting which took place at 10 o'clock has now concluded. Now, shortly, the interrogation will begin in the interrogation room with Tahawwur Rana, because the clock is ticking for the agencies as well. They have to get to the root and the cause of what led to the 2008 terror attack and how it all started, how the plan was hatched, and that is the reason 11 o'clock was the time when the interrogation was supposed to start. Now, anytime we could get the breaking update that the interrogation has already started. It's 11:06 right now when I'm speaking to you. Already the NIA officials are in the interrogation room. The camera had been set up in the interrogation room at around 10:30 only, and everything will be taped and recorded so that even the dossier which will be prepared will be given to the MHA. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Thanks very much for getting us those details. For now, viewers, it's quickly time to cut across to this fresh breaking news that we're getting in from Varanasi, where Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is addressing ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's key public meeting.
महाकुंभ भी आज सफल हुआ है। इसके लिए आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए आज आपका काशी आगमन हुआ है। बाबा विश्वनाथ की इस धरा पर आपकी अपनी काशी में आपका मैं काशी वासियों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। काशी ने पिछले 11 वर्ष में बदलती हुई इस काशी को देखा है। ये वही काशी है जो संकरी गलियों के लिए जानी जाती थी, अपने जाम के लिए जानी जाती थी। काशी शिक्षा की प्राचीन केंद्र रही है, लेकिन अस्त व्यस्त पड़े हुए शिक्षा के इन केंद्रों को शिक्षा के लिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए, पर्यटन के लिए, कनेक्टिविटी के लिए पिछले 11 वर्ष में आपके नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में 50,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की परियोजनाएं ले आई हैं। काशी में आज आपके कर कमलों से लगभग 4,000 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास भी आज आपके द्वारा पुनः काशी को प्रदान की जा रही है। इसके लिए आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। काशी में और उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रोडक्ट को राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर मान्यता प्रदान करने के लिए काशी और उसके अगल बगल के जनपदों को सर्वाधिक जीआई टैग अब तक प्राप्त हुआ है और उत्तर प्रदेश देश के अंदर जीआई टैग में नंबर 1 स्थान प्राप्त कर रहा है। राज्य के कर कमलों से आज यहां 21 नए ऐसे जीआई टैग के सर्टिफिकेट भी प्रदान करने जा रहे हैं। स्थानीय हस्तशिल्पी और कारीगरों के उस उत्पाद को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक नई पहचान दिलाने के लिए उन करोड़ों हस्तशिल्पी और कारीगरों की ओर से भी आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त कर रहे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत एक गरीब को स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाने में मील का पत्थर साबित हुई है। देश के अंदर 50 करोड़ से अधिक लोग, उत्तर प्रदेश में 10 करोड़ से अधिक लोग इस योजना से सीधे सीधे लाभान्वित हुए हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश में ही नहीं बल्कि देश के अंदर अब तो वह वंदना योजना कार्ड के माध्यम से 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के प्रत्येक बुजुर्ग को 5 लाख रुपए स्वास्थ्य सुविधा आपने प्रदान की है और काशी में अब तक 50,000 से अधिक बुजुर्गों ने इसका कार्ड भी बनाया है। आज उस कार्यक्रम में आपके कर कमलों से कुछ कार्ड जारी होने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए भी आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, काशी के अन्नदाता किसानों के लिए काशी के विकास से जुड़ी हुई महत्वपूर्ण परियोजना बनास डेयरी के माध्यम से यहां के अन्नदाता किसानों और पशुपालकों को जोड़ने का जो अभिनव कार्य हुआ है, उस कार्यक्रम के तहत उन पशुपालकों को बोनस भी आज आपके कर कमलों से प्रदान किया जा रहा है। उन सभी पशुपालकों को जिन्होंने बनास डेयरी की काशी की इकाई के साथ जुड़ करके वैल्यू एडिशन के माध्यम से न केवल पशुपालन के माध्यम से बल्कि इसके माध्यम दुग्ध उन डेयरी में उपलब्ध करवा करके आज उसके लाभांश के साथ वे सभी किसान जुड़ रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर काशी की इन सभी योजनाओं को, चाहे वह पर्यटन से जुड़ी हुई हो, शिक्षा से जुड़ी हुई हो, स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ी हुई हो, कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ी हुई हो या फिर अन्नदाता किसान और हस्तशिल्पियों से जुड़ी हुई है, इन सभी के लिए एक बार फिर से आपकी अपनी काशी में काशी वासियों की ओर से, प्रदेशवासियों की ओर से मैं हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हुए अपनी वाणी को देता हूं विराम। मेरे साथ बोलेंगे हर हर
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी। और आज जिन योजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास होना है, आइए उन पर आधारित एक लघु फिल्म देखते हैं कि आखिर ये विकास की गति क्या है, कैसे।
में गंगा के समानांतर विकास की गंगा निरंतर प्रवाहमान है। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री एवं काशी के सांसद श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की प्रेरणा और संकल्प से काशी को आज सौंदर्य तथा विकास की लगभग 3900 करोड़ की लागत की 44 परियोजनाओं की सौगात मिल रही है, जिसमें 19 परियोजनाएं लोकार्पित हो रही हैं। 25 परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आज कर रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन के तहत रोहनिया, शिवपुर, पिंडरा, अजगरा और सेवापुरी में 345 करोड़ की लागत से 130 ग्रामीण पेयजल परियोजनाओं के पूर्ण होने से 50,000 घरों के 3,25,000 लोग स्वच्छ पेयजल से लाभान्वित होंगे। बाबतपुल से जमालपुर, वाराणसी भदोही रामनगर पंचवटी तिराहे से NH-19 तक सड़क मार्गों के 104 करोड़ रुपए के चौड़ीकरण कार्य से अब समीपवर्ती जिलों के यात्रियों का एयरपोर्ट पहुंचना सुगम होगा। सेवापुरी ब्लॉक कार्यालय पहुंचने में सहूलियत होगी और पड़ोसी जनपदों के लोगों के लिए बाईपास के रूप में एक अतिरिक्त मार्ग उपलब्ध हो जाने से यातायात और भी सुगम होगा। 53 करोड़ की लागत से पूरी की गई पर्यटन परियोजनाओं के तहत शहर के 6 वार्ड आकर्षक हो गए हैं। सामने घाट, शास्त्री घाट की सुंदरता अब देखते ही बनती है। शहर के विभिन्न स्थलों पर स्कल्पचर एवं लैंडस्केपिंग कार्य होने से प्रमुख स्थलों की सुंदरता बढ़ी है। 35 करोड़ की लागत से पुलिस लाइन में ट्रांजिट हॉस्टल और राम एसी की स्थायी बैरकों के निर्माण से सुरक्षा कर्मियों को आवासीय सहूलियत मिलेगी। 19 करोड़ की लागत से काशी के ग्रामीण इलाकों में 100 आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र के बन जाने से अब बच्चों की स्कूल पूर्व शिक्षा सुगम होगी। इन्हीं ग्रामीण इलाकों में 356 पुस्तकालयों की स्थापना से 50,000 से भी अधिक युवा तथा बच्चे लाभान्वित होंगे। 18 करोड़ की लागत से पिंडरा में राजकीय पॉलिटेक्निक तथा सेवापुरी में सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल राजकीय कॉलेज के निर्मित होने से 5,000 से ज्यादा छात्र छात्राओं को अच्छे भवनों में शिक्षा मिलेगी। वाराणसी मंडल के ही जौनपुर, चंदौली एवं गाजीपुर जिलों में 1,045 करोड़ की लागत से 400 किलोवाट के ट्रांसमिशन सब स्टेशनों के क्रियान्वयन से अब मछली शहर, साहूपुरी एवं भदौरा क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसमिशन नेटवर्क सुदृढ़ हुआ है, जिससे निर्बाध विद्युत आपूर्ति संभव हो सकेगी। एक नजर उन परियोजनाओं पर जिनका शिलान्यास आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से हो रहा है। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री एयरपोर्ट के समीप नेशनल हाईवे 31 पर अंडरपास टनल का निर्माण लागत 653 करोड़। वाराणसी में नए विद्युत सब स्टेशन, ट्रांसफार्मर व लाइन द्वारा विद्युत तंत्र प्रणाली के उन्नयन कार्य लागत 584 करोड़। हस्तशिल्पियों हेतु यूनिटी बॉल का निर्माण लागत 155 करोड़। वाराणसी रिंग रोड सारनाथ के मध्य सेतु निर्माण लागत 161 करोड़। भिखारीपुर एवं मंडुआ डीह चौराहे पर फ्लाईओवर निर्माण लागत 176 करोड़। काजी सराय, धौकलगंज, बाबतपुर एवं चौबेपुर मार्ग का सुदृढ़ीकरण लागत 58 करोड़। पुलिस लाइन आवासीय छात्रावास तथा मिर्जा मुराद, लालपुर, शिवपुर व बड़ा गांव थानों के प्रशासनिक भवनों का निर्माण लागत 99 करोड़। शहर के विभिन्न पार्कों का सुंदरीकरण लागत 25 करोड़। मोहन सराय में बनाए जा रहे ट्रांसपोर्ट नगर के विकास कार्य लागत 12 करोड़। शिवपुर मिनी स्टेडियम निर्माण तथा यूपी कॉलेज में नए हॉकी टर्फ का निर्माण लागत 15 करोड़। शहर में स्मार्ट क्लास युक्त 77 प्राथमिक विद्यालय भवनों का नवीनीकरण एवं कस्तूरबा गांधी विद्यालय चोलापुर के भवन का निर्माण लागत 17 करोड़। 40 ग्राम पंचायतों में सामुदायिक भवनों का निर्माण लागत 31 करोड़। 220 केवी चौका घाट एवं 132 केवी गाजीपुर जिले के सब स्टेशन निर्माण लागत 251 करोड़। हेलूपुर के वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट में 1000 केवी के सौर ऊर्जा संयंत्र की स्थापना लागत 9 करोड़। हम आभारी हैं प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के, जिनकी प्रेरणा और संकल्प से विकास का हर सपना सजीव हो रहा है।
ये थी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में देश के साथ ही काशी के चहुमुखी विकास की एक छोटी सी झलक। और अब मैं बड़े ही सम्मान के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करती हूँ कि बटन दबाकर 3900 करोड़ की ये 44 विभिन्न परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण व शिलान्यास अपने कर कमलों से करने की कृपा करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये थी ये विभिन्न परियोजनाएं। बुजुर्गों की बहुत चिंता और फिक्र करने वाले हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 70 वर्ष से अधिक आयु के वरिष्ठ नागरिकों को आयुष्मान व्यय वंदना कार्ड प्रदान करने का आपसे सादर अनुरोध करती हूं कि अपने कर कमलों से उन्हें ये आयुष्मान व्यय वंदना कार्ड प्रदान करने की कृपा करें, जिनमें सबसे पहले श्री दिनेश कुमार रावत जी। श्री दिनेश कुमार रावत जी और इनके बाद मंच पे आएंगे श्री राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी। मंच पर श्री दिनेश कुमार रावत जी। बहुत जोरदार तालियों से हम अभिवादन करते हुए अब श्री राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी। श्री राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी को भी अपने कर कमलों से ये आयुष्मान व्यय वंदना कार्ड प्रदान करेंगे। अद्भुत इनके जीवन का अविस्मरणीय क्षण। बहुत जोरदार तालियों से हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस सदाशयता का अभिवादन करते हैं। और इनके बाद मंच पर आएंगी श्री दुर्गावती। इन माता जी को भी आयुष्मान व्यय वंदना कार्ड प्रदान करेंगे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। लेकर जाओ फटाफट, लेकर जाओ सर, उनको भेज दीजिए। श्री रमेश कुमार जी इसके बाद मंच पर आएंगे। मैं इसी क्रम में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करूंगी जीआई पंजीकृत प्रमाण पत्र संबंधित को सौंपने का, जिनमें श्री रमेश कुमार जी बनारसी शहनाई का जीआई पंजीकृत प्रमाण पत्र इन्हें प्रदान करने का अनुरोध करती हूं। आप सबकी जोरदार तालियां ये हमारी काशी के लिए, ये हमारे बनारस के लिए अत्यंत गौरव के पल हैं, स्वाभिमान के क्षण हैं। और इसी क्रम में श्री अनिल कुमार जी, मंच पर अभी श्री रमेश कुमार जी। इनके बाद श्री अनिल कुमार जी बनारस मेटल कास्टिंग क्राफ्ट का जीआई टैग प्रमाण पत्र प्रदान कर रहे हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री अनिल कुमार जी को। और इसी क्रम में लखीमपुर खीरी की थारू जनजाति से आती श्रीमती छिद्दो, श्रीमती छिद्दो, इनको थारो एम्ब्रॉयडरी के लिए जीआई टैग प्रमाण पत्र माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रदान कर रहे हैं। और इसी क्रम में एक बार पुनः माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध कि 106 करोड़ की धनराशि बनास डेयरी की तरफ से बोनस के रूप में हमारे किसान भाइयों को, पशुपालक भाइयों को बटन दबाकर ये राशि उनके खाते में हस्तांतरित करने की कृपा करें।
काशी केवल आस्था की नगरी नहीं, वो विचारों की भी जन्मभूमि है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इसी धरती पर किसानों और पशुपालकों की उम्मीदों को आमदनी में बदलने का विजन दिया और उस सोच को हकीकत का स्वरूप मिला बनास डेयरी के रूप में। साल 2020-21 में जब बनास डेयरी ने पहली बार यहां दूध खरीदा और 911 करोड़ रुपए पहुंचे सीधे किसानों के खातों में, साल 2024-25 में कुल राशि पहुंची 2140 करोड़ रुपए। इन आंकड़ों के पीछे सिर्फ पैसे नहीं, हर एक परिवार की मुस्कान है, हर एक किसान की जीत है। 23 फरवरी 2024 के रोज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री के मार्गदर्शन में 10 लाख लीटर प्रतिदिन की प्रोसेसिंग क्षमता से सुसज्ज बनास काशी संकुल का हुआ लोकार्पण। और पूर्वांचल में श्वेत क्रांति को मिली नई ऊंचाई। यहाँ के दूध से बनते हैं दही, लस्सी, मिठाइयाँ और आइसक्रीम जैसे प्रोडक्ट्स। काशी की मिठास अब देश और विश्व के हर कोने में पहुँच रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी की गई गुजरात की दुग्धारू गीर गाय के संवर्धन का काम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत सरकार और
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
611 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA court.
पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं। ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है।
Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following it.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is...
और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए मेरे सभी परिवारजन, काशी के हमारे परिवार के लोगन के हमार प्रणाम। आप सब लोग यहां हमें आपन आशीर्वाद देला, हम ये प्रेम का कर्जदार है। काशी हमार हो, हम काशी का है। साथियों, कल हनुमान जन्मोत्सव का पावन दिन है और आज मुझे संकट मोचन महाराज की काशी में आपके दर्शन का सौभाग्य मिला है। हनुमान जन्मोत्सव से पहले काशी की जनता आज विकास का उत्सव मनाने यहां इकट्ठी हुई है। साथियों, पिछले 10 वर्षों में बनारस के विकास ने एक नई गति पकड़ी है। काशी ने आधुनिक समय को साधा है, विरासत को संजोया है और भविष्य को उज्जवल बनाने की दिशा में मजबूत कदम रखे हैं। आज काशी सिर्फ पुरातन नहीं, मेरी काशी प्रगतिशील भी है। काशी अब पूर्वांचल के आर्थिक नक्शे के केंद्र में है, जौने काशी के स्वयं महादेव चलावलन आज उहे काशी पूर्वांचल के विकास के रथ के खींचत हो। साथियों, कुछ देर पहले काशी और पूर्वांचल के अनेक हिस्सों में जुड़ी ढेर सारी परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। कनेक्टिविटी को मजबूती देने वाले अनेक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स गांव-गांव, घर-घर तक नल से जल पहुंचाने का अभियान, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और खेल सुविधाओं का विस्तार और हर क्षेत्र, हर परिवार, हर युवा को बेहतर सुविधाएं देने का संकल्प, ये सारी बातें, ये सारी योजनाएं पूर्वांचल को विकसित पूर्वांचल बनाने की दिशा में मील का पत्थर बनने वाली है। काशी के हर निवासी को इन योजनाओं से खूब लाभ मिलेगा। इन सभी विकास कार्यों के लिए बनारस के लोगों को, पूर्वांचल के लोगों को मैं ढेर सारी बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज सामाजिक चेतना के प्रतीक महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले की जयंती भी है। महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले और सावित्रीबाई फुले जी ने जीवन भर नारी शक्ति के हित, उनके आत्मविश्वास और समाज कल्याण के लिए काम किया। आज हम उनके विचारों को, उनके संकल्पों को, नारी सशक्तिकरण के उनके आंदोलन को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, नई ऊर्जा दे रहे हैं। साथियों, आज मैं एक बात और भी कहना चाहूंगा। महात्मा फुले जी जैसे त्यागी तपस्वी महापुरुषों से प्रेरणा से ही देश सेवा का हमारा मंत्र रहा है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास। हम देश के लिए उस विचार को लेकर के चलते हैं जिसका समर्पित भाव है सबका साथ, सबका विकास। जो लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ सत्ता हथियाने के लिए, सत्ता पाने के लिए दिन रात खेल खेलते रहते हैं, उनका सिद्धांत है परिवार का साथ, परिवार का विकास। आज मैं सबका साथ, सबका विकास के एक मंत्र को साकार करने की दिशा में पूर्वांचल के पशुपालक परिवारों को, विशेष रूप से हमारी मेहनतकश बहनों को विशेष बधाई देता हूं। इन बहनों ने बता दिया है, अगर भरोसा किया जाए तो वो भरोसा नया इतिहास रच देता है। ये बहनें अब पूरे पूर्वांचल के लिए नई मिसाल बन चुकी है। थोड़ी देर पहले उत्तर प्रदेश के बनास डेयरी प्लांट से जुड़े सभी पशुपालक साथियों को बोनस वितरित किया गया है। बनास और बोनस ये कोई उपहार नहीं है, ये आपकी तपस्या का पुरस्कार है। 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का ये बोनस आपके पसीने का, आपके परिश्रम का तोहफा है। साथियों, बनास डेयरी ने काशी में हजारों परिवारों की तस्वीर और तकदीर दोनों बदल दी है। इस डेयरी ने आपकी मेहनत को इनाम में बदला और सपनों को नई उड़ान दी। और खुशी की बात ये कि इन प्रयासों से पूर्वांचल की अनेक बहनें अब लखपति दीदी बन गई हैं। जहां पहले गुजारे की चिंता थी, वहां अब कदम खुशहाली की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। और ये तरक्की बनारस, यूपी के साथ ही पूरे देश में दिखाई दे रही है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा दूध उत्पादक देश है। 10 साल में दूध के उत्पादन में करीब 65% वृद्धि हुई है, डबल से भी ज्यादा। ये सफलता आप जैसे देश के करोड़ों किसानों की है, मेरे पशुपालक भाई और बहनों की है। और ये सफलता एक दिन में नहीं मिली हैं। बीते 10 सालों से हम देश के पूरे डेयरी सेक्टर को मिशन मोड में आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमने पशुपालकों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा दी है, उनके लिए लोन की सीमा बढ़ाई है, सब्सिडी की व्यवस्था भी की है और सबसे बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण एक काम जीवदया का काम भी है। खुरपका मुंहपका फुट एंड माउथ डिसीज से पशुधन को बचाने के लिए मुफ्त वैक्सीन प्रोग्राम चलाया जा रहा है। कोविड की मुफ्त वैक्सीन की तो सबको चर्चा करने या याद आती है, लेकिन ये सरकार ऐसी है जिसके सबका साथ सबका विकास में मेरे पशुओं को भी मुफ्त में टीकाकरण हो रहा है। दूध का संगठित कलेक्शन हो, इसके लिए देश के 20,000 से ज्यादा सहकारी समितियों को फिर से खड़ा किया गया है। इसमें लाखों नए सदस्य जोड़े गए हैं। प्रयास ये है कि डेयरी सेक्टर से जुड़े लोगों को एक साथ जोड़कर आगे बढ़ाया जा सके। देश में गाय की देसी नस्लें विकसित हो, उनकी क्वालिटी अच्छी हो, गायों की ब्रीडिंग का काम साइंटिफिक अप्रोच से हो, इसके लिए राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन चल रहा है। इन सारे कामों का मूल यही है कि देश में पशुपालक भाई बहन है जो विकास के नए रास्ते से जुड़े, उन्हें अच्छे बाजार से, अच्छी संभावनाओं से जोड़ने का अवसर मिले। और आज बनास डेयरी का काशी संकुल पूरे पूर्वांचल में इसी प्रोजेक्ट को, इसी सोच को आगे बढ़ा रहा है। बनास डेयरी ने यहां गीर गायों का भी वितरण किया है और मुझे बताया गया है कि उनकी संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। बनास डेयरी ने यहां बनारस में पशुओं के चारे की व्यवस्था भी शुरू कर दी है। पूर्वांचल के करीब करीब 1 लाख किसानों से आज ये डेयरी दूध कलेक्ट कर रही है, किसानों को सशक्त कर रही है। साथियों, अभी कुछ देर पहले मुझे यहां कई बुजुर्ग साथियों को आयुष्मान वय वंदना कार्ड सौंपने का अवसर मिला। मैंने उन साथियों के चेहरे पर जो संतोष का भाव देखा, मेरे लिए वह इस योजना की सबसे बड़ी सफलता है। इलाज को लेकर घर के बुजुर्गों की जो चिंता रहती है, वो हम सब जानते हैं। 10-11 साल पहले इस क्षेत्र में, पूरे पूर्वांचल में इलाज को लेकर जो परेशानियां थी, वो भी हम सब जानते हैं। आज स्थितियां बिल्कुल अलग है। मेरी काशी अब आरोग्य की राजधानी भी बन रही है। दिल्ली, मुंबई के बड़े बड़े जो अस्पताल, ये बड़े बड़े अस्पताल अब आज आपके घर के पास आ गए हैं। यही तो विकास है, जहां सुविधाएं लोगों के पास आती है। साथियों, बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने सिर्फ अस्पतालों की गिनती नहीं बढ़ाई है, हमने मरीज की गरिमा भी बढ़ाई है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के लिए किसी वरदान से कम नहीं है। ये योजना सिर्फ इलाज नहीं देती, ये इलाज के साथ साथ विश्वास देती है। उत्तर प्रदेश के लाखों और वाराणसी के हजारों लोग इसका लाभ उठा चुके हैं। हर इलाज, हर ऑपरेशन, हर राहत जीवन की एक नई शुरुआत बन गई है। आयुष्मान योजना से यूपी में ही लाखों परिवारों के करोड़ों रुपए बचे हैं, क्योंकि सरकार ने कहा अब आपके इलाज की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। और साथियों, जब आपने हमें तीसरी बार आशीर्वाद दिया तो हमने भी आपको सेवक के रूप में स्नेह स्वरूप अपने कर्तव्य को निभाया है और कुछ लौटाने का नम्र प्रयास किया था। मेरी गारंटी थी बुजुर्गों का इलाज मुफ्त होगा। इसी का परिणाम है आयुष्मान वय वंदना योजना। ये योजना बुजुर्गों के इलाज के साथ ही उनके सम्मान के लिए है। अब हर परिवार के 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के बुजुर्ग, चाहे उनकी आय कुछ भी हो, मुफ्त इलाज के हकदार है। वाराणसी में सबसे ज्यादा करीब 50,000 वय वंदना कार्ड यहां के बुजुर्गों तक पहुंच गए हैं। ये कोई आंकड़ा नहीं, ये सेवा का, एक सेवक का नम्र प्रयास है। अब इलाज के लिए जमीन बेचने की जरूरत नहीं। अब इलाज के लिए कर्ज लेने की मजबूरी नहीं। अब इलाज के लिए दर दर भटकने की बेबसी नहीं। अपने इलाज के पैसा का चिंता मत करा। आयुष्मान कार्ड से आपके इलाज के पैसा अब सरकार दी। साथियों, आज काशी होकर जो भी जाता है वो यहां के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, यहां की सुविधाओं की बहुत प्रशंसा करता है। आज हर दिन लाखों लोग बनारस आते हैं, बाबा विश्वनाथ का दर्शन करते हैं, मां गंगा में स्नान करते हैं। हर यात्री कहता है बनारस बहुत बदल गया है। कल्पना कीजिए, अगर काशी की सड़कें, यहां की रेल और एयरपोर्ट की स्थिति 10 साल पहले जैसी रहती तो काशी की हालत कितनी खराब हो गई होती। पहले तो छोटे छोटे त्योहारों के दौरान भी जाम लग जाता था। जैसे किसी को चुनार से आना हो और शिवपुरी जाना हो, पहले उसको पूरा बनारस घूमकर जाम में फंसकर धूल धूप में तपकर जाना पड़ता था। अब फुलवरिया का फ्लाईओवर बन गई हो। अब रास्ता भी छोटा, समय भी बचत हो, जीवन भी राहत में हो। ऐसे ही जौनपुर और गाजीपुर के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के लोगों को आने जाने में और बलिया, मऊ, गाजीपुर जिलों के लोगों को एयरपोर्ट जाने के लिए वाराणसी शहर के भीतर से जाना होता था। घंटों लोग जाम में फंसे रहते थे। अब रिंग रोड से कुछ ही मिनट में लोग इस पार से उस पार पहुंच जाते हैं। साथियों, केहू के गाजीपुर जायके हो तो पहले कई घंटा लगत रहल। अब गाजीपुर, जौनपुर, मिर्जापुर, आजमगढ़, हर शहर में जाने का रास्ता, पहुंचने का रास्ता चौड़ा हो गया है। जहां पहले जाम था, आज वहां विकास की रफ्तार दौड़ रही है। बीते दशक में वाराणसी और आसपास के क्षेत्रों की कनेक्टिविटी, उस पर करीब 45,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए हैं। ये पैसा सिर्फ कंक्रीट में नहीं गया, ये विश्वास में बदला है। इस निवेश का लाभ आज पूरी काशी और आसपास के जिलों को मिल रहा है। साथियों, काशी के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हो रहे इस निवेश को आज भी विस्तार दिया गया है। हजारों करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट का आज शिलान्यास किया गया है। हमारा जो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री एयरपोर्ट है, उसके विस्तारीकरण का काम तेजी से चल रहा है। जब एयरपोर्ट बड़ा हो रहा है तो उसको जोड़ने वाली सुविधाओं का भी विस्तार जरूरी था। इसलिए अब एयरपोर्ट के पास 6 लेन की अंडरग्राउंड टनल बनने जा रही है। आज भदोही, गाजीपुर और जौनपुर के रास्तों से जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट पर भी काम शुरू हुआ है। भिखारीपुर और मंडुवाड़ी पर फ्लाईओवर की मांग लंबे समय से हो रही थी। हमके खुशी हो कि इहो मांग पूरा हो जात हो। बनारस शहर और सारनाथ को जोड़ने के लिए नया पुल भी बनने जा रहा है। इससे एयरपोर्ट और अन्य जनपदों से सारनाथ जाने के लिए शहर के अंदर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, अगले कुछ महीनों में जब ये सारे काम पूरे हो जाएंगे, जो बनारस में आवाजाही और भी आसान होगी, रफ्तार भी बढ़ेगी और कारोबार भी बढ़ेगा। इसके साथ साथ कमाई दवाई के लिए बनारस आने वालों को भी बहुत सुविधा होगी। और अब तो काशी में सिटी रोपवे का ट्रायल भी शुरू हो गया है। बनारस अब दुनिया के चुनिंदा ऐसे शहरों में होगा जहां ऐसी सुविधा होगी। साथियों, वाराणसी में विकास का, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का कोई भी काम होता है तो इसका लाभ पूरे पूर्वांचल के नौजवानों को होता है। हमारी सरकार बहुत जोर इस पर भी है कि काशी के युवाओं को स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़ने के लगातार मौके मिले। और अब तो 2036 में 2036 में ओलंपिक भारत में हो, इसके लिए हम लगे हुए हैं। लेकिन ओलंपिक में मेडल चमकाने के लिए मेरे काशी के नौजवानों, आपको अभी से लगना पड़ेगा। और इसीलिए आज बनारस में नए स्टेडियम बन रहे हैं, युवा साथियों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटी बन रही है, नया स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स खुल गया है। वाराणसी के सैकड़ों खिलाड़ी उसमें ट्रेनिंग ले रहे हैं। सांसद खेल प्रतियोगिता के प्रतिभागियों को इस खेल के मैदान में अपना दम दिखाने का अवसर मिला है। साथियों, भारत आज विकास और विरासत दोनों एक साथ लेकर चल रहा है। इसका सबसे बढ़िया मॉडल हमारा काशी बन रहा है। यहां गंगा जी का प्रवाह है और भारत की चेतना का भी प्रवाह है। भारत की आत्मा उसकी विविधता में बसती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people.
The Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculate.
दीवार पर बनने वाली पेंटिंग, ठंडाई, लाल भरवा मिर्च, लाल पेड़ा, तिरंगा बर्फी, हर चीज को मिला है पहचान का नया पासपोर्ट, जीआई टैग। आज ही जौनपुर की इमरती, मथुरा की सांझी कला, बुंदेलखंड का कठिया गेहूं, पीलीभीत की बांसुरी, प्रयागराज की मुंज कला, बरेली की जरदोजी, चित्रकूट की काष्ठ कला, लखीमपुर खीरी की थारू जरदोजी, ऐसे अनेक शहरों के उत्पादों को जीआई टैग वितरित किए गए हैं। यानी यूपी की मिट्टी में जो खुशबू है, अब वो सिर्फ हवा में नहीं, सरहदों के पार भी जाएगी। साथियों, जो काशी को सहेजता है, वो भारत की आत्मा को भी सहेजता है। हमें काशी को निरंतर सशक्त करते रहना है। हमें काशी को सुंदर और स्वप्निल बनाए रखना है। काशी की पुरातन आत्मा को आधुनिक काया से जोड़ते रहना है। इसी संकल्प के साथ मेरे साथ एक बार फिर हाथ उठाकर कहिए, नमः पार्वती पतये हर हर महादेव। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now. That was Prime Minister Modi speaking in Varanasi. We go ahead to the biggest story we're talking right now. That is the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana. And we're getting to know some more details. According to sources from the NIA, Tahawwur Rana was taken out of the lockup and brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning under tight security arrangements. NIA investigators, along with CISF personnel, deployed for security, escorted Rana to the interrogation facility, which is located in close proximity to the lockup, ensuring a secure transition for the high-profile case. And those pictures coming in as well, viewers, for you. Rana taken out of the lockup to the interrogation room. This is the moment that the Indian authorities have been waiting for so long, to interrogate Tahawwur Rana, understand his modus operandi, his links to Pakistan's ISI, his links to the LET, how he orchestrated the terror attacks. All these questions and the details, the nitty-gritty details of these questions remain to be revealed and answered. Now, we take those pictures coming in for you right now. These are two pictures on your screen. On one hand, you see Tahawwur Rana on Indian soil. And this is the first picture that we had told our viewers. I broke in this yesterday night when we showed you the first picture of Tahawwur Rana on Indian soil. And on the second hand of your screen, this is the NIA. Outside the NIA, where NIA will be interrogating Rana. Remember, NIA has a custody of Tahawwur Rana, and now the interrogation will begin very, very soon. According to sources from the NIA, Tahawwur Rana was taken out of the lockup and brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning under tight security arrangements. That means that it's time for his questioning to begin. The NIA investigators, along with the CISF personnel, have been deployed for security, escorted Rana to the interrogation facility, which is located in close proximity to the lockup. So the interrogation facility and the lockup are side by side, not too far away. And there are layers and layers of security. Now, we see two pictures once again on our screen. Rana on Indian soil, and the first picture of the handover from US authorities to the Indian authorities, where Tahawwur Rana, the 2611 mastermind and plotter, can be seen being handed over to the Indian authorities in chains. That is right, in chains. Let's go to Harsha. Harsha is joining us right now from NIA headquarters. Harsha, I'm coming across to you, and we are telling our viewers about everything that they need to know about the interrogation. And this is the moment we have been waiting for so long. And this is the moment that Tahawwur Rana was fearing for so long, but it's going to happen. The interrogation is going to happen after the extradition. Take our viewers through latest coming in, and what are we learning of as we speak, and how is the security like outside the NIA headquarters?
Yes, Shivangi, as far as the security is concerned, the stringent security measures have been adopted outside NIA headquarters and also in the entire vicinity of the NIA, which we call the CGO complex. The barricades have been put up. But yes, the very important for our viewers to know is that Tahawwur Rana is already in the interrogation room. The interrogation, which began at around 11 o'clock, Tahawwur Rana had spent his night in the lockup of the NIA after NIA seeked his custody for 18 days, and after being out from the lockup of NIA, he was taken to the interrogation room. The interrogation room, which has the placement of 2 cameras where everything will be recorded. But our sources in the NIA clearly tells us that the interrogation will be done by 3 to 4 senior NIA officials, which are the SP and IG rank officials in the interrogation room. Also, stringent measures have also been adopted, and the precautions have been taken if Tahawwur Rana should not by any chance should harm himself in the interrogation room by any ways, and therefore the security has been pulled up in the interrogation room as well. The interrogation is underway right now in NIA headquarters, and what we are looking at is that the entire day after the end of the interrogation, the recorded tapes, the dossier will be sent to MHA, because every day interrogation detail report has to be sent to MHA, and we are expecting the interrogation, which has begun at around 11 o'clock, will go on till 8 to 9 o'clock in the evening at NIA headquarters, because Tahawwur Rana will get no break from the side of NIA, because the 2008 devastating attack, everyone remembers, and now it's the high time that the justice has to be served, and that is the reason why every small detail has to be seeked from Tahawwur Rana during the questioning. Back to you.
Hold on. We have some more breaking updates coming in for our viewers, but before I go to the more breaking updates, which tell us a little bit more about how the interrogation room is looking like, let's go to Riyanka first. Riyanka, you're also outside NIA headquarters. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and those pictures that they're seeing on the screen of Rana, whose back is towards the camera, and when he was handed over in chains to the Indian authorities, but now the interrogation will begin. Take our viewers through what the security is looking like outside the NIA headquarters, and how there have been layers of security when it comes to this case. Go ahead, Riyanka.
Well, Shivangi, I kind of moved a few feet away from the NIA main building, and I'm exactly present on that particular road in order to see the security arrangements. Behind me, you can see that there is a layer of barricade being created, and there are police officials as well as several officials of the forces who are currently present here. And the entire stretch of this particular road is currently empty, and only the cars which have valid IDs are only allowed to move inside, given that the security arrangements have been beefed up at this particular area, because the interrogation and the questioning line is currently underway, as we understand, of Tahawwur Rana, and a very, very sensitive zone which is going to be, because this is going to be an extensive round of interrogation, and it will go on as He's in custody of the NIA for now 18 days. We understand how crucial it is, given there are a huge line of questions that has already been prepared, the probable questions that Rana would be asked in terms of his connection with the ISI as well as the Lashkar-e-Toiba. On the other hand, how he played a pivotal role in helping logistically to David Coleman Headley in order for the 26/11 attack in Mumbai, and he's lodged in the NIA building, and we know that he's taken to an interrogation room where 3 officers are carrying out the interrogation under the presence of 2 cameras. So we are expecting a huge detail also that will be coming out. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right. Layer upon layer upon layer of security, and we have some more updates coming in. It's a high security setup. The first round of interrogation will be with officials focusing on his personal life and family background, aiming to build a psychological profile. The second phase will delve into details of his 2008 trip to India just before the Mumbai attack, seeking crucial insights into his movements and associations during that period. Authorities have made stringent preparations inside the interrogation room in case Rana has an idea to harm himself. So Rana cannot harm himself. The security is so tight and the arrangements are such that he cannot harm himself. And I want to go back to our reporters, both Harsha and Riyanka, for more on this. I want to go to Harsha first. Harsha, first step is to understand what is his family background, to really go ahead and understand his identity. And number 2, what is more important is understanding how he even could get himself to Mumbai and his trip to India. A lot of questions being raised about how he easily got a visa. That's also one of the questions which have been raised because he was in Mumbai, he easily got a visa. Those questions are being raised as well. If you could take our viewers through this entire interrogation process and what will be the focus, especially in the first interrogation for Rana.
Shivangi, you rightly mentioned, psychological understanding. Right now, what is psychological understanding? That's a very important thing, which NIA will go and begin first, because, what's his mindset? That's very important to understand before the hard-hitting question will be posed by the officials to Tahawwur Hussain Rana. And therefore, first they will start with his work as a doctor in Pakistani Army, how he was a Pakistani-Canadian businessman, he's a Canadian citizen, how he came from Pakistan to Canada, and what was the route which he took while entering to India in 2008 in November when he was in India. How many trips did he make before that Mumbai terror attack? How he managed to get in touch with Headley, and also how he got made Headley's fake visa for India. And not once but 5 times Headley came to India. Also his connections with Lashkar-e-Toiba is very important to understand. Had he met Hafiz Saeed from Lashkar-e-Toiba? How many operatives were operating in Lashkar-e-Toiba? Had the meeting happened in Dubai, in Pakistan, or somewhere else? And did the meeting, what was offered in the meeting to Tahawwur Hussain Rana, what was in the bank for Tahawwur Hussain Rana that he hatched such a devastating plan where the attack took place? So these are all the hard-hitting questions which Tahawwur Hussain Rana has to respond during the questioning with NIA. Back to you.
That is right. And once again, those 3 pictures on your screen, drag back to India. In the middle, first picture of the handover, in chains, by the way. He's actually in chains and he's being handed to Indian authorities, and the grilling will begin. Ministry of Home Affairs, viewers, getting some more breaking updates. Ministry of Home Affairs has been monitoring the entire situation, remember, from the beginning, and now they will go ahead and monitor the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana. Rana's interrogation will go ahead and be monitored by MHA. And as part of the strict procedural protocol, the NIA officials have been directed to meticulously maintain a diary documenting every response Rana provides during the questioning. This detailed record is subsequently be submitted to the MHA, which will scrutinize the diary as part of its oversight into the high-stakes investigation. Now, let's not forget that this is the MHA keeping a close eye on this interrogation. Riyanka, coming to you right now, the MHA has been monitoring the entire extradition along with NSA Ajit Doval. And this time, everything that Rana will speak will be recorded in a diary, and that diary will be handed over to the top officials of the MHA. Just take our viewers through the latest details we're learning of on that front.
Well, we already know that the entire process of questioning will in fact be recorded. There are 2 cameras that have been set up in the interrogation room, and on sidelines of that, a diary will also be maintained as far as all the details of the questioning. His answers will be all very well maintained in that particular diary, which will be then handed over to the MHA. As we understand, the MHA is very, very closely monitoring all the updates and the details of this particular story, given the fact that the MHA had been, very pivotal in the steps of extradition, a successful extradition. NSA Ajit Doval, as you rightly mentioned, was in fact on the forefront. There was meetings at the MHA that had happened a day before Tahawwur Rana was in fact brought in to India, and which is why the important role of MHA comes in, where all the details that will be gathered by the NIA during the questioning will be sent to MHA for scrutiny.
That is right. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in. Tahawwur Rana allegedly expressed approval of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks in an intercepted conversation with David Headley, stating that Indians deserved it. He reportedly praised the 9 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists killed during the assault, saying that they should be awarded Pakistan's highest military honor for bravery, typically reserved for fallen soldiers. This is what you see right now, viewers. US is revealing details of Rana and the David Headley conversations. And let's not forget, it was David Headley, the co-conspirator and childhood friend of Rana, who had, by the way, exposed him. I want to go to Harsha. Harsha, this is a big update coming in right now, and this is what. Remember that David Headley to the United States in Chicago court had revealed that Rana helped him set up a fake immigration office in Mumbai as cover for scouting terror targets. It's not a surprise that the US has revealed even more details about the Headley and Rana connection. Yes.
Yes, that was the time when US arrested David Headley, and after that, when David Headley became the approver, and we got to know his connection with Lashkar-e-Taiba and how was the connection? What was the connection between David Headley and Tahawwur Hussain Rana? How both of them were the conspirator. David Headley was given the targets from the side of Tahawwur Hussain Rana. The immigration officer was set up here, and also fake visa of David Headley was made by Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and that is the reason why again and again we are reiterating that in the entire process, the hatching of a plan, the mastermind is Tahawwur Hussain Rana. How come he had made David Headley's visa 5 times to travel to India? And David Headley not only in Mumbai but traveled to Delhi as well. He came to India 5 times on that fake visa. Who was the immigration officer? How was he set up? These are the questions which need to be answered, and that will be now answered by Tahawwur Hussain Rana during the interrogation. And the press release the statement which has been shared by the US to India, it has a detailed report of the connection between David Headley and Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the connection with the Lashkar-e-Taiba as well, and how these conspirators not only hatched a plan but were also the main involved, and how they were involved with the operatives of the terror group and also with the ISI. So this is a huge we can say huge news which is coming out about their operative, about their network, about their hatching of a plan. And this US was already aware of when David Headley was first arrested in US, and when he was presented in the Chicago court, there were several details which came out, and more of which will be answered by Tahawwur Hussain Rana now during the interrogation, which is already underway in the NIA headquarters.
Speaking about what David Headley, who by the way is a childhood friend and co-conspirator, had revealed and thrown Rana under the bus at that US court, Chicago court. Coming to you, Riyanka, Headley's testimony, which the US is revealing all the details of one by one, will be playing heavily against Rana as the interrogation is beginning any time now. Yes, go ahead.
Well, certainly that is going to be the case. The testimonies of David Headley, as he had in fact earlier turned a prover in this case, all these evidences that were in fact collected, that was also provided from the side of the United States, all of these evidences will be put in forward of Tahawwur Rana, and cross-questioning will be happening on that regard to understand what exactly was the plan, how was it hatched, who all were involved in this particular game plan in order to carry out such deadly attacks in Mumbai Mumbai, whether or not there was a plan to carry out more such attacks in the future, and what could have been the amount of attacks they were planning. So a huge expose will be coming into being, given the fact that several details of the testimonies given by David Coleman Headley will also be put forward in front of Tahawwur Rana.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to both of you, both Riyanka and Harsha at different locations at the NIA headquarters where the interrogation is beginning. We have to move ahead right now to Bharat in 2 minutes, where we give you a lowdown of all the other stories we're tracking right now. Starting off with some of the other stories which is coming in right now, Prime Minister Modi has gone ahead and inaugurated development projects. And this is coming in from Varanasi, where Prime Minister Modi is set to visit his parliamentary constituency, and he's there. He is inaugurating and lay the foundation stone for as many as 44 development projects, collectively valued at 3,880 crores. Notably, this will be the Narendra Modi's 50th visit to the holy city after becoming Prime Minister. In 2014, PM Modi will land at the airport, and then he will be holding an address which he did a short while back. A huge fire broke out at a pipe factory in Pithampur industrial area in Madhya Pradesh. While fire tenders rushed to the spot, no details of casualties or injuries have been reported as of yet. The fire dousing efforts continue to remain underway as fire services are scrambling to get the blazes under control. Robust snow clearing operation are underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The DC of Poonch, Vikas Kundal, is overlooking the clearance drive and has said that Border Road Organization workers have managed to clear the fresh snow. Tomorrow, which is the 12th of April, is marked as the birth anniversary of Rajput ruler Rana Sanga. In the wake of the occasion, a Hindu Sanatan Sabha is being organized in Agra. Security has been beefed up for a public meeting which is expected to see a huge footfall. In Kerala, the seaport managed by Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited welcomed the world's biggest eco-friendly container ship, the MSC Turkey. The MSC Turkey is operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company and is known for its massive size and eco-friendly features. We're getting some breaking news coming in. DMK has sacked senior leader K. Pon Mudi, also the Forest Minister, as Deputy General Secretary after uproar over his derogatory remarks on women. However, he will complete his term as a minister. His speech on couple of issues in which he made disparaging remarks against women has gone viral. That is right. His colleague in DMK MP Kanimoi Karunanidhi condemned the minister for his comments. Let's go to Sharada, who's joining us live from Chennai. Sharada, DMK sacks senior leader K. Pon Mudi, and K. Pon Mudi has been in the news for a long time for controversial remarks. He has got himself in trouble, and it looks like that he has been sacked. Now, if you could take our viewers through sacked from which post and the other details coming in.
Well, Pon Mudi is the DMK's party's Deputy General Secretary. Right now, after his remark on a caste-based issue, he's been sacked from the party. And now Kanimori also has tweeted stating that the statement made by Pon Mudi is not right and that it's very condemnable. Pon Mudi, it's not the first time making a statement like this. Earlier, he's been constantly pointing out the caste OC, and then he's been talking about it in all the public meets in Tamil Nadu. Speaking at his latest public meet in Pondicherry, what Pon Mudi said was about a casteist remark and how especially the particular caste would have and what this exposition they would be using with prostitutes if they go to. And this particular statement has made an outrage among the entire Tamil Nadu, and everybody is been asking Pon Mudi to take back what he said and even apologize to the particular community. Now the BJP leaders here have pointed out that Pon Mudi's statement is very condemnable, following which the DMK has taken an action to sack him from his position as the party Deputy General Secretary, and now MP Trichy Shiva would be taking up that position. However, Ponmudi, who is a minister, will be continuing as a minister until his term ends when the elections comes up to 2026.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Sharatha. I will be coming back to you for more on that, but we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. A joint operation has been launched by the Indian Army and the police in Kishtwar. One terrorist affiliated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed outfit has been neutralized. The encounter marks a significant success in the ongoing counter-terrorism efforts in the region, with security forces acting on specific intelligence to corner the Jaish outfit. And remember, viewers, this is coming right after how so many efforts have been made to crack down on terror. One Jaish terrorist gunned down by the Indian Army, and we have those pictures also coming in for you from earlier today from Kishtwar. It's a joint operation by the Indian Army and the police. We'll try to connect to our colleague Gursimran in a short while from now. Significant victory when it comes to crack down against terror. Gursimran joining us. Gursimran, you know, the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been extremely active in that area, and finally one terrorist has been neutralized. If you could take our viewers through what else do we know about this encounter, how many more terrorists are still hiding, and what is happening in those operations as we speak.
See, this is a big success for the Jammu police as well as for the Indian Army, that after relentless operations for more than 20 days in different parts of the Jammu region, they have been able to neutralize terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, while 2 terrorists are still trapped. These terrorists are part of the Jaish group that is headed by Jaish commander Saifullah, who is a Pakistani terrorist, and we can also confirm that the killed Jaish terrorist is a Pakistani terrorist. This was in the Chatru area of the Kishtwar, where the encounter broke out between the terrorists and the security forces, and based on this intelligence input, we saw that how the terrorists were sneaking into the Indian territory. But when this group of terrorists, they were intercepted by the Jammu and Kashmir police day before yesterday evening, police cordoned in along with the Indian Army, and now one terrorist has been neutralized. That is the confirmation we are getting from the Indian Army as well as Jammu and Kashmir police, and the forces are hopeful that by the end of the day they will be able to neutralize this entire group of Jaish-e-Mohammed, thus getting a major success for the security forces as well as the civilians in the Kishtwar district. Because if you see the backdrop of these incidents, starting from the 23rd of March in the Sanyal, where terrorists escaped, then in the Sufain area, we saw that the 3 terrorists of Jaish were killed, but 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police made a supreme sacrifice. So that was a major setback, despite the fact that the terrorists were killed. Then it was on the 31st of March where we saw that the terrorists were trapped in the Pantirthi area of Bilawar, but they managed to escape. Day before yesterday, it was in the Ramnagar area. Terrorists also managed to escape, but now they have been killed. 1 terrorist has been killed and 2 are trapped. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side of the break.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
611 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA.
पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं. ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है.
Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following it.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
The Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now, we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science, and history. If you have the talent and want the reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook
Viewers, we'll be breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, getting you the big update that is the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana, which is taking place under very, very heavy security, and a lot of questions need to be answered about how Rana orchestrated the 26/11 terror attacks. All this and much more coming right up, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. PM Modi is in Varanasi for his 50th visit, launches several key projects. Tahawwur Rana taken out of the lockup and brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning. Team of 12 NIA officers under the leadership of DIG Jaya Roy grilled Tahawwur Rana. Daily reports of interrogation to be sent to the MHA. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused. All out politics over Tahawwur Rana extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in. Kanhaiya Kumar, Congress's Tukre Tukre mascot, has mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. In fact, not only this, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan said that the terrorist and 26/11 mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who has been extradited from the United States to India, must receive a fair trial and the right to appeal in the country. Chavan, who appears to be an advocate for terrorist civic rights, stated that Rana should be granted a fair trial similar to the one given to 26/11 attacker Jamal Kasab. All right, getting you these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see those pictures as well, where Tahawwur Rana, the first picture of him being dragged back to India. This happened yesterday night. Then the middle picture is the first picture of the handover from the US authorities to the Indian authorities. And on the extreme right, you see the pictures coming in of the NIA who's grilling Tahawwur Rana. And that is an interrogation which has been everybody has been tracking for so long. India has been waiting to interrogate Tahawwur Rana, and remember, he's already in the custody of the NIA. Let's go ahead and play out all the reactions coming in as the political war of words breaks out.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को
को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा है। एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
Not only the Congress, but their allies are also mocking India's diplomatic win. Shiv Sena UBT leader Sanjay Raut states that Tahawwur Rana will be hanged during Bihar elections.
ये लोग क्या एक जो वो राणा लाया है तो क्या तहव्वुर राणा, तो ये बीजेपी का राणा फेस्टिवल चल रहा है क्या? ये किसी का भी फेस्टिवल करते हैं ये लोग, सभी विषय का फेस्टिवल बनाते हैं। कल अगर दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेके आया जाएंगे तो वे दाऊद इब्राहिम फेस्टिवल बनाएंगे, ऐसी उनकी राजनीति है। तो आने वाले 7-8 दिन में जब तक बिहार का चुनाव आता है तब तक के तहव्वुर राणा फेस्टिवल इस देश में चलाएंगे।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleagues who are joining us. We have both Harsha and we have Riyanka, both of them at NIA headquarters in different locations. And before I ask you, both of you, about the interrogation, I just want a quick word from Harsha first about the political war of words and the opposition which is continuing to politicize the matter. Yes, go ahead, Harsha, and take our viewers through what is happening and the kind of comments coming in, especially from Kanhaiya Kumar, who has downplayed the entire diplomatic win of India.
So, Shivangi, there's a new political law which the opposition leader have stooped in this entire credit war. However, on one side we saw opposition leaders like P. Chidambaram, Pramod Tiwari, and other leaders continuously stating that this was a painstaking process in initiating, leading to Tahawwur Rana's extradition. It was being done during the UPA tenure only. The process was slow, the wheels moved slow, and now it has been pushed forward. They have been taking the credit, and now Kanhaiya Kumar downplaying it. You can clearly understand the mindset of the opposition party. Calling it a diplomatic win, they are now hitting hard at government. While we know that how much people's life was lost in Mumbai terror attack, 166 lives were lost, 288 were injured. Till now, there was commandos in the team of Major Unni Krishnan. They were sharing the horrific detail exactly what happened that time, that night inside Taj Hotel, at CST station, at Chabad House, several places where the guns were blazing at that night by the terrorists who had attacked the several places in Mumbai. Rather than calling it a diplomatic win and speaking in favor of the country, that how much effort of the government has gone into the extradition of Tahawwur Rana to India, the work which should have been done by the opposition party when there was a UPA tenure in 2008 and 2009. They didn't do this effort, and that is the reason this entire delay took place in the extradition of Tahawwur Rana in India. Now, with the effort of the central government, finally Hussain is in India and he will be interrogated. The justice is what everyone is looking for. So many victims, so many family people, and who lost their loved ones in that terror attack, and who is to answer all those questions. And that is the new law which the Kanhaiya Kumar and these opposition parties have stooped to, and therefore BJP have been continuously stating that in this diplomatic win also they have thought of taking it a credit, seeing it as a credit war, and also as calling it a government tactics, which is not. It is merely for country. It is a country win. It is a diplomatic win. It was a political will of the government that today Tahawwur Rana is in the headquarters of NIA and is being hardened and is being posed with the hard questions of the NIA on the 2008 Mumbai.
Hold on, Harsha. While the opposition continues to politicize the matter, while India demands closure in the 26/11 terror attack case, members of the NDA have now slammed the Congress. Let's listen in to these reactions.
तहव्वुर राना हो या तसव्वुर राना, जो भी आतंकवादी घटनाएं घटा था कांग्रेस के समय 26/11/2008 में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमेरिका से पकड़ करके ऐसे आतंकवादियों को लाने का काम किया देश में। अब इससे कई परत उठेंगे पाकिस्तान के गुंडागर्दी का, पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवादियों के गिरोह का ये पर्दा उठेगा। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को चाहने वाले लोग को बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा है कि मोदी आतंकवाद पर नकेल कर।
Getting some updates coming in, and I had to question Tahawwur Rana on his visit to Kerala when he was in India in November. According to sources, Tahawwur Rana visited Kerala and could have met people who might be involved in this conspiracy in providing him help in the country to go ahead and hatch the attack plan. Rana met co-conspirators in Kerala, and I had to question Rana on November 2008 Kerala visit which he had taken. So these are some of the updates coming in right now on what our sources are telling us, because there's a big line of questions which need to be asked to Rana to understand how he orchestrated the terror attacks which kill innocent lives. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Riyanka, yes, take our viewers through what is happening right now. Rana was on a visit to Kerala where he could have met co-conspirators, and this is one angle which is being questioned, and this is one of the questions which will be posed to Tahawwur Rana. Just take our viewers through that and what we can expect next.
Well, Shivangi, as we also know that the line of questioning has most likely begun, and the angle coming in from the sources is the investigation on his visit to Kerala back in November 2008, and we also understand that Tahawwur Rana, when he visited Kerala, could have met several people and other suspects who were also aware of whatever plans or whatever activities were being carried out, whether it was logistical activities or whether it was meetings in closed doors. All that in fact will be asked from Tahawwur Rana on his visit to Kerala, and all the people he has met. When we understood the fact that the NIA has created a huge list of questions for Tahawwur Rana, we also know that it is going to be revealed that the people, the other suspects in this case who are probably roaming out there in open will also be brought under the scanner very soon once Tahawwur Rana opens his mouth, something that is we are awaiting, and all the like.
Getting updates coming in. Thank you, Modi. Posters put up in Mumbai after Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Let's put out those pictures coming in for our viewers, where you will see pictures coming in of PM Modi posters which have been put up post the successful extradition of Tahawwur Rana, and a big diplomatic victory which has come in for India and the BJP-led government as well. Okay, those are pictures coming in where you can see this is a picture coming in from Mumbai. We'll try to, of course, try to understand what is written there, but it's a thank you poster to the Prime Minister of India. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had met Donald Trump in February this year, in 2025, where Trump clearly said that Rana will be handed over to India, and Rana is a very, very evil person. US has also said that they will be working together with India to make sure that they crack down on any kind of terrorist who is escaping borders and not facing justice in their own country. And this regard, US has really helped India a lot, and the entire effort was also spearheaded by the Prime Minister. So these are thank you posters which you can see in different parts in Mumbai. Back to my updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, and Prime Minister Modi has been spearheading the efforts and holding multiple talks with Donald Trump in the past few years. In the first and the second stints of Donald Trump as a president of the United States. And finally, after holding those talks, Prime Minister Modi has been relentless in making sure that Tahawwur Rana does return, and that has happened. Thank you posters being seen in different places. Okay, we go ahead once again to the interrogation which is happening. Exclusive input on Rana's interrogation is out, and it has been accessed by Republic TV in a high security setup. The first round of interrogation of Tahawwur Rana will be with officials focusing on his personal life and family background, aiming to build a psychological profile. The second phase will delve into the details of his 2008 trip to India just before the Mumbai attacks, seeking crucial insights into his movements and associations during that period. Authorities have made stringent preparations inside the interrogation room to ensure Rana cannot harm himself. These are some details coming in of what is happening inside the interrogation room. Let's go. Riyanka is joining us once more. Riyanka, once again, we put our focus back on the interrogation now. Take our viewers through the latest coming in. So there's a layers and layers of security. And the first effort would be to identify and confirm Rana's family background and other details of his personal identity. That is one of the first priorities of the interrogation. This is a psychological profile which will be built on Rana as the interrogation continues. Yes, take it forward. Riyanka.
Absolutely. The first line of questioning will, of course, be on Tahawwur Rana's personal life and the history of his background, from where he belongs, and all the people who are close associates with him, in order to understand, with whom he was in contact, probably who could have been a part of this conspiracy, along with Tahawwur Rana and David Coleman Headley, which is why it is very important to understand his family background, as well as the people who he have been friends in the childhood. Remember, he was friends with David Headley since childhood, so that is one angle, which is why this particular line of questioning is very important to understand his background. On the other hand, like I was telling earlier, his visit to Kerala, the people he probably had met at that point in time, they are also could have been under the scanner, roaming out there freely. On the other hand, many such questions regarding all the information and the evidences that the NIA has from the investigation till now, that the emails, the voice samples, the documents, all of that will be in fact put forward in front of Tahawwur Rana for a cross questioning, and then all the details will be sent to the MHA, who is very closely monitoring all the
I'm getting some more breaking updates coming in. Breaking news coming in at this moment. NIA sources are telling us that a test identification parade of the accused will be done to establish the credibility of the witnesses and to ensure the identity of the accused. So the identity of the accused in this case, who is Tahawwur Rana, is one of the prime initial steps of the interrogation and the processes which need to be followed. The main purpose of the process is to find out whether the witness can identify a person whom he saw at the time of crime or not. I want to go back to our reporters on this. We're getting some more updates coming in right now, but okay, let's go to the big update coming in. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in, back-to-back breaking updates coming in. MHA to closely monitor Rana's interrogation, and MHA and NSA Ajit Doval, remember, have been monitoring the extradition from the very beginning. But now the MHA will also be monitoring the interrogation, where a diary will also be submitted to the MHA for review. So whatever Rana is saying in the interrogation, that will be written down and submitted for review. I want to first go across to my colleague who's joining us, Riyanka. And Riyanka, we have so many updates coming in different angles to cover in the story. But I also want to ask you, before we talk about other details, about what we told our viewers just a minute ago, and that is that the kind of legal proceedings and interrogation is world class. So that was assured by the Indian authorities to the US before the extradition, that they will follow international standards when it comes to the legal proceedings, because that is what Rana had said earlier, that he might not get the best facilities or the best legal help, but that everything is being followed as promised. The first step is to make sure that the witnesses are also verified. West Bengal right now, because we are seeing that the protests are continuing once again, and these are protests after the teachers had lost their job post the SSC scam. The protests are not stopping anytime soon, and the teachers are all the teachers who lost their appointments are extremely angry. They have hit the roads and they are protesting and they want answers. Remember that this is West Bengal School Service Commission case is one of the biggest recruitment scams which happened under the TMC government, and there were huge allegations against the West Bengal School Service Commission where the selection process was fraught with a lack of transparency. And after that, these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And remember, after the Supreme Court verdict on the SSC scam case, we are seeing that the teachers have now hit the streets, and these protests have been escalating and snowballing and becoming bigger day by day. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, and huge updates in terms of the teachers who have lost their jobs now are back on the road, and they have been protesting. Some of the protests initially were quieter, and some of them have been also quite chaotic. And these are some of the pictures of protesters once again hitting the streets. It's a big blow to also the TMC government when the Supreme Court upheld an earlier verdict of the Calcutta High Court and invalidated approximately 25,700 plus appointments of teaching and non-teaching staff. These teachers who lost their jobs and whose appointments have been cancelled have hit the streets. Those are the pictures of those teachers coming in. These appointments, remember, were made by a recruitment panel set back by the West Bengal School Service Commission.
रैली मूवमेंट यहाँ पे होने वाला है। ये एसएससी भवन के सामने हम लोग हैं, और ये जो भी बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन में, ये वो टीचर्स हैं जिन लोगों का जॉब चला गया है। और मैं एक बार बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा। यहाँ पे बहुत सारा टीचर्स भी हमको दिख रहे हैं। आप लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, और बहुत बड़ा रैली भी आ रही है। क्या मांगे हैं आपकी?
प्रथमत हमारे योग्य जरा शिक्षक चाकरी हरा
बोल पाएंगे,
हिंदी में भी बोल पाएंगे। जो लोग योग्य है, जो लोग अपनी नौकरी से हाथ धोकर बैठे हैं, योग्य होने के बावजूद भी ये जो है कि कानूनी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के राय से हुआ है। तो हम लोग यही चाहते हैं कि जिस तरह ये कानून की तरीके से हम लोगों से छीना गया है, उसी तरह हम लोग चाहते हैं कि एसएससी हम लोगों का योग्य जो कैंडिडेट है वो लोगों का पूरा OMR प्रकाशित करे, ताकि हम लोग कानूनी तरीके से
जॉब आपको मिल पाए। टीचर्स यही बोल रहे हैं कि हम लोगों को अपना जॉब वापस चाहिए, क्योंकि वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट ने कौन योग्य है और कौन इनएलिजिबल है वो डिवाइड नहीं कर पाया है, उसको लेकर के। और यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा पुलिस हम लोग देख रहे हैं, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट भी हुआ है बहुत बड़ा, और पुलिस आ रहा है। यहाँ पे पुलिस का बहुत बड़ा डिप्लॉयमेंट भी हम लोग को दिख रहा है। और यहाँ पे जो शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से रैली और प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा डिप्लॉयमेंट हुआ है पुलिस का भी। और हम लोग देखा 2 दिन पहले हम लोगों ने देखा है कैसे लाठीचार्ज हुआ था। पुलिस ने लाठीचार्ज किया था, जो टीचर्स हैं उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था बहुत ज्यादा। तो अभी क्वेश्चन उठ रहा है, आज जो शांतिपूर्ण रैली हो रहा है एसएससी के सामने, तो वो रैली में भी क्या लाठीचार्ज होगा, ऐसा टीचर्स पूछ रहे हैं। क्योंकि यहाँ पे पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट भी हर मोमेंट बढ़ रहा है। और यहाँ पे हम लोग देख रहे हैं पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट एकदम जो प्रदर्शन है उसके बीच में जा रही है। और यहाँ पे हम लाइव विजुअल्स दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे पुलिस का जो आधिकारिक है, बहुत सीनियर्स ऑफिशियल्स है, वो लोग भी यहाँ पे है। और यहाँ पे शायद वो लोग एरिया में देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं क्या सिचुएशन है। यहाँ पे रैली जो है एक तरफ से आ रही है, दूसरी तरफ से मोदी के चले जावे
Right. So as you can see, viewers, these are, I mean, the state's brutal security crackdown on the SSC protesters has clearly failed to deter them from coming out on the streets in waves and waves and protest the deprivation of jobs and, you know, like what they're claiming, the deceit by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Now, there's been a heavy police deployment outside the SSC Bhavan today in anticipation of the protests, but that is as is evidenced by these visuals on your televisions, on the television screens. The deployment has clearly failed to deter the protesters from coming and seeking restoration of the jobs. Now, yesterday we saw, moving visuals of the police raining batons and, physically assaulting the job protesters. They were only, all they were asking for is
All right, viewers, getting you much more updates coming in, and that was the SEC scam protest. Big showdown in West Bengal. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking and will continue to be so. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get your...
The Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
611 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA.
पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है.
Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following it.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world, and they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook brass, and they have gone scorched earth to prevent her from telling what she knows. They've sued her. They have sought a gag order against her. They have begged courts to take her book off of the shelves. They tried to get it stopped from being printed in the first place. They have threatened her, get this, with $50,000 in punitive damages every time she mentions Facebook in public.
One of the challenges
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tahawwur Rana taken out of lockup and brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused.
तहव्वुर राना को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का.
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी.
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं.
All out politics over Tahawwur Rana extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removed Minister K. Ponmuri from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue as minister. Prime Minister Modi in Varanasi for his 50th visit, launching several key projects. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Samant and we begin this edition with breaking news coming in on the Sambhal violence. This is the latest update as SP Sambhal Krishna Kumar, Sambhal SP Krishna Kumar Bishnoi, who has reached the Inquiry Commission office to appear before the Judicial Commission investigating the incident. As part of the ongoing probe, Bishnoi is set to record his statement and hand over crucial evidence related to the violence. The three-member Judicial Commission, headed by retired Justice Devendra Arora and comprising former DGP A.K. Jain and former IAS officer Amit Mohan Prasad, have already recorded their statements from the District Magistrate of Sambhal and several other key officials. Let me cut across to Ajay Dubey, joining us live with further details of how this has proceeded further. Ajay.
See, definitely today this SP is in front of the committee and he's giving answers whatever happened that day in Sambhal, because that day more than 3 people died in Sambhal, and that event was very much surprising how that crowd gathered and how they have behaved in that way. So many questions are with the committee, and they are asking questions to the SP, and he's telling about details about how security arrangements were made and things were in that form. So at that moment when this incident took place, government established a committee, Ayog, which was looking after the incident, and today the SP is in front of that committee and is giving answers regarding that event.
All right, Ajay, many thanks for getting us those details. Ajay Dubey there telling us how the investigation in the Sambhal violence has moved further. As we understand that Sambhal SP Krishna Kumar Bishnoi reached the Inquiry Commission in office to appear before the Judicial Commission investigating the incident. As part of the ongoing probe, Bishnoi has already set the is set to record his statement and hand over crucial evidence related to the violence and what he had observed. The three-member Judicial Commission, headed by retired Justice Devendra Arora and comprising former DGP A.K. Jain and former IAS officer Amit Mohan Prasad, have already recorded their statements from the District Magistrate of Sambhal and several other key officials. Also cutting across to Sahil to get further details of how questioning continues and crucial evidence is being gathered. Sahil.
देखिए, आज लखनऊ में एसपी संभल कृष्ण कुमार बिश्नोई के जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड होने हैं, क्योंकि बीते सोमवार के दिन उनको नोटिस दिया गया था कि वो संभल के जो एसपी हैं वो लखनऊ पहुंचे, वहां पे आके अपना जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड करा। और यही वजह है कि इस समय एसपी जो है इस लखनऊ में मौजूद है, उनके जो स्टेटमेंट वो रिकॉर्ड की जा रही, क्योंकि 24 नवंबर बीते साल के दिन जो हिंसा हुई थी संभल में, उस समय मौके पर मौजूद थे। तमाम चीज़ें उन्होंने देखी थी, किस तरीके से भीड़ एकत्रित हुई थी, किस तरीके से माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब हुआ था, और उसको किस तरीके से जो तैयारियां थी वो फिलहाल देखी गई थी। लेकिन अभी की आप तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी कुछ ही देर में जुम्मे की नमाज अदा होने वाली है, तो उसको लेके पुलिस ने भी जो इंतजामात हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा पुख्ता किए गए हैं। पूरे संभल में पुलिस को अलर्ट मोड पर रखा गया है। ये तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं सत्यवत पुलिस चौकी की है, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जवानों की तैनाती है, महिला पुलिसकर्मी भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसके अलावा जो यूपी पुलिस के जो जवान हैं उनकी भी यहाँ पर डिप्लॉयमेंट की गई है। पुलिस का जो मकसद है कि पूरे संभल के अंदर जो माहौल है वो शांतिपूर्ण बना रहे। इसके अलावा कोई भी शख्स जो है माहौल को ख़राब करने की कोशिश करे तो पुलिस को जो है वो सूचित किया जा सके। इसके साथ ही संभल की जो सोशल मीडिया एक पुलिस टीम है वो सोशल मीडिया पे भी नज़र रखे हुए कि किसी प्रकार का असामाजिक जो पोस्ट है वो वहाँ पर ना हो, उस अकाउंट को डिलीट किया जा सके। और यही वजह है कि ऐसी तस्वीरें जो हैं पूरे संभल में देखने को मिल रही है। रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स टाइम टू टाइम जो है फ्लैग मार्च कर रही है और लोगों से अपील करेगी कोई भी जो शख्स संभल हिंसा से संबंधित कोई भी माहौल को ख़राब करने की जानकारी इधर उधर फैलाता है तो उसकी जानकारी जो है पुलिस को दी जा सके। और इसी मकसद से जो है पुलिस अधिकारी जो है टाइम टू टाइम पूरे संभल के अंदर फ्लैग मार्च करते हैं, फुट पेट्रोलिंग करते हैं, कार पेट्रोलिंग करते हैं। और रामनवमी के दिन सत्यवत पुलिस चौकी का उद्घाटन हुआ था। उसके बाद आज पहला जुम्मे की नमाज का दिन है, तो इसको लेकर पुलिस पूरी तरह अलर्ट मोड पे है। इसके अलावा बीते 2 से 3 दिन पहले संभल सांसद जियो रहमान बर्ग यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे, पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन करी थी, उसको लेकर पुलिस ने पूरी जो कमर है वो कसी हुई है। साथ ही बीते दिनों दोनों सदनों में बिल पास हुए थे, उसको लेकर पूरे संभल के अंदर कहीं प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा हो या कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराबी की कोशिश की जाए तो उसको तमाम चीज़ों को रोका जा सके। और इसी मकसद से रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स हो, चाहे यूपी पुलिस की आउटडोर फोर्स हो या यूपी पुलिस हो, और इन तमाम पुलिस फोर्स को पूरे संभल में अभी भी डिप्लॉय किया हुआ है। जी।
All right, many thanks for getting us the latest. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. And moving on, as we shift our focus to Kolkata. Yes, after those teachers who lost their jobs, they are now staging a protest against the Mamata government. This is in connection with the SSC teachers' protest that has now escalated. In fact, the Kolkata police that has also ordered a probe into the matter. And a massive scuffle that has also been reported. But there you see those teachers staging a peaceful protest at the moment, holding placards and banners against the Mamata government, as they say that they have been at the receiving end of the SEC scam, and 26,000 doctors, teachers who've lost their jobs, where they are now staging a sit-in protest against the Mamata government. Remember, the BJP has also gone hammer and tong against the Mamata government, demanding answers. And there you see how many of those teachers raising slogans against the Mamata government, demanding justice as they want their jobs back. Priyabrata joining us from the newsroom to give us further details of how these protests are now escalating. Priyabrata.
Yeah, so as you can see from these visuals, massive protests outside the SSC Bhavan in Kolkata. And Mamata's show of Mamata's brutal crackdown, the vicious security crackdown that we saw over the last couple of days has clearly failed to deter these protesters from coming out on the streets and demanding the restoration of the jobs. Now, as we understand, 3 of the SSC protesters are sitting on a hunger strike, an indefinite hunger strike, demanding that they be absorbed in the jobs. And claiming that they won't lift the stir till the Mamata government acts. Now, previously we saw Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee holding a meeting with some of these job protesters and job losers at Kolkata's Netaji Indoor Stadium. Now, but the fact of the matter is, Mamata offered these job seekers to absorb the job seekers in voluntary service, which the protesters clearly declined, and then they sat on protests outside the Shohid Minar or near the Shohid Minar in Kolkata. And since then, there have been waves and waves of protests against the Mamata government. Now, over the last couple of days, we saw the police, cracking down on these protesters.
Yes.
Wielding savage blows, batons raining on protesters. The police throwing kicks and punches at these protesters while they lay on the streets demanding that they be restored to their jobs be restored. But now, as these visuals will tell you, the protests are only mounting, and the pressure is only growing on the Mamata government to meet the demands of these job losers. Back to you.
Oh yes, Priyabata, continue talking to us, because this not just has the Kolkata police divided, where one section supporting the kind of force that was used on the teachers, or rather justifying the officers, saying that it was a lapse of judgment, whereas the others saying it that this has never been the case when it comes to Kolkata. And even those in the state who are comparing this to RG Kaur vandalism. So all in all, pressure really building against the Mamata government in full swing.
There are larger concerns on the misplaced priorities of the Mamata police. As you can see, you have to juxtapose what's happening in Kolkata right now outside the SSC Bhavan with what is happening across the state over the Waqf Amendment Bill. There are protests breaking out across the state, and you see the police strangely missing in action. I mean, protesters are going around the streets, turning over vehicles, torching them, setting them on fire, willfully destroying public property, and the police are silent.
Right. Priyabrata, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here. I believe Kishale is on the ground. He is talking to some of those teachers.
Teachers who lost their jobs and they're protesting today. And they're protesting in front of the SSC Bhavan. We can see that this road leads to Karunamoyi, and as far as we can see, there are only teachers in a sit-in protest demanding justice and demanding their jobs back today. The teachers who are untainted, who are eligible, they are sitting in front of SSC Bhavan, and what they're demanding is that they should get back their jobs. That is what they are saying. आप लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं मैम, आपका डिमांड है, आपका जो अनटेंटेड लिस्ट है वो जॉब वापस आना चाहिए, लेकिन पुलिस यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा एक बैरिकेड करके है. आई स्पीक टू यू, आप लोग का डिमांड फुलफिल होगा लग रहा है?
डिमांड हम फुलफिल कर लेंगे, इसीलिए अब यहाँ आए हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग एग्जाम देके सब कुछ देके यहाँ पर आए हैं. ऐसा चल के नहीं आए हैं, हमारे पास सब प्रूफ है, लेकिन फिर भी इनका जॉब गया है ये बोल रही है. सो आई आस्क यू अगेन, आपका कोई होप है इस गवर्नमेंट से? गवर्नमेंट की हाल तो यही है, हम एक साल से प्रोटेस्ट ही कर रहे हैं, पर गवर्नमेंट हमारे साथ नहीं दे रहा है, इसीलिए तो हम यहाँ पर आए हैं कि हम लोगों की
जगह स्कूल में होना चाहिए, आप रास्ते पे बैठे.
हम लोगों को यहाँ पर खड़ा कर दिया है इस गवर्नमेंट ने, इसीलिए हम यहाँ पर आए हैं. हमारा जो टैलेंट है दिखाकर हमने आए हैं, उस टैलेंट को हम क्यों रास्ते पे रखें, इसीलिए यहाँ पर आए हैं. और इसीलिए हम ये सब लोग यहाँ पर इस काम के लिए आए हैं कि हम लोग सेग्रीगेशन कर दीजिए, मिरर इमेज दे दीजिए, तो हम नहीं आते. आप लोग किसी को पैसे लेकर यहाँ पर अंदर जॉब दिया है, और यहाँ पर आकर हम लोगों के इसका जो इफेक्ट हम लोग के ऊपर पड़ रहा है.
निर्दोष है उन लोग का नौकरी गया है. आई विल शो यू द अदर साइड ऑफ this whole area, and this is the SSC Bhavan entrance, and you can see that this huge police deployment has been placed here, and this is there are two gates of SSC Bhavan. This is one of the gates, and there is this huge police deployment, and there barricades have been placed all over. The police deployment has been placed on both the sides, and the policemen are carrying lathis, they are carrying tear gas shells. So it's a question that we saw 2 days back. There was a lathi charge on the protesters, and today we see again this huge police arrangement on one side, and on the other side we see about 10 meters away the teachers who lost their jobs are protesting on the streets of Kolkata. These are live visuals from Kolkata which clearly show the situation of the teachers who lost their jobs, and right now they are on the streets demanding that who are eligible should get their jobs back as soon as possible. Back to the studio.
Kishale, continue talking to us, because the situation is now getting tensed and pressure is building against the Mamata government, first over what happened in Arjikar, and now again where the common man is up in arms saying that this is unjust, and the very fact that the police having used force on these protesting teachers has worsened the situation. Kishale.
There was rampant lathi charge on these teachers 2 days back. We saw in front of Koshba DI office, there was rampant lathi charge. The teachers were non-violent, they were protesting, they wanted their demands to be fulfilled, and these teachers who are sitting today, they were rampantly lathi charge. I will try to speak to some of the other teachers. Sir, अगर आपसे बात कर सकते हैं, आप लोग बैठे हुए हैं रास्ते पे, अभी तो होना चाहिए स्कूल में, वीकडे है, क्लासरूम में होना चाहिए, आप रास्ते पे
हम लोग सब जो न्याय परीक्षा दिया था, और उसके हिसाब से हम लोग 2016 में परीक्षा दिया था, 2019 में हम लोग अपॉइंटेड हुआ था, लेकिन हम लोगों को हमारे शिक्षकता के पद से हटा दिया गया है. इसलिए हम
इस वजह से किसने किया करप्शन?
हम लोग यहाँ पे करप्शन मतलब हमारे जो चाकरी से निकल गया था उसके हिसाब से हम लोग यहाँ पे खड़ा हुआ है कि हमारे जो न्याय था, जो पोस्ट था हमारा, उसके लिए हम लोग यहाँ पे बैठा है.
आपको रास्ते पे बिठाया कौन? आपको कौन लगता है दोषी?
दोषी निर्दोष ये तो हम लोगों को नहीं पता है, लेकिन हम लोग को ये पता है हम लोग जो अपॉइंटमेंट हुआ था वो लीगल था, वो लीगल हिसाब से हम लोग को जॉब वापस चाहिए।
लीगल प्रोसेस से जॉब मिला है। He's saying we got jobs and now we had to lose our jobs. I tried to speak to a few other teachers who are.
All right, so there you hear from the protesting teachers who complain how their jobs have been taken away. They are up in arms against the Mamata government and these protests that are escalating. Remember, this also turned political to how the BJP has been questioning the Mamata government, although Mamata Banerjee did come out in between and tried assuring these teachers that they will certainly do their best, but that has not really calmed and consoled the teachers in any which way who have taken to the streets to raise their voice against the Mamata government. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in of how the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana is currently underway at the NIA headquarters, with the investigation team set to question him twice a day. Yes, that is what has been decided. The interrogation is being carried out basis crucial facts that have emerged during the ongoing investigation into the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks case. Officials who are focusing on uncovering the extent of Rana's links with Pakistan's intelligence agency ISI and the Pakistan Army, the role he played in orchestrating that attack. Tahawwur Rana, who will be questioned twice a day by the NIA officials. Riyanka joins us on the broadcast with further details on the same. Over to you, Riyanka.
Well, we are getting information about the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana, and we know that there have been there have been several evidences that the NIA has in fact put forward in its charge sheet as well. On those lines, the interrogation is currently on. First up, it's going to be understanding the connection of Tahawwur Rana with the ISI and the links that he has with the Pakistani army. Remember, he was in fact the part of the Pakistani army before 1995. He served as a doctor there. And he, of course, has close connections in the Pak ISI. On the other hand, in fact, what we also understand that all of the, suspects that he probably had met during his several visits in Mumbai, that is also something that will be also looked into this matter. Basically, the entire conspiracy that was hatched, because remember, Tahawwur Rana is a co-conspirator along with David Coleman Headley, who he, in fact, had, extended support logistically. So all those lines will, in fact, be, seen, and questions will be put forward in front of Tahawwur Rana, especially on the evidences that have been collected in terms of samples, documents, emails, voice notes. All of this will be put in front of him.
Priyanka, I request you to stay on with us because we have more breaking news coming in connection with what the officials have found out. In fact, the NIA is all set to question Tahawwur Rana also on his visit to Kerala when he was in India in November. Now, what we picked up from our sources that Tahawwur Rana had visited Kerala and he could have met with some people who were involved in the conspiracy in terms of providing him help to hatch this attack. Riyanka, what more are you learning about the Kerala link?
Well, of course, a link has been drawn with Kerala here, as we understand that Tahawwur Rana had visited Kerala in November before the attack back in 2008, and it is very clear that, of course, he had met with several people. There could be a possibility that he had, held closed-door meetings, and which is why this particular angle is also under scrutiny to understand the people he had met, the connections that he had made in Kerala, because, there was multiple reikis that were conducted in Mumbai. Whether there was any person who was helping Tahawwur Rana to create any sort of help for Headley from Kerala, all these lines of questioning will be put forward. This is how the Kerala link is coming into being. Also, on the other hand, let me also give our viewers a bit of information that I am getting from the NIA sources. Tahawwur Rana has been kept in a cell on the ground floor, as we have already reported earlier. Then that cell has been equipped with CCTV CCTVs. There are 2 to 3 CCTVs that have been put in that particular cell.
Priyanka, I
He has
please
also
request
got a
you to
bed in
stay
that
on with
cell
us
and the
because more and
washroom
more
is also
information that we are receiving on Tahawwur Rana and how he's being questioned. In fact, we are also learning of how the Ministry of Home Affairs will closely monitor the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana, which is being conducted by the NIA. In fact, as part of strict procedural protocol, NIA officials have been directed to meticulously maintain a diary documenting every response of Tahawwur Rana provided during questioning. This detailed record that will subsequently be submitted to the MHA, which will scrutinize the diary as part of its oversight into the high-stakes investigation. Priyanka, I want to come back to you on this.
Absolutely. The Ministry of Home Affairs has been very closely monitoring the entire process, since the start of the extradition, the entire process, the success of the extradition, and also the monitoring of the flight which had come in yesterday, all the, tests that were conducted in the airport, and also now subsequently following the layers of interrogation that will be taking place. We understand that the MHA will be monitoring all the details, the questions and the answers that will be given by Tahawwur Rana. And a diary, in fact, will also be maintained, and 2 cameras have been put in the interrogation room to record the entire, interrogation sequence. So that will be sent to MHA for scrutiny, which is how the MHA is going to be putting in a lot of eye on what is happening in that interrogation room, all the links that come out, where we understand that the government is playing a pivotal role, the Ministry of Home Affairs is playing a pivotal role, keeping in mind the sensitivity of this case, how the MHA is monitoring every angle in this matter.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, more information we are receiving in that regard, Riyanka. The cell in which Tahawwur Rana has been kept is equipped with digital round-the-clock surveillance. Only 12 NIA officers who are allowed to enter the cell. 12 designated NIA officers who are the only ones who will have entry into that cell, as he will be questioned twice a day. And the cell in which Tahawwur Rana has been lodged is equipped with digital round-the-clock surveillance. Riyanka, more information.
Oh yes, NIA sources are of course giving us more details. Remember the cell where Tahawwur Rana has in fact been kept. It's in the ground floor of the NIA building, and it is a 14 by 14 cell which is equipped with the washroom which is present inside, because the movement of Tahawwur Rana is going to be limited inside the NIA headquarters. It is just going to be the interrogation room and back to his cell under heavy security, and he will be escorted by several security officers. What we understand that the cell has multiple layer digital security as well as 24-hour guards. Like I mentioned, there is always going to be huge security that will be surrounding Tahawwur Rana, because in these cases we have seen these inmates go ahead and try to harm themselves. So all the precautions on that regard has also been taken place by the NIA. Rana's movement will be minimal in the NIA headquarters, and he will be interrogated with a recording under the surveillance of 2 cameras, like I already mentioned. 8 agencies have requested the NIA for Rana's interrogation. Apart from that, Rana will be given food and all other essentials inside the cell itself. So very clearly understood that these 18 days custody at the NIA headquarters, Tahawwur Rana's movement very much limited. Food, water, washroom, all present in the particular cell, a 14 by 14 cell, which is also air conditioned, to be precise.
Priyanka, thank you for those details. In fact, we also give our viewers a glimpse of the kind of politics that is playing out. Yes, at a time when Congress is trying to take credit for Tahawwur Rana's extradition, and Indie leaders are calling it a political move. They should not. For the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called out UPA government in 2011 after US declared Tahawwur Rana innocent in the Mumbai attack. Listen into that statement.
अमेरिका की शिकागो की कोर्ट में आज राणा एक टेररिस्ट को मुक्त करने का फैसला हो चुका है। इस घटना ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने वाली हर शक्तियों के लिए, हर सरकार के लिए एक नया सवालिया निशान खड़ा किया है।
और विशेष रूप से जिन्होंने षड्यंत्र रचा, ऐसे तहव्वुर राणा को भारत सरकार ने सफलता के साथ भारत में लाया है और हमारी जस्टिस सिस्टम को, हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था को उसे फेस करना होगा। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्रकार से जो हमारे दिल पर बोझ था कि कसाब को तो हमने फांसी दी, लेकिन षड्यंत्र करने वाला अभी बाकी है, तो उसको भी यहां पर लाने का काम ये भारत सरकार ने जो किया है, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, विशेष रूप से उन तमाम मुंबईकरों की ओर से जिन्होंने अपने परिवारजनों को इस हमले में खोया है। जहां तक इसके जांच का सवाल है, इसको NIA लीड कर रहा है, NIA इसमें इंट्रोगेशन कर रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और विशेष रूप से मुंबई पुलिस की ओर से NIA को जो भी इसमें आवश्यकता होगी वो सारी चीजें हम देंगे। इसको NIA तय करेगी कहाँ जांच करनी है, कहाँ ले जाना है या नहीं ले जाना है। NIA जो निर्णय लेगी वही निर्णय के ऊपर सारा काम होगा। अगर कुछ जांच में हम लोगों को सहभागिता देनी है, अगर NIA को लगता है तो वो हम करेंगे। कुछ एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर हमको चाहिए तो NIA के माध्यम से हम लोग उसको लेंगे, लेकिन इस बारे में सारे निर्णय ये भारत सरकार के होम मिनिस्ट्री और NIA करेगा। वो जो तय करेंगे उसको हम फॉलो करेंगे। ही खरं म्हणजे आपल्या सगळ्यांकरता अतिशय समाधानाची बाब आहे की 26/11चा षड्यंत्रकारी तहव्वूर राणा याला भारतामध्ये आणण्याकरता भारत सरकारने जो प्रयत्न केला होता तो यशस्वी झाला आणि त्याला आता भारतीय न्याय व्यवस्थेसमोर आपल्या गुन्ह्याकरता सामोरं जावं लागेल। मी याकरता
We'll continue to get you all the latest reactions on the other side as Team Modi hailed the move of how Tahawwur Rana has been extradited back to India.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
6/11 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA court.
पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं। ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है।
Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following it.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
Rana taken out of the lockup and brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused.
को केस लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All out politics over Tahawwur Rana extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmuri from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue as minister. PM Modi is in Varanasi for his 50th visit, launching several key projects. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. Very good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Samant, and first up we got across to breaking news coming in. DMK sacked senior leader K. Ponmuri, also the Forest Minister, as Deputy General Secretary after an uproar over the derogatory remarks he made against women. However, he will complete his term as minister, is what the DMK has decided. His speech on Shaivism and Vaishnavism, in which he made disparaging remarks against women, has gone viral on social media. His colleague and DMK MP, Kanimoi, condemned the minister for his comments. Listen in. And before we play that out, let me cut across to Sharda, joining us live on the broadcast. Sharda, what sort of action is this? He can continue as minister. Then how are they possibly taking action against him for making such remarks against women?
Well, this is not the first time that Ponmuri has made remarks against women, or especially when it comes to caste-based criticisms that he's been making against Vaishnavism and Shaivism. We also know that now Kanimuri has condemned this particular sentence made by Ponmuri yesterday, last Sunday in Pondicherry at a public meet. However, what we know right now is that he's been sacked from his position from the party as the Deputy General Secretary. It is also likely that the talks are going inside the DMK as per our sources, and it is said that the minister might likely be sacked from his position as the Forest Minister of Tamil Nadu. However, it is not yet confirmed whether he'll be sacked from his minister position, because early today they said that only they're removing him from the party position, but he'd still continue his position as a minister until next year. However, now with more criticisms of his statements being circulating on social media, there's more outreach from the people in Tamil Nadu, especially the women, and it's expected that Kanimuri, as the women leader, has taken it to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, and that it is likely that Ponmuri might be sacked from his position as the minister by evening.
Right, Sarda. Thanks very much for getting us those details on the broadcast. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's happening in West Bengal, where Minister Siddiqullah Chaudhary has sparked a controversy with a provocative statement amid the ongoing protests over the Waqf properties. He has said that his supporters can easily bring Kolkata to a standstill by blocking the city amid the showdown over the Waqf Act. Now, the BJP has strongly criticized the remarks, accusing the Trinamool Congress of encouraging threats to public order in the state capital. Big controversial statement by TMC's Siddiqullah Chaudhary, who has sparked another controversy with a provocative statement amidst the ongoing protests over Waqf properties. Now, Chaudhary has said that his supporters can easily bring the capital of West Bengal, Kolkata, to a standstill by blocking the city amid the showdown on the Waqf Act. The BJP has strongly criticized the remarks, accusing the TMC of encouraging threats to public order in the state capital.
কলকাতাকে যদি বলতাম জ্যাম করব তো 50টা জায়গায় 2000 করে বসে যেতাম। সেটা এখন হয়নি, পরে কিন্তু হবে। বলে করব, বলে প্রথমে জেলাকে একটু টাইট করি, তারপরে কলকাতার 50টি জায়গায় 10,000 হলে কত লাগবে? বাস এরা আসবে, কলকাতায় বসে চিড়ে গুড় পানি বাতাসা মুড়ি খাবে আর একটু বসবে, কিচ্ছু করতে হবে না। তো দেখবেন টনকটা কেমন নড়ে।
Viewers, Kanhaiya Kumar, Congress's Tukre mascot and a candidate, has mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of the extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. In fact, not only this, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan also said that terrorists and 26/11 mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who's been extradited from the United States of America to India, must receive a fair trial and the right to appeal in the country. Now, Chavan, appearing to advocate for the terrorists' civic rights, stated that Rana should be granted a fair trial similar to the one given to 26/11 attacker and terrorist Ajmal Kasab. Listen in to Congress's Kanhaiya Kumar.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को जेल लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है। लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी। राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
Also being joined by my colleague Akhil, who is outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Akhil, Congress's stark remark that completely downplays India's diplomatic win, first from Kanhaiya Kumar and then also from Prithviraj Chavan.
Well, that's right. If you see at this point in time, what we are seeing that the Congress leaders have been downplaying this, because if you see at this point in time, it's a massive win for diplomatic win for our country. Because if you see what has happened last night, that Tahawwur Rana was brought in over here in a special flight, and after that, if you see the court, the special NIA court has basically granted 18 days of police custody. So at this point in time, the interrogation of Tahawwur Rana, wanted terrorist, is going on behind this very building. Here you can see this is the National Investigative Agency's headquarter, where that person, wanted criminal Tahawwur Rana, has been kept on the ground floor, and the team which is basically leading the investigation is a DIG level officer, Jaya Roy. So Jaya Roy is the leading that operation at this point in time. So interrogation has been constantly going on with Tahawwur Rana, because if you see in this very case, what we know so far from the NIA sources, that 12 officials have got the permission basically to enter inside the very cell in which Tahawwur Rana has been kept. And if you just talk about the security measure inside this very high-tech National Investigative Agency headquarters, so the cell is basically secured with multiple layers of digital security, along with the round-the-clock of guard surveillance as well. And if you talk about the size in which Tahawwur Rana has been kept, is basically 14 by 14 square feet region. So it's not a very large size. In that, what we know also from our sources, that the restroom facility and other food facility will be provided by the NIA inside the very cell. So his movement is being restricted also inside the very cell, and the questioning will be done inside this very headquarter for the next 18 days. And the NIA will also try to rope in other central agencies also in connection with the case to get to know more details with regarding to this entire update.
Right, Akhil, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, while the opposition continues to politicize the entire matter, India demands closure in the 26/11 terror attacks case. Members of the NDA have now slammed the Congress for downplaying the diplomatic victory and for shaming India's closure. Listen in.
तहव्वुर राना हो या तसव्वुर राना, जो भी आतंकवादी घटनाएं घटा था कांग्रेस के समय 26/11/2008 में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमेरिका से पकड़ करके ऐसे आतंकवादियों को लाने का काम किया देश में। अब इससे कई परत उठेंगे पाकिस्तान के गुंडागर्दी का, पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवादियों के गिरोह का ये पर्दा उठेगा। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को चाहने वाले लोग को बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा है कि मोदी आतंकवाद पर नकेल कर।
सभी 11 हम सब बम्बई में थे, तब स्वर्गीय आर पाटिल भी थे, विलासराव देशमुख भी स्वर्गीय थे, और हम सब वहाँ थे। ये सब होने के बाद हमने भी राउंड मारा था जहाँ ये घटनाएं हुई थी, और वो इतनी गंभीर घटना थी कि पूछो मत। इसीलिए उसका मास्टरमाइंड कौन है ये पूछताछ करने की बहुत कोशिश की। अभी ये जो आदमी मिला है वो आने के बाद पता चलेगा कि किसने उसको बताया, क्यों उन्होंने ये किया, उसका कारण क्या था, और वो पता होने के बाद अपने को आगे भी अपनी लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या करने के बाद लोग सुरक्षित रहेंगे और सब में खुशहाली रहेगी। ये
Viewers, quickly cutting across to Kolkata, where protests have now gained complete pace. BJP's Dilip Ghosh is leading the protest over joblessness at the Malda District Magistrate's office. Now BJP is demonstrating, and it is planned at Jora Bagan and Girish Park in West Bengal. BJP joins in the protests against the SSE scam, the same protests that have taken the capital of the state, Kolkata, by a storm, with a sea of protesters out on the streets. And now BJP has also lended support to the teachers who lost their jobs to the SSE scam in West Bengal. Dilip Ghosh, BJP's Dilip Ghosh, is leading the protest over joblessness at the Malda DM office. Now BJP is carrying out demonstrations which are planned at Jora Bagan and Girish Park in West Bengal. Now viewers, remember, this comes days after the police allegedly used force against the protesting teachers who lost their jobs to the SSE scam in West Bengal. Over 20,000 teachers lost their jobs after the Supreme Court quashed their appointments which were made by the West Bengal government in 2016. A large number of protesting teachers and even non-teaching staff who recently lost their jobs are out and about on the streets of Calcutta, protesting against the Trinamool Congress and the state's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. And now, in the latest development, the BJP is hand in glove with the protests of the SSC scam sufferers, the teachers who've lost their jobs. Dilip Ghosh, BJP's leader from West Bengal, is leading the protest over the joblessness. In fact, BJP has planned demonstrations at Jora Bagan and even Girish Park in West Bengal. Also being joined by my colleague Priyabrata live from the newsroom to get us more details. Priyabrata, rapid developments in the case. BJP has also weighed in, and how? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, Gesu, that's right. BJP is leading the protests over the SSC scam. I mean, you already have the students sitting on a dharna, and then there's a huge showdown happening outside the SSC Bhavan even as we speak, with the protesters holding down, they refusing to budge, and even clashing with the police. Now, the BJP is former state BJP president Dilip Ghosh is leading a dharna or a protest outside the DM's office, District Magistrate's office in Malda, over the SSC issue. Now he is alleging corruption under the watch of Mamata Banerjee in the SSC matter, and the BJP is also alleging rampant unemployment in the state under the Mamata regime, and also the basic failure of the Mamata government in segregating the rightful job seekers or the teachers who got the jobs on merit from the ones who got the jobs in exchange for money. So the BJP is basically escalating the protests across Bengal, in Kolkata, and across the state over the SSC issue. Back to you.
Right, Priyabrata. In fact, very important to also note that this is being done simultaneously as another huge protest where sea of protesters are out on the streets of Calcutta. That protest is also gaining pace with people calling in for a sit-in, and not just that, but also hunger strikes, which have been announced by at least 3 teachers as of now in Kolkata, and now the BJP completely hand in glove with the protesting teachers who lost their jobs in Kolkata to the SSC scam in West Bengal.
Oh, absolutely. The BJP is, like I told you, the BJP is leading the political protests over the issue. But the fact of the matter is, this is a matter that goes beyond politics. This concerns livelihood of thousands and thousands of doctors who were criminally deprived of the jobs, and it's only because of the failure of the Mamata government in segregating or dividing the deserving candidates from the non-deserving ones, the ones who got the jobs in exchange for money. And the exchange for money straight away implicates the Mamata government, and we already have a former minister who is still languishing in prison in connection with this case, and another leader, Shuja Bhadra, who is allegedly close to Mamata Banerjee, and a nephew also facing action from the Enforcement Directorate, and he was also briefly arrested. So these are issues, these are larger concerns that are coming to the fore, and the protests are only escalating. Back to you.
Right, huge pressure mounting over the TMC government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the SSC scam in West Bengal. Viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. We'll continue tracking the SSC scam showdown for you, where the BJP has now weighed in and has also launched a protest by the side of the protesters in Kolkata, demanding for justice for teachers who lost their jobs.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more.
देश का हौसला और मेरा संकल्प फौलादी है। ये हमलों से नहीं डरता है और मजबूत होता है।
जब हो राष्ट्र की बात,
मैं सच्चाई से सवाल करता हूं और सत्य ना ही परेशान होगा और ना ही पराजित होगा।
तब सिर्फ एक ही आवाज।
मैं आक्रामक तरीके से सवाल इसलिए पूछता हूं क्योंकि मेरे तथ्य मेरे साथ हैं।
हर शुक्रवार अर्नब के साथ पूछता है भारत, शुक्रवार शाम 7 बजे।
Viewers, getting in a big development, the NIA sources have revealed that Tahawwur Rana has been placed in a high security cell on the ground floor of the NIA headquarters, equipped with CCTV cameras and round-the-clock guard surveillance. The 14 into 14 feet cell has multiple layers of digital security in place, and only 12 designated NIA officials are authorized to enter Tahawwur Rana's cell, and Rana's movement within the premises will also be strictly minimal. Interrogations will be conducted under full camera surveillance and will also be recorded, with 8 agencies having requested permission to question him other than the National Investigation Agency. Viewers, a big development. We're getting in key details about the cell that Tahawwur Rana has been kept in. Also being joined by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor to get us more details. Abhishek, speak to us about the massive security that's surrounding not just the interrogation but also the cell that Tahawwur Rana is being kept in. I think we're facing some problems with the network, but viewers, we've gotten exclusive details into Tahawwur Rana's cell, the 14 into 14-inch cell in which Tahawwur Rana has been kept. In fact, his entire cell is under strict scrutiny of digital surveillance. Only 12 designated NIA officials have been allowed to enter Tahawwur Rana's cell. In fact, the movement also, Rana's movement within the premises of the NIA headquarters will also remain strictly minimal. In fact, our reporters have told us that even the bathing room for Rana is inside the 14 into 14 feet cell that Rana has been kept in. Interrogations will also be conducted under full camera surveillance and will also be recorded, with 8 other agencies apart from the National Investigative Agency having requested permission to question Tahawwur Rana. This comes as Tahawwur Rana has been put under 18-day of custody under the National Investigation Agency. Now, NIA sources have also revealed that Rana has been placed in a high-security cell on the ground floor of the NIA headquarters in the national capital of Delhi. In fact, this cell is equipped with CCTV cameras and round-the-clock digital and guard surveillance. A 24/7 guard will be present outside Rana's cell at the NIA headquarters. Viewers, also on your screens are the first visuals of Tahawwur Rana after he was dragged back to India. In fact, also the first visual from when the US police, the US authorities, handed over Tahawwur Rana to India's National Investigation Agency.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the world.
Viewers, getting in a big breaking development. China has now raised the additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from the previous 84%. The tariff versus tariff war between the United States and China does not seem to back down. In fact, China has now raised additional tariffs on US goods to 125%, a staggering rise from the previous 84%. Now, this comes in the wake of additional tariffs that the US had levied on Chinese imports. In fact, even despite the 90-day pause on tariffs for about 35 countries, US gave no response to China over freeing it from the tax slab or the tariff limit. And now China has retaliated, raising additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from previous 84%. Now, this comes after Trump announced 145% tariff on Chinese imports to United States. Global markets are seeing a severe dent because of the tariff war which is ongoing between the United States and China. Also being joined by our editor for business, Pranav, to get us more updates into the matter. Pranav, China's retaliatory tariffs have also entered the picture now. Tell us more about this.
Well, yes, China has now retaliated, slapping 125% tariff on US. This doesn't seem to be ending. Just yesterday, Donald Trump said that there are about 100% tariffs on Chinese products now. So we spoke to some analysts today who are telling us that now this is a US-China trade war because we have already went back and hit the pause button for 90 days on the rest of the world. But the US-China war just seems to be escalating, and we need to see where exactly it goes from here.
Right, Pranav. In fact, also speak to us about the nitty-gritties of the matter. Viewers, I think we've lost our editor for business. But from what we're getting in the latest development over global tariffs is that China has retaliated with additional tariffs on US goods, which is for about 125% from the previous 84%. Joining me on live is my colleague Krutharth to get us more updates. Krutharth, what can you tell us about this, and also delve into the nitty-gritties of what can this mean for the global balance, which is already sort of disturbed because of the tariff war?
Indeed, Gesu, and there are big reactions coming in from across India, but I have Royal Royce joining me live here from the newsroom, bringing in the first reaction on this big reciprocal tariff that has been imposed by China. China has now upped the tariff game. They have now brought the tariffs up to 125% as against what US has imposed is about 140%. But China has also drawn the line. They say they will not respond any further. But 100% plus tariffs on both sides. So how do you see this?
I see this as a US citizen. I'm sharing this great news from your channel. I want every Indian to be ready to make their life better and better, because this opportunity will not repeat. This war will continue. US President Trump is making sure there should not be any monopoly in this earth. So they have helped China to build the infrastructure of manufacturing. They have definitely received and reached to the precision level. This comes to India's quality, assurance, delivery, commitment. So if all manufacturers of India get together and come up with the best product they can deliver, they will be the biggest seller of this world. And as you know, US is the biggest consumer market. So this is a great news for every manufacturers or wannabe entrepreneurs in manufacturing, from needle to furniture to clothing, garments, whatever they can think of. This is a time to build. Building materials, construction equipment, everything should be made in India. This is the beginning of the biggest era of opportunity for India.
Indeed. Thank you very much, sir. Those were the initial reactions and impressions coming now from Rahul Roy, sir, live here in the Republic newsroom, with China imposing 125% reciprocal tariff. At the same time, this is going to be a big opportunity, but geopolitically also it is very interesting, because just last evening, President Trump also announced that the 26% reciprocal tariff that was put on place on India has now been withdrawn till July 9. So basically, there is no reciprocal tariff as it stands by the US imposed on India, which has only 2% of imports in the United States, versus China, which has a share of over over 14% of imports, and yet there is over 140% of tariff right now on China. So how do you see the diplomatic victory of India here in terms of negotiations with the Trump administration, where there is no reciprocal tariff in effect till July 9th? However, China is not able to cope with President Trump's tariff war.
A very good question. This is what I expected. As you know, I believe that the Indian diaspora in America has a great contribution. As you know, we have done an excellent job in the last 40 years to establish ourselves as the #1 earning and highest paying taxes in the United States of America. Our contribution, our positions, our entrepreneurship in the corporate world, in the professional life, has shown the Trump administration that we can deliver. We come from the same DNA. So this is an opportunity, I believe, where India can play a little soft instead of coming up with this war zone like what China has done, come up with good initiatives and ideas where they can come up with an understanding, and this opens the India market to the global level. And once America endorses that, it's the second ground for manufacturing hub. And this is what I'm expecting. I knew that's going to come. Trump had this in his vision when Mr. Modi came there and when Trump visited here. Somehow in the middle, some few things went wrong. But this is a time for Indians to wake up. This current Indian government needs to wake up and join hands with America and make India change and make America great again and make India great again.
Indeed, and a very great and salient point coming in right there. When India did not retaliate with reciprocal tariffs, a lot of people were questioning India's diplomacy on this matter and asking why is India not retaliating. Versus China got baited by essentially President Trump, who withdrew the reciprocal tariffs within 4 days, but it became one of those nations that retaliated. And President Trump has gone very heavy against the countries that have retaliated versus the countries who are negotiating. There are indications that by the fall of 2025, there can be a bilateral trade agreement. How do you see the potential of this bilateral trade agreement that can improve the bilateral trade between India and the United States, which they say that they want to reach about $500 billion by the year 2030, sir?
See, China, as you know, they will not take this as a blow. And they know if America starts buying, it will be a blow. Now, for India to come up with this kind of infrastructure and precision level manufacturing, we're talking about 20 years down the road. But what we can do today, we may be in halfway. So we have to understand where our strengths are. The industry, we believe our quality is not at par, but close to at par to the Chinese quality. So we need to focus on those areas, and India played, I would say, such a good, significant diplomatic role not to retaliate. Because obviously the Trump's mind and their administration don't like retaliation. They want a compromise with the world. It's a time for America, where America has been giving, but not coming up with a balanced trade. And the deficit, as you know, for our future generation is to a point where America can get broke any day if a second currency erupts from anywhere. To eliminate the second currency and keeping dollar as a default, Trump has to make these hard choices, keep the business going for America. What you see right now, the stock market, all that is all temporary. This is the phase, the correction is coming through. In the next 6 months to a year, you will see a rebound where everything is going up, and India is very well positioned, but this also could be dangerous for our diplomats if they don't play this card right. So we have to make sure, wait and watch and make the right steps. I expect that, and we are going in the right direction. This should continue the way it is now.
Indeed, thank you very much, sir. And those are wise words. We should wait and watch how the trade war pans out. But as it stands, China has now retaliated against the United States. It's 145 versus 120% tariffs. Back to the
And
studio.
absolutely does not look like this is simmering down in any which way. Kritarth, I want to thank you for getting us those latest details. We move on to these latest pictures coming in from Mumbai, where there is a massive Waqf showdown. AIMIM that is protesting against the Waqf law in Mumbai. And there you see pictures indicating how Waris Pathan is possibly being detained. Of course, our reporter on the ground will confirm that, but that could be Waris Pathan who is being detained by the cops as there is a massive escalation in the protests that is being staged on the ground. AIMIM.
लोग जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे उनको हिरासत में लेकर मुंबई पुलिस की टीम गई है जी।
All right, Satya Prakash there getting us these latest details. There you see heavy media presence, and many of these protesters who are now being detained by the cops. They have staged this protest after the Friday namaz, where AIMIM has come out in large numbers to protest against the Waqf law. There many of those protesters who are getting detained by the cops as they're controlling a further escalation of these protests. AIMIM that had signaled at street agitation after the Waqf bill saw a clear passage in both houses of the parliament. The Waqf law.
तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है। यहाँ पे लोगों को खड़ा नहीं होने दिया जा रहा, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब ना हो इसके देखते हुए जो लोग नमाज पढ़ के बाहर निकल रहे हैं उनको धीरे धीरे बोला जा रहा है कि आप घर पे जाइए। यहाँ पे मीडिया से भी बात करने के लिए मुंबई पुलिस रोक रही है क्योंकि लोगों को मुंबई पुलिस को डर है कि कहीं पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब ना हो। इसके देखते हुए यहाँ पे किसी को रोक नहीं है। मुंबई पुलिस की टीम यहाँ पे खड़ी है और बगल में जो है हिंदुस्तानी मस्जिद है। यहाँ पर थोड़ी देर पहले यहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन हुआ था और इसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लोगों को धीरे धीरे लोगों को घर जाने के लिए कहा जा रहा है। यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन जो लोग कर रहे थे उनका कहना था कि जो वह कानून जो नया आया है उसको वापस किया जाए, वापस लिया जाए क्योंकि ये काला कानून है। इसी को लेकर यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। एमआईएम नेता जो वारिस पठान है यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस ने उनको हिरासत में ले लिया है, यहाँ से लेके गई है। उनके साथ कई लोग थे जो कि प्रदर्शन में शामिल थे, पोस्टर लिए थे और पोस्टर में लिखा गया था कि वह कानून जो है इसको वापस लिया जाए, काला कानून है। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मामला गया है लेकिन हमारा प्रदर्शन ये जारी रहेगा। जी।
All right, Satya Prakash there giving us details of how the AIMIM has said it in as many words that this agitation will continue. There you see Waris Pathan leading these protests and was detained by the cops just a short while ago. AIMIM in large numbers after the Friday press is staging this protest against the Waqf law. In fact, exactly what had been indicated by AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who has been against the Waqf Amendment Bill from the very time it was proposed. And even as it saw clear passage in both houses of the parliament, AIMIM had very clearly voiced that their resolve against the Waqf law will certainly be seen on the streets. Exactly what we witness is what is happening in Mumbai. And if I'm not mistaken, similar protests that are also being reported from Kolkata. So these protests that are escalating on the ground. Moving on, as we get you an exclusive reaction from Kanhaiya Kumar, Republic questioned the Congress leader over his comment on Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress leader in his comment downplayed Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Listen to that statement.
शिक्षा की कमी के चलते रोजगार
26/11 के जो मुख्य अभियुक्त हैं तहव्वुर राना, उसके लेकर आपका बयान एक चर्चा में है। क्या उन पर कोई कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए? फांसी की सजा की मांग कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। देखिए,
चतुर्वेदी बोल रही है कि देना चाहिए सजा, आप बोले कि असली मुद्दा से भटकाती है
बीजेपी। नहीं, हम ऐसा नहीं बोले हैं। पता नहीं ये कैसे लोग, अच्छा मेरे साथ ये पहली बार नहीं, हमेशा होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का रुख और मेरा रुख बिल्कुल साफ है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अगर अपराध करे तो हमारे कानून के तहत जो है उसको सजा होनी चाहिए। इस व्यक्ति ने भी अपराध किया है, लोगों को मारने का, समाज में जो है वैमनस्यता और हिंसा फैलाने का, और यह जो आतंकवादी घटना है उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, जो कानून में संभव हो, सब तरह का सजा उसको देना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और बता दूं कि उसके प्रत्यर्पण की कोशिश जो है वो यूपीए सरकार ने की थी, तब जाकर के आज ये प्रत्यर्पण हो पाया है। इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है। जब प्रश्न को और उसके जवाब को आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट करके, ट्विस्ट करके वो करते हैं, वो आज से नहीं, वो 9 साल से कर रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सजा होनी चाहिए? कांग्रेस का भी यही रुख है।
बिल्कुल सजा होनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त सजा।
बयान आया आपका कि कांग्रेस ये जो एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, अमित शाह हैं, वो दूसरे सवाल के जवाब में है, ये बयान नहीं है। आपने नहीं दिया? नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा बात कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है। तो ठीक है, बीजेपी कम से कम इतना तो कर रही है ना कि पलायन और नौकरी के सवाल पर जब उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है तो जो है वो अपना कुछ डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हमारा ये है कि आतंकवादियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जब इस तरह के बयान आते हैं, आप चर्चा में रहते हैं,
अब उनके पास हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये उनका प्रेम है हमारा।
Earlier, Kanhaiya Kumar, Congress's Tukre mascot and a candidate, had mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of the extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. Listen in.
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के में।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है, अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
And let's play out that entire sequence again, where Prakash Singh confronted Kanhaiya Kumar on what he had to say over the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Listen.
26/11 के जो मुख्य अभियुक्त हैं तहव्वुर राना, उसके लेकर आपका बयान एक चर्चा में है। क्या उन पर कोई कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए? फांसी की सजा की मांग कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। देखिए,
चतुर्वेदी बोल रही है कि देना चाहिए सजा, आप बोले कि असली मुद्दा से भटकाती है
नहीं,
बीजेपी।
हम ऐसा नहीं बोले हैं। पता नहीं ये कैसे लोग, अच्छा मेरे साथ ये पहली बार नहीं, हमेशा होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का रुख और मेरा रुख बिल्कुल साफ है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अगर अपराध करे तो हमारे कानून के तहत जो है उसको सजा होनी चाहिए। इस व्यक्ति ने भी अपराध किया है, लोगों को मारने का, समाज में जो है वैमनस्यता और हिंसा फैलाने का, और यह जो आतंकवादी घटना है उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, जो कानून में संभव हो, सब तरह का सजा उसको देना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और बता दूं कि उसके प्रत्यर्पण की कोशिश जो है वो यूपीए सरकार ने की थी, तब जाकर के आज ये प्रत्यर्पण हो पाया है। इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है। जब प्रश्न को और उसके जवाब को आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट करके, ट्विस्ट करके वो करते हैं, वो आज से नहीं, वो 9 साल से कर रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सजा होनी चाहिए? कांग्रेस का भी यही रुख है।
बिल्कुल सजा होनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त सजा।
बयान आया आपका कि कांग्रेस, ये जो एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, अमित शाह हैं, वो दूसरे सवाल के जवाब में है, ये बयान नहीं है। आपने नहीं दिया? नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा बात कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है। ठीक है, बीजेपी कम से कम इतना तो कर रही है ना कि पलायन और नौकरी के सवाल पर जब उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है तो जो है वो अपना कुछ डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हमारा ये है कि आतंकवादियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जब इस तरह के बयान आते हैं, आप चर्चा में रहते हैं,
अब उनके पास हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये उनका प्रेम है हमारे प्रति।
Meanwhile, another Congress leader and Maharashtra former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan called for free trial of Tahawwur Rana. Listen in.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है, एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
Across to more breaking news coming in. The cell in which Tahawwur Rana has been kept is equipped with digital round-the-clock surveillance. Only 12 NIA officers who are allowed to enter the cell. This is the latest we are receiving. Tahawwur Rana, who will be questioned twice a day, and the cell that he has been lodged in is equipped with digital round-the-clock surveillance. Every movement of Tahawwur Rana will be watched and recorded, and 12 NIA officials who have been granted access into that cell. Akhil joining us live with further details on the same. Over to you, Akhil.
Well, if you see at this point in time, it is very likely that there have been several rounds of questioning that will happen. So, if you see in this case, what we are learning from our sources that on the first line, if you see the NIA's team is going to ask questions regarding the 2611 case, that's going to be on the round 1 line. If you talk about the round 2 line, which is going to be regarding his association with David Headley and other individuals, which includes Lashkar-e-Taiba and Houthi terrorists. So, what was his basically association with them? And on the third front, if you see, there are round 3 of the questioning, which is going to be on the line of what was his association with the deep state in Pakistan, which is the ISI's operatives over there. So how he was linked with them and how he was getting information, and what were those information basically which he was sharing back then in 2005 to 2008. So these are the different lines of questioning that is being planned by the NIA in that regard. So actually at this point in time, we exactly don't know that what are the questions which basically some channels are running at this point in time. That's a very speculative questions that some channels are running.
Right.
We cannot comment on it because we have not get anything concrete on that point from the NIA.
Right.
Back to you.
Akhil, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we shift our focus to the multi-city protests that are underway as a part of the Waqf showdown. In fact, pictures that are coming in from Mumbai, Kolkata, Srinagar, where protests are on in full swing after the Friday namaz. Muslims have taken to the street as they are protesting against the Waqf law. At the same time, protests that are also underway in Lucknow and Murshidabad. We'll try and put out all sets of pictures that Republic has been able to access at this point. Pictures coming in from Lucknow, Kolkata, Mumbai, Srinagar, Murshidabad, where protests are underway as a part of a clear design. Remember, in Mumbai, AIMIM that has taken to the streets, and AIMIM leader Waris Pathan, who was also detained by the cops. And there you see on the screens, we've broken down those several sets of pictures from Mumbai, Lucknow, Murshidabad. In fact, in Murshidabad, where these protesters have resorted to vandalism and aggressively raising their voice against the Waqf law. Raghavendra will join us shortly to give us details of what's happening on the streets, but the pictures that do a tell-all story. There you see how vehicles are being vandalized, which has in turn impacted the traffic and day-to-day life. After the Friday namaz, many of those who have resorted to the streets to raise their voice against the Waqf law. Raghavendra joining us on the broadcast. But before that, we play out that entire sequence that came in from Mumbai. Waris Pathan, who spoke to the media, and he was detained by the cops thereafter. Take a look.
इस तरह किसान का जो बिल था उसको वापस लिया सरकार ने, तो इस बार मुसलमानों के साथ ही ऐसा क्यों अन्याय?
ये आंदोलन चलेगा क्या, ऐसा कहा गया है?
अरे शाह बानो का नाम तो बिल्किस बानो का क्या किया लोगों ने? बिल्किस बानो के कातिलों को छोड़ दिया, वो बलात्कारियों को छोड़ दिया खुली फिजाओं में। जब बेल पर बाहर आए तो उनको आपने हार फूल पिनाए। हाँ, आप उसकी बात क्यों नहीं करते हो?
कानून व्यवस्था नहीं मिलेगी, सरकार का कहना है
कानून व्यवस्था क्या
पीछे थोड़ा बाथरूम मारे इसी को लेकर समर्थन वक्फ बिल को लेकर यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। एमआईएम नेता वारिस पठान यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। पुलिस उनको लेके जा रही है हिरासत में। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि एमआईएम नेता यहाँ पर वक्फ बिल को लेकर यहाँ प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। जुमे की नमाज खत्म होने के बाद वारिस पठान को मुंबई पुलिस की टीम उनको हिरासत में लिया है। तस्वीरें देख सकते थे कि मुंबई पुलिस की टीम लेके जा रही है।
कानून के खिलाफ हमारा प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा। मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि प्रोटेस्ट करिए, कर रहे हैं।
All right, let's now give you a sense of how the situation is panning out in Lucknow, from where Ajay Dubey joins us live. Over to you, Ajay.
See, in Lucknow, there is a security arrangement regarding this Jumme ki namaz thing, and right now scenario is totally under control in Lucknow. There is a protest being done by the Shia community regarding the Israel and regarding other issues. So there is no big visuals we can see in Lucknow. There is a security arrangement, deployment of police also, and a little bit of opposition by the community regarding Waqf also. But in Lucknow, things are very much under control, and what police is informing us that there is a separate visuals are coming from various parts of Uttar Pradesh where they are opposing Waqf bills also. So police is taking notes of all such incident. The DGP office and Chief Minister office, the senior bureaucrats of Chief Minister's office, they are also following the leads, and right now things are much in peaceful scenario in Uttar Pradesh's capital Lucknow.
Ajay, continue talking to us because we're also getting pictures from Murshidabad where it indicates that these protesters have resorted to vandalism. All-out street agitation that is across the country happening at the moment over the Waqf showdown, exactly what the AIMIM and those who had taken a position against the Waqf law had indicated. Pictures from Mumbai, Lucknow and Murshidabad. But this particular Hamas poster that the protesters are showcasing in Lucknow, they're holding in Lucknow, what are they saying?
As I have informed you, I have informed you already that this is the protest done by the Shia community. This is regarding Hamas. They are in favor of Hamas. We have seen aggressive visuals, aggressive protest when there was a continuous attack from Israel towards the ground place of Hamas. At that time, these people from Shia community, these religious leaders, they were opposing Hamas. They were giving favor to Hamas, and they were opposing Israel and United States regarding that issue. So right now, what we can see in visuals also that there is an aggressive opposition of Israel and United States regarding the Hamas issue. And in Lucknow, we can show you the visuals also that in Lucknow, Shia community is doing this protest. There is a big number of population in Lucknow of Shia community, and they are opposing the efforts done by Israel and the United States. They are supporting Hamas. They are supporting leaders of Hamas. So this is what is happening right now in Lucknow.
All right, Ajay Dubey, many thanks for getting us those details. And this is the Waqf showdown that is escalating across the country. Multi-city protest that has been launched after the Friday namaz, or as they term it, Jumme ki namaz. Thereafter, we've seen massive street agitation across Mumbai, Lucknow, Murshidabad, Srinagar, and even other cities. All right, we are now cutting to the latest from Kolkata. Take a look at those pictures. This is what is happening in Kolkata at the moment, where these protesters are on the streets. This is a part of a clear design of launching such protests on the streets, and it's a multi-city showdown that had already been declared at an earlier point by the AIM-PLB, by AIMIM, and several other Muslim groups who are out there on the streets as they are against the Waqf law. Just remember, as some in the opposition who have also taken the legal route to state their position against the Waqf law that had seen a clear passage in both houses of the parliament. The BJP has called this utter disrespect to the constitution. These street agitation that such groups are already warned of, and there it is on the streets across various cities in the country, from Kolkata to Mumbai to Lucknow to Murshidabad to Srinagar. Massive Waqf showdown. In fact, in some of these cities where these protesters have vandalized vehicles, they've damaged property. A clear escalation that we saw in Murshidabad. And even in Mumbai, where AIMIM leader Waris Pathan and others were detained by the cops, as they are keeping the movement alive against the Waqf law, exactly what they had warned at an earlier point, even before it was tabled in the parliament.
हम लोग को किसी पुलिस के साथ धक्का मुक्की में नहीं जाना है। साथियों, आप समझिए कि हम लोग यहाँ पर कानून के हिसाब से विरोध करने आए हैं। बड़ा बाबू ने हम लोगों को ये विरोध करने का समय दिया। हम उनको धन्यवाद देते हैं।
क्या बानू का नाम तो बिल्किस बानू का क्या किया लोगों ने? बिल्किस बानू के कातिलों को छोड़ दिया, वो बलात्कारियों को छोड़ दिया खुली फिजाओं में। जब बेल पर बाहर आए तो उनको अपने हार फूल पिनाए। हाँ,
वो खाली
आप उसकी बात क्यों नहीं करते हो?
क्या कानून व्यवस्था नहीं मिलेगी? सरकार का कनेक्ट
कानून व्यवस्था क्या
पीछे थोड़ा बाथरूम मारे इसी को लेकर सामान सर।
Alright, so those are the various sets of pictures that are coming in from across the country, from Kolkata, Murshidabad, Lucknow, Mumbai, and even in Srinagar, where protests are in full swing. In Mumbai, in fact, AIMIM leader Waris Pathan, who was detained by the cops along with the others. In Murshidabad, where those who are protesting have resorted to vandalism, they have damaged property. This, despite security that has been heightened, we continue to give you a sense of how the Waqf showdown is now panning out across the country.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago.
Is there something specific that you would like?
Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Samant, and we continue to get you all the top stories from Tahawwur Rana's extradition and how he's being questioned by the NIA to the multi-city Waqf showdown that is on in full swing. That and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines. Tahawwur Rana brought to nearby interrogation room for questioning. 3 officers present at start of questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को जेल लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के दिन।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All out politics over Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmudi from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue to serve as minister. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. China retaliates to Trump's tariffs, raises additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from 84%. And first up, we get you details of how DMK has sacked senior leader K. Ponmuri, also serving as forest minister. Now, he's been sacked as Deputy General Secretary after there was a massive uproar over his derogatory remarks that he made against women. However, he continues to serve as minister until he ends his term. Now, his speech on Shaivism and Vaishnavism, in which he made disparaging remarks against women, has gone viral on social media. His colleague and DMK MP Kanimoi condemned the minister for the kind of remarks and comments that he made. However, the man has only been dismissed from the party post while he continues to serve as minister. Cutting across to Sarda, joining us live on the broadcast. Sarda, what sort of action is this? He's only been ousted from the party, but he continues to serve as minister.
Well, the DMK, as soon as the outrage began in Tamil Nadu from the women on this comment made by Forest Minister Ponmuri, they've sacked him from his position as the Deputy Secretary General from the DMKs. However, he still continues to be minister. However, talks are going on as per our sources, confirming that Ponmuri might be removed from his position of the ministry. However, it is not yet confirmed. Also, Kanimuri tweeted, as Women League leader, made sure that this kind of comments would not be made again by the DMK leaders. What we also have to notice is that, taking today's scenario into consideration, the other DMK leaders who had often made derogatory comments about women, especially Durai Murugan, who last month quoted stating that in Tamil Nadu the wife will only have one husband. However, a wife in North India would have 5 husbands and give birth to 10 children, was an outrageous comment, and now he's asked for forgiveness on Twitter.
All right, we will wait and watch what happens eventually. As far as the DMK is concerned, for the moment we shift our focus to Kanhaiya Kumar, who has been Congress's Tukre Tukre mascot and a candidate, and he's mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of the extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. In fact, not just this, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan said that the terrorist and 26/11 mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who has been extradited from the US to India, must receive a fair trial and the right to appeal in the country. Chavan, appearing to advocate for terrorist civic rights, stated that Rana should be granted a fair trial similar to the one given to 26/11 attacker Ajmal Kasab. Listen in.
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के,
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं, अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है, अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
Republic questioned Congress leader over his comment on Tahawwur Rana's extradition, and he downplayed that comment, again saying that this is the government's way of diverting attention. Listen in.
26/11 के जो मुख्य अभियुक्त हैं तहूर राना, उसके लेकर आपका बयान एक चर्चा में है। क्या उन पर कोई कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए? फांसी की सजा की मांग कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। देखिए,
चतुर्वेदी बोल रही है कि देना चाहिए सजा, आप बोले कि असली मुद्दा से भटकाती है
बीजेपी। हम ऐसा नहीं बोले हैं। पता नहीं ये कैसे लोग, अच्छा मेरे साथ ये पहली बार नहीं, हमेशा होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का रुख और मेरा रुख बिल्कुल साफ है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अगर अपराध करे तो हमारे कानून के तहत जो है उसको सज़ा होनी चाहिए। इस व्यक्ति ने भी अपराध किया है, लोगों को मारने का, समाज में जो है वैमनस्यता और हिंसा फैलाने का, और यह जो आतंकवादी घटना है उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, जो कानून में संभव हो, सब तरह का सज़ा उसको देना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और बता दूं कि उसके प्रत्यर्पण की कोशिश जो है वो यूपीए सरकार ने की थी, तब जाकर के आज ये प्रत्यर्पण हो पाया है। इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है। जब प्रश्न को और उसके जवाब को आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट करके, ट्विस्ट करके वो करते हैं, वो आज से नहीं, वो 9 साल से कर रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सजा होनी चाहिए? कांग्रेस का भी यही रुख है।
बिल्कुल सजा होनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त सजा।
बयान आया आपका कि कांग्रेस, ये जो एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, अमित शाह हैं, वो दूसरे सवाल के जवाब में है। ये बयान नहीं है। आपने नहीं दिया? नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा बात कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है। ठीक है, बीजेपी कम से कम इतना तो कर रही है ना कि पलायन और नौकरी के सवाल पर जब उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है तो जो है वो अपना कुछ डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हमारा ये है कि आतंकवादियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जब इस तरह के बयान आते हैं आप चर्चा में रहते हैं,
अब उनके पास हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये उनका प्रेम है हमारे प्रति।
Meanwhile, another Congress leader and Maharashtra former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan called for free trial and a fair trial for Tahawwur Rana. Listen in.
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
And well, while the opposition continues to politicize the matter, India demands closure in the 26/11 terror attacks case. Members of the NIA who slammed the Congress for taking the position that they have. Listen in.
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्रकार से जो हमारे दिल पर बोझ था कि कसाब को तो हमने फांसी दी, लेकिन षड्यंत्र करने वाला अभी बाकी है, तो उसको भी यहां पर लाने का काम ये भारत सरकार ने जो किया है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, विशेष रूप से उन तमाम मुंबईकरों की ओर से जिन्होंने अपने परिवारजनों को इस हमले में खोया है। जहां तक इसके जांच का सवाल है, इसको NIA लीड कर रहा है। NIA इसमें इंट्रोगेशन कर रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और विशेष रूप से मुंबई पुलिस की ओर से NIA को जो भी इसमें आवश्यकता होगी वो सारी चीजें हम देंगे। इसको NIA तय करेगी कहां जांच करनी है, कहां ले जाना है या नहीं ले जाना है। NIA जो निर्णय लेगी वही निर्णय के ऊपर सारा काम होगा। अगर कुछ जांच में हम लोगों को सहभागिता देनी है, अगर NIA को लगता है तो वो हम करेंगे। कुछ एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर हमको चाहिए तो NIA के माध्यम से हम लोग उसको लेंगे। लेकिन इस बारे में सारे निर्णय ये भारत सरकार के होम मिनिस्ट्री और NIA करेंगे।
Situation in Kolkata worsens as part of that Waqf showdown where protesters have taken to the streets. There you see, there is an all-out mayhem, and the cops, who are not doing much about actually taking these protests under control. These protesters who are dispersed on the ground after the Friday namaz, where multi-city protests are underway. In Kolkata, there you see where these protests are escalating. This as Mamata Banerjee has taken a clear position against the Waqf law, and she did make a statement saying that there should be peace and no divide in the state. But the protests that are on in full swing, and not much visible to how the police is actually trying to take control of the situation. We'll try and have our colleagues from Republic Bangla take us through the latest details of how the situation is escalating in Kolkata. But there you see on the streets of the sort of chaos and agitation that is underway, and slogans only getting louder as they raise their voice against the Waqf law. The BJP has called this utter disrespect to the constitution. AIM-PLB, AIMIM and several Muslim groups who had warned of street agitation even before the bill was tabled in the Lok Sabha. And the Waqf Amendment Bill that saw clear passage in both houses of the parliament to become a law. But massive Waqf showdown across multiple cities in the country. So we've split our screens to give you a sense of how these multi-city protests are underway. From Kolkata to Murshidabad to Lucknow to Mumbai, and pictures that even came from Srinagar, where in Murshidabad some of these protesters resorted to vandalism. In Lucknow, they are holding Hamas posters and showing their allegiance to Hamas. In fact, there in Murshidabad, you see how tires have been burnt. These protesters have resorted to damaging and destroying property. And even though security has been heightened, in Mumbai, where we saw several AIMIM leaders who were detained by the cops. And there, a massive showdown in Kolkata. These are the latest pictures that have just come in. And despite the police deployment, not much has been done to how they possibly plan to take control of these protests. Dramatic pictures on your screens where many of these protests are breaking down the barricades that the police was trying to put in place, and they crossed through those barricades. Their slogans getting even louder, and those placards that they are displaying on the streets of Kolkata, turning from protesters to hooligans. We now shift our focus to getting you other top stories we're tracking for you in brief on Bharat in 5 minutes. BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari condemned the saffron flag's removal by a mob at the birthplace of Swami Vivekananda in Kolkata, calling it an attack on the faith of Hindus, launching a scathing attack at Mamta. Shubhendu said that under the Chief Minister's leadership, such acts remain unchecked.
आस्था का प्रतीक में हाथ दिया, वो बीजेपी का फ्लैग नहीं था, वो जय श्री राम वाला फ्लैग था, वो हिंदू का फ्लैग था। पूरा विश्व के हिंदू के आस्था के ऊपर आघात कर दिया। कहाँ आघात किया? कलकत्ता, जहां भगवा लगा के स्वामी विवेकानंद ने 1893 में शिकागो में हमारे हिंदू समाज और देश को बहुत ऊंचा पर ले गया। हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहा है, वहां का हिंदू संगठन ने कल शाम को ही FIR लॉन्च किया है विद वीडियो फुटेज।
In Army intensifies its deployment and surveillance along the National Highway 44 to disrupt terrorist logistics, including the transportation of warlike stores and unauthorized movement of terrorists through the region. Advanced vehicle scanners, AI-based facial recognition and identification system, and automatic number plate recognition systems that have been deployed at key junctions and entry-exit points. A fire broke out in a building in Surat's Vesu area as fire tenders continued to BJP MP Khaden Murmu has attacked Mamata Banerjee and claimed that the Chief Minister is trying to turn West Bengal into Bangladesh by inciting Muslims against Hindus and bringing them on the streets.
ये बंगाल में जैसे कि वो बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहा है हमारे राज्य का सीएम चीफ मिनिस्टर ममता बनर्जी ने, ये बंगाल में ऐसे ही सभी मुसलमानों को ऐसे करके रास्ता में उतार के ये हिंदू के ऊपर उसके ऊपर जो आज दबाव के कार्रवाई चल रहा है, ये बंगाल में कोई सहेगा नहीं। बंगाल का लोग आज इकट्ठा हो गया है। ममता बनर्जी टीएमसी इनको आज ही इकट्ठा करके हिंदू के विरोध करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये ज्यादा दिन नहीं चलने वाला है।
A fire broke out in a pipe factory in the Pitampur industrial area of Dhar, Madhya Pradesh. Soon after the incident, fire tenders were rushed to the spot as emergency agencies continue to douse off the fire. Further details are awaited.
एक फैक्ट्री है सुलावड़ में जो पाइप्स का निर्माण करती है, तो उसमें आग लगी है। तो इसमें सभी नगर पालिका और पुलिस फायर स्टेशन और आसपास के उद्योगों से जितने भी फायर ब्रिगेड हैं वो सभी आके आग पे काबू करने का प्रयास है। तो मध्य रात्रि में करी है, बाकी सब लोग अभी यहाँ मौके पे हैं, कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं।
A drug-free Haryana Cyclothon 2.0 was flagged off by Chief Minister Nayaab Singh Saini in Faridabad today. On the occasion, Chief Minister said that his government is promoting an awareness campaign against drugs through this initiative.
मेरे लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है कि आज फरीदाबाद की यह धरती एक बहुत ही पावन उद्देश्य का साक्षी बन रही है। हम सब मिलकर के नशा विरोधी जागरूकता इस साइकिल यात्रा के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। यह सिर्फ एक यात्रा नहीं बल्कि नशे के खिलाफ एक आंदोलन है।
AIADMK National Spokesperson Kovai Satyan condemned the remarks made by Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponmudi and said that the minister is a disgrace to the public. While launching an attack on DMK, Satyan said that party members can go to any extent to mock a religious belief and practices of a particular section of the community.
Yeah, he spoke about somebody visiting a call girl and what religion does he belong to, and the subsequent turn of events is what he displays. He is a disgrace to the public. Like, people like him are the true representation of DMK and their parent body DK. They go to any extent to mock a religious belief, to mock the practices of a particular sect. That's so particularly with respect to Hindu religious beliefs. They go to any extent.
Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy, it's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH masala.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculate.
At least 58 people have been killed in under 24 hours after a hailstorm erupted in Bihar. The highest death toll has been reported from the Nalanda district, where at least 22 people lost their lives to the grip of extreme weather with heavy rain, fierce winds, hailstorms and lightning causing widespread destruction. The unforeseen violent weather has triggered panic and devastation across multiple districts, with property, crops and livestock being severely affected.
22 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, जिसमें 21 लोगों की मृत्यु आंधी के कारण हुई है, कहीं दीवार गिरने से, कहीं पेड़ गिरने से, और एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु वज्रपात से हुई है। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने सभी को मुआवजा देने का तत्काल निर्देश दिया है और इसके लिए कार्रवाई भी शुरू कर दी गई है। सभी मृतकों को 4-4 लाख रुपए की जो अनुग्रह अनुदान होता है वो दिया जाएगा। इसके साथ ही जो गृह क्षति और फसल क्षति हुई है उसका आकलन कल हमारी टीम द्वारा कर लिया जाएगा और उसके बाद उसका भी मुआवजा दिया जाएगा।
Meanwhile, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar extended his condolences to the families of the victims while announcing an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for the kin of those who were killed in the tragic incident. Authorities are working around the clock to restore normalcy, with efforts underway to clear roads and restore electricity. Over 350 electric poles and 15 transformers have been damaged. Relief measures are being implemented at a fast pace, with 42 disaster response teams deployed across affected regions.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is...
India is leading the world in helping restore Myanmar from the ravages of the devastating 7.7 magnitude earthquake. The Indian Army has released a clip of its ongoing relief and restoration efforts in quake-battered Mandalay. The clip shows the deployment of the indigenously designed robotic mules and nano drones as the army scales up its efforts to help the impoverished South Asian country rise from the ruins. The robotic mules are designed to provide crucial logistical support to the army in challenging terrain and perform a slew of tasks, including carrying payloads, ensuring perimeter security, and asset protection. The clip showed the mules going into the ruins to look for survivors or bodies buried in the rubble. Earlier, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar confirmed the departure of another Indian cargo plane laden with 31 tons of relief material and medicines for the quake-ravaged Mandalay.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both.
Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade. Police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused. That on the other side, stay tuned.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago.
Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that, yeah. There are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
Are there some examples?
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is, not you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Samant, and a very good afternoon once again from Tahawwur Rana's interrogation to the multi-city showdown on Waqf that is underway. We have you covered on all that is making news this afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines. Tahawwur Rana brought to nearby interrogation room for questioning. 3 officers present at the start of questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade. Police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of accused.
Tahawwur
राणा को देश लाया गया है। बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All out politics over Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmuri from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue as minister. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. China retaliates to Trump's tariffs, raises additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from 84%. And first up, we get you details of the latest post that has been put out by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, as he has lauded the Modi government once again. In fact, the post that it reads, and I quote, "Under the Modi government, the spirit of unity rules Jammu and Kashmir." Another Hurriyat affiliate organization, Jammu and Kashmir Mastermind, that rejected separatism, declaring complete commitment to the unity of Bharat. But before that, we also get you these latest pictures coming in from various cities across the country where protests are underway against the Waqf law. Kolkata, Murshidabad, Mumbai, Lucknow, Srinagar, where the situation is getting tensed, as after the Friday namaz, many of these protesters have taken to the street to raise their voice against the amended Waqf law that has been passed by the parliament. Remember, AIMPLB to AIMIM to several Muslim groups who had warned of street agitation, as their position was amply clear even before the bill was tabled in parliament. And for the moment, I also cut across to Lalit in Mohali, who takes us through the situation on the ground. Over to you, Lalit.
There has been protests all across India against the Waqf amendment bill, which has been recently passed in the parliament. So here in Mohali also, you can see hundreds of the Muslims can be seen on the roads protesting against the recently passed the Waqf amendment bill in the parliament. So you can see that hundreds of these Muslims can be seen protesting, shouting slogans against the center. In a short while, all these persons would be handing over a memorandum to the DC rejecting the Waqf amendment bill. So these are the visuals here from the Mohali, where you can see hundreds of these Muslims can be seen shouting, sloganing. Let me take across to certain persons here. क्या मांग कर रहे हो आप? क्या डिमांड कर रहे हो आप? मांग क्या कर रहे हो?
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਕਫ ਬੋਰਡ ਐਕਟ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੇ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲਾਗੂ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਮਨਿਆ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਟੇਟਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਰੀ ਮਨਾ ਕਰਤੀ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਟੇਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਲਾਗੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਲਾਗੂ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ।
Demanding that, like other states have also passed an ordinance resolution in the Vidhan Sabha. In Punjab also, the resolution should be passed by the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, rejecting this amendment Waqf bill. So these are the visuals here from Mohali, where you can see hundreds of the Muslim community people can be seen shouting slogans and demanding that this amended Waqf bill should be rejected and should be taken back. Back to the studio.
These are the visuals that we are getting from Mohali area in Punjab. This is near Chandigarh, where you can see massive showdown over Waqf continues there in Mohali. We see a sea of protesters have poured out there on the streets of Mohali. This is near the Matka Chowk over there, where we can see how the protesters are staging a protest over there. There are many who are sitting down. They are raising slogan denouncing the Waqf Amendment Bill and asking for the government to repeal it. They are denouncing and asserting that how Waqf is a bill, Waqf Amendment is a bill that hinges with the rights of a minority. We've seen viewers as to how multiple protests have erupted today specifically against the Waqf Amendment Bill. There have been protests in Mumbai, there have been protests in Lucknow, and now these visuals coming in from Mohali. As you can see, all these protesters carrying placards denounced with slogans denouncing Waqf Amendment Bill, urging the government to roll it back and at the same time urging that this bill should not be reflected in the state of Punjab. Remember that there have been many states across country which have said that they are not going
right.
So now
Madhurima, but the government was by and large prepared for this sort of a situation to occur. Of course, greatly depends on the state governments as well and their will to be able to control these protests. With the way it is escalating, now Jaipur, Mohali, and of course we've shown our viewers pictures from Murshidabad, Lucknow, Srinagar, Kolkata and Mumbai. How do you see this growing and what is the plan to curb them?
Well, Suesha, what we can say is that as law and order is a state decision, it comes under the purview of specific states, so it is upon them whether they'll implement the bill or not. But yes, at large, we see these protests like we are showing, one from Mohali, one from Jaipur in Rajasthan. These protests continue and these protesters continue to express their dissent against the Waqf Amendment Bill. The government has said that this is for the benefit of poor Muslims, Suesha. At the same time, they have also asserted that these protests are politically motivated. There are few individuals that are responsible for these protests across the country, and that the poor Muslim will benefit in the end. The poor Muslim will know that the Waqf Amendment Bill is going to benefit them. The women, Muslim women, are going to know that the Waqf Amendment Bill is going to benefit them economically, socially and financially as well. So they are not paying heed to these protests. The government is of the view that the Waqf Amendment Bill as implemented will bring about change specifically for the poor Muslim community, irrespective of the fact that yes, we see opposition also coming forward, Suesha, and denouncing the Waqf Amendment Bill, asserting that it is against a certain minority section. And as well, we've seen leaders like Akhilesh Yadav, Osasuddin Owaisi, All India Muslim Personal Law Board, where we've seen multiple protests across the country. But yes, the government is unhinged. They are saying that all these protests are politically motivated and these are against those specific Muslims who need the help of Waqf, and at the same time this bill is also going to work against the illegal encroachments. Remember, Suesha, inside the parliament, Kiren Rijiju had highlighted that there is at least 1,000 acres of land that has been illegally encroached by Waqf, and all that needs to be streamlined, and the benefits of the Waqf needs to reach those who really require it.
Right.
Also, Suesha, we are learning.
But Madhurima, I just want to draw your attention to the pictures that are on our screens right now, because it is particularly concerning that this is not just limited to Waqf. AIM PLB is protesting in Lucknow and they are holding pictures of Hamas leaders.
Well, yes, absolutely, Suesha, and this is what the government has been opining for so far, that these protests are politically motivated. They have nothing to do with the poor Muslim of this country. And as you can see on screens, you have people carrying posters of Hamas leader which do not make any sense but only propel a propaganda. And that is what the government has been pressing upon for so far, that all these protests have a vendetta, they have an agenda, and that could be seen on our screens right now, as we can see how these protesters have the posters of Hamas leaders in their hand. And in this specific protest, Swesha, there were also visuals of children being dragged into this particular protest, where we can see some 3 to 5 years old raising slogans and carrying placards to prove a point as to how a certain community has come out all collectively together to protest against Waqf. But yes, the government has said that with time, as time passes by, Swesha, we will know, the people, specifically the certain community will know that the amendments brought in for in the Waqf Act are only going to benefit the poor Muslims.
But Madhurima, what is one to make of the kind of police action that has unfolded across these cities? Because where in Mumbai we saw that some of the AIMIM leaders were detained. In Kolkata, the protests were escalating, but the police not doing much about it. In fact, when they tried to create those barricades, the protesters even crossed those barricades, and the police just stood like a mute spectator.
Well, that is the point of contention over there, Swesha, because we know for a fact that the police is supposed to take care when such agitations take place. But specifically, when we talk about states like West Bengal, where we've seen ever since the president gave to that bill that late night, from the very next day, we saw multiple protests that cropped up, and there were staged across the state of West Bengal, incidents of violence, stone pelting happening one after another, day after day, and no action so far, where we have seen even Mamata Banerjee's government making such statement today. Even a minister, West Bengal minister, went on and said that if he wants, he can bring the city of Kolkata to stand still alone, and that he has the blessing of the TMC High Command, which is Mamata Banerjee. So in a way, these protesters have a free hand in states like Kolkata, where the mob is ruling, where the mob is taking calls and can bring any city or a certain section of a place to stand still, where they can challenge law and order without any fear. Swesha.
Right, but you know, Madhurima, like you said, that the government was prepared. This is on expected lines, like they had said that they are the same usual suspects who had created tension even during CAA. Fact also remains that the nation does not need another Shaheen Bagh at this point.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. If you remember that speech of Union Home Minister Amit Shah on the field, when an MP got up and said that if this bill passed, then we are not going to abide by it, and that there's going to be serious agitation, to which Amit Shah very aggressively retorted and said that it is the Indian law and you will have to follow it. So the government is ready, as you said, that they did predict that these kinds of protests will crop up at multiple places across the country, and they do have a plan. They say that once the benefits of the Waqf Act, the amendments that have been done in the Waqf Act reaches the poorest of poor, all these protests are going to frizzle down.
Madhurima, I want to thank you for really putting that into perspective. What is one possibly to make of the aggression that is visible on the streets across various cities in Murshidabad, where some of them resorted to vandalism? And we now shift focus to the latest updates. We are getting in connection with BJP President election nomination.
Returning officer and senior leaders. There are around 10 senior leaders. They are given their nomination. I mean, they have proposed his name. So now the returning officer. So far one person has filed a nomination.
கேடர்ஸ் பொறுத்த மட்டும் தொடர்ந்து யார் தலைவர் பதவி என்பதல்ல, தொடர்ந்து பாஜக உடைய வளர்ச்சிக்கு பாடுபட வேண்டும்.
All right, so those are the various sound bites coming in as BJP President election nomination in Tamil Nadu is underway. MLAs leader Nayanar Nagendran, who's filed his nomination, BJP has exempted their rule of requiring 10 years to be on the party to apply for the position. Let's listen into more voices.
வேட்புமனு நான் தாக்கல் செய்திருக்கிறேன். வேட்புமனுவை அதிகாரிகள் முடிவெடுத்து என்ன செய்யறாங்க என்பதை அவர்களிடம் தான் நீங்கள்.
All right, Sarada will join us shortly to take us through the details of the names that are doing the rounds and what's expected as far as the future of Tamil Nadu BJP is concerned. After Annamalai having stepped down, several BJP leaders who are filing their nomination, and who will really make it to the top is the big question, given the fact that the BJP has also been in talks with AIADMK, and there has been massive speculation of how the BJP is allying with the AIADMK yet again in Tamil Nadu ahead of the elections in the state. But here you see amid the BJP cadres of Tamil Nadu, where there is a lot of action ongoing of who will make it to the top post. Sarda with us on the broadcast to get us further details on the same. Over to you, Sarda.
Well, it has to be confirmed on who would be coming to the top post.
Confirmed on who would be coming to the top post for the BJP president. The elections are right now happening. The nominations have been filed. The BJP had given the time limit of 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. for the nominations to be filed, and only as of now, Nainar Nagendran has filed his nomination. And this question still arises as to who would still be filing the nominations, because there are still talks that Tamilisai Soundararajan would be filing a nomination, as well as the BJP is now scrapped their rule of saying that the leader of the BJP president should be 10 years. So it's expected that the more nominations are to be coming in. Also following which, is expected that Amit Shah, who will be meeting the press in Chennai around 4 p.m., would be announcing the new BJP president as well.
Continue talking to us, Sarda, because this is important given the fact that there has been a lot of talk of BJP allying with the AIADMK and the kind of meetings that have happened in the recent past. What is the BJP really looking at as far as upping its game in Tamil Nadu is concerned?
Well, what BJP is planning to do with an alliance in Tamil Nadu with the AIADMK is that there is a lot of possibility of the two going hand in hand again for the state assembly elections. However, in 2023, for the Lok Sabha elections, the two parties contested separately. It was seen that the DMK single-handedly won the entire 39 seats, Lok Sabha seats from Tamil Nadu. So it's expected to put on a strong front against the DMK. BJP and AIADMK both need the support of the opposition to be together to make sure that the DMK takes a fall. However, it is still a question whether the AIADMK alliance would happen, because as of now, the talks are still ongoing between Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the opposition leader, and the AIADMK General Secretary. There's also of the talks between the National Democratic Alliance here as well, because especially when it comes to BJP, there are multiple talks about the national education policy, the third language imposition, delimitation, and many more, which, and especially the Waqf Amendment Bill, which AIADMK also supports the DMK with. So when it comes to the alliance between BJP and AIADMK, the leaders will be thinking about if going hand in BJP would either get them a gain or would it be a loss for the 2026 elections for them.
All right, Sarda, thank you for getting us those details. And we get you more breaking news coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's posted on X that reads, and I quote, "Under the Modi government, the spirit of unity rules in Jammu and Kashmir." Another Hurriyat affiliate organization, Jammu and Kashmir Mass Movement, that has been rejected separatism, declaring complete commitment to the unity of Bharat, unquote. Welcoming the move, Home Minister Amit Shah further said, till now, as many as 12 Hurriyat-linked organizations have broken off from secessionism, resting trust in the Constitution of India. Home Minister Amit Shah called it a victory of Prime Minister Modi's vision for Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. Executive Editor Politics Aishwarya Kapoor with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, big message coming in from Union Home Minister Amit Shah on the work that the BJP has done in Jammu and Kashmir and its impact.
That's right, Shresha, and this is just happening after a couple of days after Home Minister coming back from the valley. He is tweeting, and I quote, "Another Hurriyat affiliate organization, Jammu and Kashmir Mass Movement, that is JKMM, has rejected separatism, declaring complete commitment to the unity of Bharat. I sincerely welcome their move. Till now, as many as 12 Hurriyat-linked organizations have broken off from secessionism, resetting and resting their complete trust in the Constitution of India. This is victory of Prime Minister Modi's vision for Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat. That's the Home Minister's tweet, very, very categorically stating that their effort in getting normalcy back in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and to be specific, in the valley, is working out. As he just stated himself, this is the 12th organization, 12th affiliate organization of the Hurriyat, making it very, very clear that this is the 12th organization which is directly affiliated with Hurriyat, joining the mainstream politics of Jammu and Kashmir. And as he states, this is a clear success of the Prime Minister's policy towards the state of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Aishwarya, many thanks for joining us. And shifting focus to the other top stories we're tracking for you very closely in this edition. These are stories in brief on Bharat in 5 minutes. BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari condemned the saffron flag's removal by a mob at the birthplace of Swami Vivekananda in Kolkata, calling it an attack on the faith of Hindus. Launching a scathing attack at Mamata Banerjee, Shubhendu Adhikari said that under the Chief Minister's leadership, such acts remain unchecked.
आस्था का प्रतीक में हाथ दिया, वो बीजेपी का फ्लैग नहीं था, वो जय श्री राम वाला फ्लैग था, वो हिंदू का फ्लैग था। पूरा विश्व के हिंदू के आस्था के ऊपर आघात कर दिया। कहाँ आघात किया? कलकत्ता, जहां भागुआ लगा के स्वामी विवेकानंद ने 1893 में शिकागो में हमारे हिंदू समाज और देश को बहुत ऊंचा पर ले गया। हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहा है। वहां का हिंदू संगठन ने कल शाम को ही एफआईआर लॉन्च किया है विद वीडियो फुटेज।
Intensifies its deployment and surveillance along National Highway 44 to disrupt terrorist logistics, including the transportation of warlike stores and unauthorized movement of terrorists through the region. Advanced vehicle scanners, AI-based facial recognition and identification system, and automatic number plate recognition systems that have been deployed at key junctions and entry and exit points. A fire broke out in a building in Surat's Vesu area. As fire tenders continue to control the fire, there have been no reports of any casualties so far. Along with the fire extinguishing officers, Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi is also present at the spot.
इस प्रकार से फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम वो आग के सामने जंग लड़ रही है। ये सही तौर पे हनुमान के रूप में आज वो लोग ने यहाँ पे काम किया है और आप देख सकते हो कि सूरत शहर महानगर पालिका की जो पूरी फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया है और कई लोगों को बचाने का आज वो लोगों ने भगीरथ कार्य किया है।
BJP MP Khagin Murmu attacked Mamata Banerjee and claimed that the Chief Minister is trying to turn West Bengal into Bangladesh by inciting Muslims against Hindus and bringing them on the streets.
ये बंगाल में जैसे कि वो बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहा है हमारे राज्य का सीएम चीफ मिनिस्टर ममता बनर्जी ने, ये बंगाल में ऐसे ही सभी मुसलमानों को ऐसे करके रास्ता में उतार के ये हिंदू के ऊपर उसके ऊपर जो आज दबाव के कार्रवाई चल रहा है, ये बंगाल में कोई सहेगा नहीं। बंगाल का लोग आज इकट्ठा हो गया है। ममता बनर्जी टीएमसी इनको आज ही इकट्ठा करके हिंदू के विरोध करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये ज्यादा दिन नहीं चलने वाला है।
Fire broke out in a pipe factory in Pitampur industrial area of Dhar, Madhya Pradesh. Soon after the incident, fire tenders were rushed to the spot as emergency agencies continue to douse the fire. Further details remain awaited.
एक फैक्ट्री है सुलावड़ में जो पाइप का निर्माण फैक्ट्री है, तो उसमें आग लगी है। तो इसमें सभी नगर पालिका और पुलिस फायर स्टेशन और आसपास के उद्योगों से जितने भी फायर ब्रिगेड हैं वो सभी आके आग पे काबू करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मध्य रात्रि में बाकी सब लोग अभी यहाँ मौके पे हैं, कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं।
A drug-free Haryana Cyclothon 2.0 was flagged off by Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini in Faridabad today. Speaking on the occasion, Chief Minister said his government is promoting an awareness campaign against drugs through this initiative.
मेरे लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है कि आज फरीदाबाद की यह धरती एक बहुत ही पावन उद्देश्य का साक्षी बन रही है। हम सब मिलकर के नशा विरोधी जागरूकता इस साइकिल यात्रा के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। यह सिर्फ एक यात्रा नहीं बल्कि नशे के खिलाफ एक आंदोलन है।
AIADMK National Spokesperson Kowai Satyan condemned the remarks made by Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponmuri and said that the minister is a disgrace to public. While launching an attack on DMK, Satyan said that the party members can go to any extent to mock a religious belief and practices of a particular section of the community.
Yeah, he spoke about somebody visiting a call girl and what religion does he belong to, and the subsequent turn of events is what he displayed. He is a disgrace to the public. Like, people like him are the true representation of DMK and their parent body DK. They go to any extent to mock a religious belief, to mock the practices of a particular sect. That's so particularly with respect to Hindu religious beliefs. They go to any extent.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in...
At least 58 people have been killed in under 24 hours after a hailstorm erupted in Bihar. The highest death toll has been reported from the Nalanda district, where at least 22 people lost their lives to the grip of extreme weather with heavy rain, fierce winds, hailstorms and lightning causing widespread destruction. The unforeseen violent weather has triggered panic and devastation across multiple districts, with property, crops and livestock being severely affected.
22 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, जिसमें 21 लोगों की मृत्यु आंधी के कारण हुई है, कहीं दीवार गिरने से, कहीं पेड़ गिरने से, और एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु वज्रपात से हुई है। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने सभी को मुआवजा देने का तत्काल निर्देश दिया है और इसके लिए कार्रवाई भी शुरू कर दी गई है। सभी मृतकों को 4-4 लाख रुपए की जो अनुग्रह अनुदान होता है वो दिया जाएगा। इसके साथ ही जो गृह क्षति और फसल क्षति हुई है उसका आकलन कल हमारी टीम द्वारा कर लिया जाएगा और उसके बाद उसका भी मुआवजा दिया जाएगा।
Meanwhile, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar extended his condolences to the families of the victims while announcing an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for the kin of those who were killed in the tragic incident. Authorities are working around the clock to restore normalcy, with efforts underway to clear roads and restore electricity. Over 350 electric poles and 15 transformers have been damaged. Relief measures are being implemented at a fast pace, with 42 disaster response teams deployed across affected regions.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
सबसे पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं। ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है।
611 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA court. Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following him.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
If you see at this point, and the breaking development that we are getting first on the Republic TV is that the cavalcade has arrived over here. Tahawwur Rana is being taken inside this
Tahawwur Rana brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning. 3 officers present at the start of questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade. Police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of the accused.
तहव्वुर राना को देश लाया गया है। बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक डील का। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
Hola, politics over. Tahawwur Rana extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmudi from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue as minister. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. China retaliates to Trump's tariff, raises additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from 84%. Good afternoon, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Sucharita Kukreti and getting in breaking news updates. Indian consulate in Melbourne has been vandalized. The Consulate General of India in Melbourne has once again been targeted in an act of vandalism. Those visuals are on your screen. Graffiti discovered at the front entrance of the diplomatic premises. So those visuals that are on your screen, the Indian consulate has been vandalized in Melbourne. Now, those visuals coming in from Australia, Melbourne, and the Indian consulate there has been vandalized. If you can see the graffiti discovered at the front entrance of the diplomatic premise. So, those visuals coming in from Melbourne. And the incident reportedly occurred in the early hours of April 10th. So, those visuals from Melbourne and the Indian consulate being vandalized, that act of vandalism seen in Australia's Melbourne. Now, this incident of vandalism happens again in Australia, in Melbourne. The Indian consulate being vandalized. Those visuals that are on your screen, where the Indian consulate, there was graffiti sprayed all over, and I have my colleague Kritarth joining us for more. Kritarth, if you could just tell us more. Those visuals are on our screen. The Indian consulate, the front entrance being vandalized, graffiti sprayed all over.
Indeed, and this is a very concerning visual that is coming from Australia. Remember, we have also seen in the past acts of vandalism taking place at temples, Hindu temples also in Australia. And now in Melbourne, this is the consulate where the Indian consulate came under some graffiti. This is the consulate that is on the diplomatic premises located on the 344th Street, Kilda Street in Melbourne. And this was reported at around 1 a.m. on the early hours of April 10th. Victoria Police has confirmed that the officers have attended the site on the morning of April 10th and the reports of the graffiti were taken. Officers believe that the front entry of the building was graffitied overnight sometime between Wednesday 9th and Thursday 10th of April. And an investigation into the damage is underway. So this is a big diplomatic escalation in terms of the security of our diplomats. Something that the NIA has raised in the past vis-a-vis the security of Indian diplomats in the Canada. However, this is Australia this time, which has seen an act of vandalism which was reignited between the Indian and Australian community. And the Indian-Australian community there has expressed their frustrations over this pattern of targeting Hindu temples and Indian government establishments across Melbourne. Community leaders have in fact said that the repeated attacks on religious places of cultural significance and now our diplomats is harming the multicultural society of Australia. So clearly a very, very concerning situation. Victoria officials and the Indian High Commission in Canberra have also taken note of this entire situation and they are looking into the matter on how the Consul General's security can be further beefed up, Sucharita. So indeed very concerning things, and right now the biggest question that is being asked is to Premier Allen, under whose jurisdiction is Melbourne City, and how the regional premier, who is like the chief minister equivalent of that state, has to answer about the security arrangements there. But also Anthony Albanese, the prime minister, is also not reacted to the situation yet. So surely the highest levels of diplomatic channels are open between both India and Australia, and this will be raised significantly. However, Australia having greater bilateral relations with India, with Prime Minister Albanese having a great relationship equation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, swift action and investigation in this matter is expected. However, concerning visuals coming from Melbourne, where the consulate of India was vandalized.
Well, Krutat, we also remember that there was graffiti sprayed all over Hindu temples in Australia. That incident had also come into limelight maybe a year back, and how graffiti was all over, which was glorifying anti-India statements and also voices. Now, very clearly an attempt towards hatred and division in a multicultural and a multi-faith society like Australia.
Indeed, and it is very difficult to ascertain at this stage on who was exactly behind this vandalism and act of graffiti that has been carried out at the Melbourne consulate. The Hindu temples that were targeted was back when the Khalistani protests were very rampant in Canada and Australia. However, we have no information or official confirmation from the Australian authorities about any possible Khalistani linked angle with regard to the vandalism that has taken place. However, if history proves right, in Canada and Australia, we have frequently seen that there have been Khalistani links that have emerged. However, in this case, it is too early to say because the investigators are still finding it out. However, it is a maximum security area and there must be a lot of CCTV camera footage that will be analyzed by the police of Victoria and Melbourne there. So clearly, we are expecting some sort of an update as to who it was exactly who was behind this sinister act of vandalism on the diplomatic complex there in Melbourne. But no initial inputs yet. But yes, India had very strongly raised concerns about Hindu temples and other Indian linked cultural organizations and their establishments being targeted in Australia. This was also raised in the United States and Canada as well. So it is shocking to see that the consulate in Melbourne has now come under such a brutal act of vandalism. However, surely action will be taken in this regard and further inputs are awaited by the investigative authorities in Melbourne.
Right, Krutat, we remember that the Swaminarayan temple in Melbourne earlier was vandalized. Now this act of vandalism in the Indian High Commission there in Indian Consulate in Melbourne. Thank you so much for joining us. Jammu and Kashmir police have seized assets under UAPA belonging to 3 individuals on terror activities. These 3 people reportedly crossed into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for arms training. Zeenat is joining me for more on this. Zeenat, if you could tell us more about this seizing of arms and ammunitions. Now, Jammu and Kashmir, these assets under the UAPA belonging to 3 individuals accused being involved in terror activities have been seized.
See, this is a property that was seized by Ganderbal police, and this property is worth 3.5 crore. This is an agricultural land, and this land belongs to the terrorists who have exfiltrated from Ganderbal to Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And as per the police here in Ganderbal, they've been saying they have been involved in the anti-terror. They have been involved in the terrorism, and they have been using the online social media platforms to incite violence and to recruit people for the terror ranks, for which now UAPA has been slapped, and under UAPA the property has been attached. That means that this property, they cannot sell the property. Even the family members who are here, they cannot sell the property. This also gives a stern warning to those that anything related to terrorism will not be spared, and this also cuts the logistic and support to the terror ranks so that they do not recruit more people. So it weakens the organization once such assets are attached. So it is also sending a message by using the UAPA here. The authorities are saying that nobody is above the law, and whether he is from any affiliation, having an affiliation with any outfit or from any place on the earth, the law is above everything. So Ganderbal district is registering one of its cases here where the property of those who have exfiltrated to Pakistan occupied Kashmir in 2009 now face action. It is almost 14 to 15 years after which the action has been followed on ground, where the Ganderbal police has attached the properties of those terrorists who have exfiltrated and were using the online platforms to entice violence and to recruit youngsters into the terror ranks.
Thank you so much, Zeenat, for that information. And moving on, politics escalates over Tahawwur Rana. Now National Conference President Farooq Abdullah has taken a jibe over the extradition. He tried to downplay the 2611 plotters dragged back to India and deflected with a question on black money. He said, and I quote, "My congratulations that they brought at least someone back. They're also going to bring back the black money and give rupees 15 lakhs to everyone." What happened to it? So now Farooq Abdullah's jibe at Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Listen.
24/11 अटैक का मुलजिम जो था तहव्वुर राना, जिसको वापस लाया कल अमेरिका से, इसलिए मुबारक हो कि किसी को तो लाया ही है। वो जो लाने वाले थे ब्लैक पैसा और हर एक को 15 लाख मिलने वाला था, वो किधर गया? 24/11 अटैक का मुलजिम जो था तहव्वुर राना, जिसको वापस लाया कल अमेरिका से, इसलिए मुबारक हो कि किसी को तो लाया ही है। वो जो लाने वाले थे ब्लैक पैसा और हर एक को 15 लाख मिलने वाला था, वो किधर गया?
Kanhaiya Kumar, Congress's Tukde Tukde mascot and a candidate, has mocked the extradition of 2611 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claim of the extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. In fact, not only this, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan said that terrorists and 2611 mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who has been extradited from the United States to India, must receive a fair trial and the right to appeal in the country. Now, Chavan, appearing to advocate for the terrorists' civic rights, stated that Rana should be granted a fair trial, similar to the one given to 2611 attacker Ajmal Kasab.
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया। आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं, अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है? अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया। लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
26/11 के जो मुख्य अभियुक्त हैं तहव्वुर राना, उसके लेकर आपका बयान एक चर्चा में है। क्या उन पर कोई कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए? फांसी की सजा की मांग कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। देखिए,
चतुर्वेदी बोल रही है कि देना चाहिए सजा, आप बोले कि असली मुद्दा से भटकाती है
नहीं,
बीजेपी।
हम ऐसा नहीं बोले हैं। पता नहीं ये कैसे लोग, अच्छा मेरे साथ ये पहली बार नहीं, हमेशा होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का रुख और मेरा रुख बिल्कुल साफ है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अगर अपराध करे तो हमारे कानून के तहत जो है उसको सजा होनी चाहिए। इस व्यक्ति ने भी अपराध किया है, लोगों को मारने का, समाज में जो है वैमनस्यता और हिंसा फैलाने का, और यह जो आतंकवादी घटना है उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, जो कानून में संभव हो, सब तरह का सजा उसको देना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और बता दूं कि उसके प्रत्यर्पण की कोशिश जो है वो यूपीए सरकार ने की थी, तब जाकर के आज ये प्रत्यर्पण हो पाया है। इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है। जब प्रश्न को और उसके जवाब को आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट करके, ट्विस्ट करके वो करते हैं, वो आज से नहीं, वो 9 साल से कर रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सजा होनी चाहिए? कांग्रेस का भी यही रुख है।
बिल्कुल सजा होनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त सजा।
बयान आया आपका कि कांग्रेस, ये जो एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, अमित शाह हैं,
वो दूसरे सवाल के जवाब में है, ये बयान नहीं है।
आपने नहीं दिया?
नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा बात कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है। ठीक है, बीजेपी कम से कम इतना तो कर रही है ना कि पलायन और नौकरी के सवाल पर जब उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है तो जो है वो अपना कुछ डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हमारा ये है कि आतंकवादियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
जब इस तरह के बयान आते हैं, आप चर्चा में रहते हैं,
अब उनके पास हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये उनका प्रेम है हमारे प्रति।
राणा का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है, एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्रकार से जो हमारे दिल पर बोझ था कि कसाब को तो हमने फांसी दी, लेकिन षड्यंत्र करने वाला अभी बाकी है, तो उसको भी यहां पर लाने का काम ये भारत सरकार ने जो किया है, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विशेष रूप से उन तमाम मुंबईकरों की ओर से जिन्होंने अपने परिवारजनों को इस हमले में खोया है। जहां तक इसके जांच का सवाल है, इसको एनआईए लीड कर रहा है। एनआईए इसमें इंट्रोगेशन कर रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और विशेष रूप से मुंबई पुलिस की ओर से एनआईए को जो भी इसमें आवश्यकता होगी वो सारी चीजें हम देंगे। इसको एनआईए तय करेगी कहां जांच करनी है, कहां ले जाना है या नहीं ले जाना है। एनआईए जो निर्णय लेगी वही निर्णय के ऊपर सारा काम होगा। अगर कुछ जांच में हम लोगों को सहभागिता देनी है, अगर एनआईए को लगता है तो वो हम करेंगे। कुछ एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर हमको चाहिए तो एनआईए के माध्यम से हम लोग उसको लेंगे। लेकिन इस बारे में सारे निर्णय ये भारत सरकार की होम मिनिस्ट्री और एनआईए करेगा। वो जो तय करेंगे उसको हम फॉलो करेंगे।
तहव्वुर राना हो या तसव्वुर राना, जो भी आतंकवादी घटनाएं घटा था कांग्रेस के समय 26/11/2008 में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमेरिका से पकड़ करके ऐसे आतंकवादियों को लाने का काम किया देश में। अब इससे कई पड़त उठेंगे पाकिस्तान के गुंडागर्दी का, पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवादियों के गिरोह का ये पर्दा उठेगा। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को चाहने वाले लोग को बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा है कि मोदी आतंकवाद पर नकेल कर।
A Bangladesh court issued a fresh arrest warrant against deposed former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina for her alleged involvement in a graft case. The warrant named Hasina along with 17 others, accusing them of procuring a residential plot through fraudulent means.
A Bangladesh court issued a fresh arrest warrant against deposed former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, her daughter Sama Wajid Putul, and 17 others in connection with the graft case. The warrant accuses them of procuring a residential plot through fraudulent means. The warrant noted that all the accused are currently absconding. Hasina is currently exiled in India after fleeing Dhaka during the students' uprising. The development follows two previous arrest warrants issued by Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal against Hasina and others for alleged crimes against humanity. The warrant underlines the continuing pursuit of the ousted leader by the Yunus regime.
And coming up next, protests break out against the Waqf Act in major cities. More details on the other side.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps.
And protests taking place in multiple cities over the Waqf Act. AIMIM, All India Muslim Personal Law Board, and PDP are holding protests along with several other groups. In the latest information coming in from Kanpur, police have detained 4 people during the protest. More visuals are coming in from Mohali city. So those visuals on your screen from Mohali, Jaipur, Kolkata, Lucknow, Mumbai and Murshidabad. There are protests going on in different parts of the country with AIMIM leading them. All India Muslim Personal Law Board also leading these protests. They've also announced a 3-month program for the protest starting 10th April. The PDP also today said that they will be supporting the protests against the Waqf Act. Now, the politicians, the leaders, and also members of state governments coming onto the streets to protest against the Waqf Act. And if you can see those visuals, those are Waqf protests happening in Lucknow, and you can also see those visuals of Hamas leaders being put up. Now, Hamas leaders being put up in a Waqf Act protest. You will seem to question why those pictures of leaders from Hamas being put out. There is support for these Hamas leaders, but there is an anger and protest against an act which has been passed by the central government. And my colleague Madhurima joins us for more. Madhurima, this is surprising, or I should say it isn't surprising, because there are protesters holding pictures of Hamas leaders. There are Philistine flags, but they have a problem with an act that has been passed by the central government.
Well, absolutely, Sucharita, and that is what Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju had also opined in the beginning of passing of this particular bill in the Parliament, where they went on and asserted that yes, there are certain people with their vendettas, with political interests that are fueling such protests. They are the ones that are behind such protests cropping up across multiple locations in the country. And they had also said that once the poor of the poorest of Muslims starts getting benefit of these amendments in the Waqf Act, that these protests will frizzle down. They are not paying heed to it. But yes, ever since the bill got the assent of the president, from the very next day we are seeing that multiple protests have cropped up across the countries. And of course, when we see at these visuals where we see Palestine flags and pictures of Hamas leaders cropping up, that only speaks one thing, that there is an agenda behind such protests coming in. And specifically when it's an All India Muslim Personal Law Board or the protests coming in from the state of West Bengal, where we see that protests are also followed by violence. So where the government is trying to calm these protests down, there are multiple states where they have been given free hands. But yes, protests all across the country against Waqf Amendment Bill. But the government stands firm, Sucharita, as to that they are not going to take it back, and they believe that it is for the benefit of the poor Muslims.
Thank you so much, Madhurya Mama, for joining us on that. So those visuals coming on your screen from across different parts of the country, and surprising that the protesters have a problem with the saffron flag being pulled out in Kolkata, but holding up pictures of Hamas leaders. And Prime Minister Modi offers prayers in Ishagarh in Madhya Pradesh. More details on the other side.
Only Republic has the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first pictures of Tahawwur Rana.
सबसे पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं तहव्वुर राना का ये काफिला जा रहा है और हम लगातार फॉलो कर रहे हैं ये तहव्वुर राना का काफिला है.
611 Mastermind being dragged back, and Tahawwur Rana is now en route to the NIA court. Multi-camera crews that we can see right here on Republic TV that is following Tahawwur Rana. Only channel to be actually following him.
It's a huge convoy, huge trail of the convoy entering inside. Tahawwur Rana has reached the Patiala House Court.
If you see at this point, and the breaking development that we are getting first on the Republic TV is that the cavalcade has arrived over here. Tahawwur Rana is being taken inside this
देश का हौसला और मेरा संकल्प फौलादी है. ये हमलों से नहीं डरता है और मजबूत होता है
जब हो राष्ट्र की बात.
मैं सच्चाई से सवाल करता हूं और सत्य ना ही परेशान होगा और ना ही पराजित होगा.
तब सिर्फ एक ही आवाज.
मैं आक्रामक तरीके से सवाल इसलिए पूछता हूं क्योंकि मेरे तथ्य मेरे साथ हैं.
हर शुक्रवार अर्नब के साथ पूछता है भारत, शुक्रवार शाम 7 बजे.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows. And this is a hearing that
नेशनल पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर्स प्रोग्राम लॉन्च कर रहे हैं. उसके बारे में मैं 2 बातें आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूं. प्रधानमंत्री जी, ग्लोबल कनेक्टिविटी के साथ ग्लोबल कनेक्टिविटी तो भरपूर है, मगर जरूरत क्वालिटी, ग्लोबल गुड क्वालिटी कंटेंट की भी है. और प्रॉब्लम कभी होती है कि लोग फॉलोअर्स या नंबर्स को देख के कंटेंट बनाते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम चाहते हैं कि नैरेटिव को देख के कोई कंटेंट बनाए, नंबर्स को देख के नहीं। नंबर्स आ जाती हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर नीयत सही हो। जैसे आपने हर बार मुझे कहा अर्नब हिंदी में बात करो, तो मैंने कहा कि मेरी तो हिंदी खराब है मगर मेरी नीयत साफ है। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारी नीयत बहुत क्लीन है जहां भी पहुंचे हम, क्योंकि वी हैव क्लियर इंटेंट इन आवर हार्ट्स, और हम पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम बना रहे हैं। अंडर दिस प्रोग्राम 4 हफ्ते बाद हम 100 पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के कैंपस में लाके उन्हें रिसोर्सेज देंगे, उन्हें फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट देंगे, उन्हें प्लेटफॉर्म देंगे, उन्हें हम हमारी एडवांस्ड प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम्स देंगे, और भारत की नेशनलिस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क का जितना सपोर्ट है हम दिल से देंगे, ताकि इंडिया के लिमिटलेस क्वालिटी कंटेंट भी बने, विच विल हैव अ ह्यूज इंपैक्ट ऑन दिस कंट्री।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. There is politics now over extradition and over Tahawwur Rana. He is back in India. He is being tried. He is in NIA custody. But the politics is unfolding minute by minute. We'll get you the updates on that. Also, the Waqf protests that are breaking out all across the country. That is something protesting against the law of the land. We'll get you all the reactions and much more. First, the headlines at 4 p.m. viewers. Tahawwur Rana brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning at the headquarters. 3 officers present at the start of the questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade. Police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure the identity of the accused.
तहव्वुर राणा को जेल लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो मुझे लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
There's all-out politics over Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmudi from party post over controversial statement about women, but he will continue as minister. TMC Neta warns of anarchy amid a showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. China retaliates to Trump's tariffs, raises additional tariffs on US goods to 125% from 84%. Viewers, West Bengal Minister Siddiqullah Chaudhary has sparked a controversy with a provocative statement amid an ongoing protest over the Waqf properties. He says that his supporters could easily bring Kolkata to a standstill by blocking the city amid showdown over the Waqf Act. The BJP has strongly criticized the remark, accusing the Trinamool of encouraging threats to public order in the state capital.
আমরা কলকাতাকে যদি বলতাম জ্যাম করব তো 50টা জায়গায় 2000 করে বসে যেতাম, সেটা এখন হয়নি, পরে কিন্তু হবে। বলে করব, বলে প্রথমে জেলাকে একটু টাইট করি, তারপরে কলকাতার 50টি জায়গায় 10,000 হলে কত লাগবে? বাস এরা আসবে কলকাতায় বসে চিড়ে গুড় পানি বাতাসা মুড়ি খাবে আর একটু বসবে, কিচ্ছু করতে হবে না। তো দেখবেন টনকটা কেমন নড়ে।
In fact, viewers, not just that, the TMC has claimed that the Chief Minister is, that is Mamata Banerjee, is in touch with Siddiqullah and has welcomed the call for protest. Here's another statement from Siddiqullah, isn't it?
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অফিস থেকে ফোন এসেছিল করে এইসব সমাবেশ থেকে তিনিও সন্তুষ্ট মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর বক্তব্য বিধানসভায় আমি একটা আপনার মোশে তথা প্রস্তাব এনেছি আমার রাজ্যে ওয়াকার আইন আমি বলবৎ হতে দেব না।
There's a shocking news that is coming in from Coimbatore viewers. A private school in Coimbatore has made a class 8 student to sit for an exam on the 9th of April. Now the reason being that student was menstruating. Now a video of a student appearing for exam and writing it outside the classroom at the Swami Chidbhavananda Matriculation Higher Secondary School in Coimbatore was circulated on social media. Now this is discrimination, viewers, that is happening. The story is that she was made to sit outside. There you have the visual. The video was recorded by the girl's mother, and in the video she explained that the girl informed her class teacher and principal that she's menstruating, after which the two decided to make her sit outside the classroom and write her exam. She also said that this wasn't the first instance and that she gave another exam conducted on the 7th of April, seated on the staircase. Let's just take a look at this video that has now gone viral.
இருங்க வரேன்.
Hey, I'm not able to hear that person. Hello?
ஏன் இங்கே உட்காந்து எக்ஸாம் எழுதிட்டு இருக்கா? காட்டு என்ன எக்ஸாம்?
Well, in the video, the mother asks her daughter, what is she doing right there? She's asking her what exam is she writing and why she's sitting on the steps while writing the exam.
பிரின்சிபல் மிஸ் இங்கே உட்காந்து படியில் உட்காந்து எக்ஸாம் எழுத சொன்னாங்க.
And the girl replies telling that it was her teacher who made her to write her exam by sitting on the steps. And she also explains that the previous exam was written on the 7th of April and that she sat in the same place for the exam that she wrote 3 days before as well.
ஏன் மிஸ் ஒன்றும் சொல்லலையா? உள்ள கிளாஸ்க்குள்ள உட்காரணும் நீ சொல்லலையா?
The mother has been asking her daughter why the teacher made her sit there and also asked her why the teacher did not allow her to sit inside the class.
பிரின்சிபல் மிஸ் உன்னை இங்கே உட்காந்து எழுத சொல்லிட்டாங்களா? ஏஜென்ட் பண்ணால் உள்ளே உட்காந்து ரூமில் உட்காந்து எழுதக்கூடாதாம்மா? வீதியில் உட்காந்து எழுதணுமா?
Shada joins us live in the broadcast. Now, Shada, this is a shocking video. The way this little girl, this student has been ostracized, it's really shocking that in 2025 we are getting to see this sort of a visual. Have you been able to speak to the authorities of the school? Has there been any reaction coming in from them?
Well, the first thing is that the girl, it was her first time getting her periods, and because of her menstruation, it's alleged that it was the mother of the girl who asked her to be seated separately, and she informed the teachers that it was the first time and that in case she is uncomfortable, she would be prefer being sitting alone. However, the teachers is said to have misunderstood this particular point and made her sit outside the classroom and write. So whenever in the video, we could have heard the girl saying that even on the 7th of April, when she wrote her first exam, the correspondent and the teacher of the school made her sit outside and write the exam and not inside. And however, she's made it clear that she just wanted to be seated alone inside the classroom and not with others, but not outside the classroom. However, it's now being made into look as if that the girl's mother has been double playing the game. However, which is not true, is what we found out right now. Also, the SP of the particular district has stated that it was the mother who initially claimed to be seated alone, and that's the reason the principal had acted accordingly. However, now a case has been filed against the correspondent and the teacher of the school for making the Dalit girl sit outside during exams and write.
But any action has been taken yet on the school authorities, on the principal, on the teacher?
Well, only a case has been filed. However, no actions has been taken. Only a preliminary inquiry is going on right now.
Right. So viewers, that is the video that we will just play that video out once again for you. You can see this girl, as my colleague was telling you, that she got her periods for the first time. She was menstruating and she was ostracized. She was made to sit twice. She was made to, there were 2 times, 2 of her examinations were given sitting outside the classroom. Reason being that she was menstruating. This is happening in 21st century, in 2025, in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. And this is a girl who was menstruating and she was made to sit outside. Viewers, just take a look at this video. We'll get you more reactions coming in on that. The video has been shot by the girl's mother, the student's mother, who was speaking in Tamil there. And my colleague, in fact, also translated that for you. And we'll just play that video once again. Sharda, if you could please translate. She was heard speaking in Tamil, I think that they won't allow you inside the classroom because you're attaining puberty. The principal told me to sit here, says the girl, and write the exam. So this is a question and answer between the mother and the daughter. Daughter asked to sit outside because she's menstruating. She further mentioned that this is not the first time. She has been previously made to sit in an isolated spot outside the classroom during another exam. And there has been a public backlash, viewers, against this, what has happened. And we are waiting for reaction. What the Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu's education minister, school education minister, in a post, in fact, has said that a departmental inquiry was conducted. And has there been any further reaction or action been taken from by the school education minister, Sharda, on this?
Well, the school education minister is yet to take an action on this. However, it said that you'd be taking this into account. Just sometime back, we had a talk with the education minister of record, and he said that soon there will be an action taken against the school correspondent and principal as well. However, it's right now the FIR or CSR or the PCR has not been charged. It's only a simple case that's been filed, and it was only the SP noting that the preliminary inquiry has been going on, and further investigation is yet to be taking place in this particular case.
Anything you're picking up, if other girls have also faced similar treatment in this school?
Well, we do not have that information yet because the school is not yet revealed whether this has happened earlier or not. However, this move comes as a shocking reaction from the school because everybody from the school has been checking whether it's in the year of 2025, and also the political parties are also keeping a check there because whether the girl was made to sit outside because it was her first time menstruating, or whether because she belonged to the scheduled caste that she was made to sit outside. So only after a detailed investigation, I think we get the entire information on why the school had to take the action in that way.
So there's a caste angle also to this, what you're suggesting here, Sharda, what I'm understanding. The girl, viewers, she's a student of class 8 in Senguttai Palayam near Polache, and 2 exams were scheduled this week, and what happened was that she was made to sit outside for both of these examinations because she was menstruating. Because her parents had in fact conveyed that she is menstruating. I think they wanted to just convey that she needs to be comfortable, and then she's menstruating for the first time, and maybe they were concerned. And what really happened was right opposite. She was, I don't think so, this comfortable anyway when she's made to sit outside on the stairs. Outside the classroom, what impact it could have on that girl, of course, is something completely that really shocks people. Viewers, this is a video that we are showing you once again, and we'll try and replay that video. And Sharda continues to be live with us. She will be translating what the woman recording is saying and what the girl is replying. Sharda.
இருங்க வரேன்.
Well, the video being recorded is of the girl of class 8 who's seen writing exams, the 10th public exams outside a classroom. So the passerby asks her what is the reason for her to be sitting outside and writing the exam, and she replies, stating that because it was her menstruation, that the teacher who has been investigating the exam has made her to sit outside, and the lady also asked her if it's the first time sitting outside, and she replies telling that even on the 7th of April when she wrote her first exam, she was asked to sit outside, and only even for the second exam she's been made to sit outside because it's her first time menstruating. So the lady asked if it was only because she was menstruating or was there any other reason, for which the girl replies telling, no, it's her first time getting her periods and that she wanted to just sit alone and write. However, she did not expect the teacher to send her outside to write the exam. She also complains why there was not even a table for her even if she was sitting outside.
That's a shocker coming in there from Coimbatore of Tamil Nadu. We was the menstruating student was made to write the examination sitting outside the classroom on the stairs. You can see how uncomfortable it could be for anyone giving exam, menstruating or not. This is completely discriminatory, and it is ostracization of a girl who was just hit puberty, and she has been made to sit outside. There is a caste angle also that is emerging. There's a massive public backlash, but what we know is that the school education minister has assured investigation that it is in the preliminary stage and has promised action. We were, of course, waiting to see. A complaint has been filed, as Sharda was telling us, on this incident. All right, we have been joined by actor and social activist Kasturi Shankar on the broadcast. Ms. Shankar, how do you see this development happening in 21st century in Tamil Nadu? A girl who hits puberty, she attains her periods, and she is made to sit outside for 2 examinations.
There aren't very many situations when I'm at a loss for words, but in this case, I don't even understand the level of apathy that has been shown in this particular school. I must go on record saying Tamil Nadu historically has been a pioneering state when it comes to women's rights, especially women's educational rights. All the markers for equal education are exceeded in the state of Tamil Nadu. So historically, we have fought for, this is the land of Bharatiyar. We have fought for women in education, and Tamil Nadu's women do exceedingly well in all spheres that are academic as well as gender neutral. So to see that somebody, an entire management did not have either the wherewithal or the sympathy or just the common sense to treat a menstruating child with understanding, with grace, and not just that, with resources. See, every school, usually, it's very, very normal for a child in 8th grade or 9th grade to hit puberty. It happens in every school. And usually the school office will have a kit with sanitary napkins. They will have ways to deal with it. Children are not, sometimes, and this has happened when I went to school, when my daughter went to school, they will send the child home, not because they're ostracizing the child. They will send the child home in order to, take care of next step. There'll be some ritual, some celebration. But to send the child out of an examination hall, that is, it's unacceptable.
Absolutely. We also have Ms. Yogita Bhayana, social activist, joining us. Ms. Bhayana, how do you see this development is coming in from Tamil Nadu, ma'am? What's your reaction, your first reaction?
Absolutely bizarre, absolutely very derogatory in terms of insulting rather, because this child might not understand right now. This girl, you can see she's sitting outside, as if she's on some mercy. But we need to definitely take this up, and the school management should be held accountable. What kind of, the memories she will have for forever in her lifetime, that she will never forget this, because we all have gone through this, and we all understand, it is you are very sensitive at that particular time, and when she'll have a lot of peer pressure in terms of she'll feel insulted in front of her friends and students. So this is completely not only a wrong action, it should be called criminal action by the teachers, and they are so insensitive. I'm sure female teachers must be there, and if they could not provide the basic thing which we have been really vouching for, that's called sanitary napkin, and everybody is talking about it, and a lot of awareness is there about menstruation cycle and the hygiene. But when you do such things, it takes us back 100 years, and we really don't know where to start from. She might not be the only one. We hear another thing from Madhya Pradesh also today itself. So this is crazy, and I think it should be dealt very strictly with. And thanks for raising it up, by the way. This should become a news. These are the things which really need to break the headline than any other stupid acts going on everywhere. So we need to shame the management. We really need to support our young girls, and we need to kind of tell them not to blame themselves. I'm sure this little girl must be blaming herself for having that natural cycle. So these are the taboos we want to break in, and we need to tell whosoever is involved definitely should be taken for task.
Absolutely.
Not
it's an abhorrent mindset on display that it still exists in many sections of society, or at some places in the country. And of course, we have to see that what action is taken so that the example is set. Ms. Yogita Bhayana and Ms. Kasturi Shankar, thanks so much for joining us with your thoughts, your reactions on this story coming in from Tamil Nadu viewers. There's some more news coming in. In fact, this is breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu viewers. This is with regards to the Tamil Nadu BJP president. Now, only one nomination has been filed for a BJP state president, and that is Naina Nagendran. Now, the possibility of him being unelected unopposed has now surfaced. Announcement on the same officially is all set to be made soon. So, what we understand is that Naina Nagendran would be succeeding Annamalai, K. Annamalai, as the as the BJP chief, as the Tamil Nadu BJP unit president, as only one nomination has been filed for this position. Remember, Annamalai had said that he will not be in contention for this election, and he is going to step down. And now the nomination has been filed by only one individual, that is Naina Nagendran. And what, in all likelihood, we understand that he will be elected unopposed. He's the single nominee, and he will be replacing Annamalai as the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. That is the big update we're getting in right now. And Naina Nagendran, the next Tamil Nadu BJP chief, and we will try and understand how does this play out for the BJP. Nagendran filed his nomination for the post of the state BJP president today, and expected to be announced officially now. This has happened, viewers, after the BJP AIADMK patch up that we witnessed few days back. And Nagendran's elevation is possible. Remember, Amit Shah is also visiting Tamil Nadu. And remember, K. Annamalai, him being at the helm of affairs in Tamil Nadu for the BJP has been an irritant for the AIADMK. There was a fallout between the two parties, and K. Annamalai was at the center of it all. And once ahead of the elections, the assembly elections, when the patch-up is in the offing, the patch-up is happening, K. Annamalai had to step down. And my colleague Sharda is joining us live on the broadcast. Sharda, tell us, what are you picking up on this? Is it now Nagendran who's going to succeed, and how does it really pan out? What factors has influenced his elevation?
Well, Naina Nagendran was the only nominee who filed for the election campaign for the state president of BJP in Tamil Nadu. However, earlier BJP put a rule telling that a person who's filing his nominee should be at least 10 years been working in the party. However, they have exempted the rule later today in the afternoon, and around 2:40, Naina Nagendran had filed his nomination and following which it's said that nobody else from the BJP party had filed their nomination. So it's expected that Naina Nagendran would be announced as the next BJP president of Tamil Nadu, who won unopposed. With Amit Shah in Chennai, it's expected in the next few hours the BJP would be announcing their new party president. However, it also comes in a question if Naina Nagendran was made to be the president, because there is also an alliance talks with AIADMK, and Naina Nagendran has a background from AIADMK party because he was with the ADMK for almost 10 years and then switched to BJP. So it's expected to make the alliance more easier between the BJP and AIADMK for the upcoming 2026 elections. It's mostly like this particular selection of Naina Nagendran was made in such a way.
Right. Shada, thanks so much for joining us with those updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. Viewers, of course, we'll wait for the official announcement, but that's the breaking news we have. Now we should have focus to other stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. BJP leader Shuvendhu Adhikari condemned the saffron flag's removal by a mob at the birthplace of Swami Vivekananda in Kolkata, calling it an attack on the faith of Hindus. Launching a scathing attack at Mamata, Shuvendhu Adhikari said that under Chief Minister's leadership, such acts remain unchecked.
का प्रतीक में हाथ दिया, वो बीजेपी का फ्लैग नहीं था, वो जय श्री राम वाला फ्लैग था, वो हिंदू का फ्लैग था। पूरा विश्व के हिंदू के आस्था के ऊपर आघात कर दिया। कहाँ आघात किया? कलकत्ता, जहां भागुआ लगा के स्वामी विवेकानंद ने 1893 में शिकागो में हमारे हिंदू समाज और देश को बहुत ऊंचा पर ले गया। हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहा है, वहां का हिंदू संगठन ने कल शाम को ही FIR लॉन्च किया है विद वीडियो फुटेज।
Indian Army has intensified its deployment and surveillance along National Highway 44 to disrupt terrorist logistics, including the transportation of warlike stores and unauthorized movement of terrorists through the region. Advanced vehicle scanners, AI-based facial recognition and identification system, and automatic number plate recognition systems have been deployed at the key junctions and entry-exit points. A fire broke out in a building in Surat's Vesu area. As fire tenders continue to control the fire, there have been no reports of any casualties so far. Fire extinguishing officers and are present at the spot, along with Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi. BJP
फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम वो आग के सामने जंग लड़ रही है। ये सही तौर पे हनुमान के रूप में आज वो लोग ने यहाँ पे काम किया है और आप देख सकते हो कि सूरत शहर महानगर पालिका की जो पूरी फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया है और कई लोगों को बचाने का आज वो लोगों ने भगीरथ कार्य किया है।
BJP MP Khagen Murmu attacked Mamata Banerjee, claiming that the Chief Minister is trying to turn West Bengal into Bangladesh by inciting Muslims against Hindus and bringing them on the streets.
ये बंगाल में जैसे कि वो बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहा है हमारे राज्य का CM चीफ मिनिस्टर ममता बनर्जी ने, ये बंगाल में ऐसे ही सभी मुसलमानों को ऐसे करके रास्ता में उतार के ये हिंदू के ऊपर उसके ऊपर जो आज दबाव के कार्रवाई चल रहा है, ये बंगाल में कोई सहेगा नहीं। बंगाल का लोग आज इकट्ठा हो गया है। ममता बनर्जी TMC इनको आज ही इकट्ठा करके हिंदू के विरोध करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये ज्यादा दिन नहीं चलने वाला है।
Out in a pipe factory in the Pitampur industrial area of Dhar of Madhya Pradesh, and soon after fire tenders were rushed to the spot. Emergency agencies continue to douse the fire.
एक फैक्ट्री है सुलावड़ में जो पाइप्स का निर्माण करती है, तो उसमें आग लगी है। तो इसमें सभी नगर पालिका और पुलिस फायर स्टेशन और आसपास के उद्योगों से जितने भी फायर ब्रिगेड हैं वो सभी आके आग पे काबू करने का प्रयास कर मध्य रात्रि में लगी है। बाकी सब लोग
A drug-free Haryana Cyclothon 2.0 was flagged off by Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini in Faridabad. Speaking on the occasion, Chief Minister said that his government is promoting an awareness campaign against drugs.
मेरे लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है कि आज फरीदाबाद की यह धरती एक बहुत ही पावन उद्देश्य का साक्षी बन रही है। हम सब मिलकर के नशा विरोधी जागरूकता इस साइकिल यात्रा के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। यह सिर्फ एक यात्रा नहीं बल्कि नशे के खिलाफ एक आंदोलन है।
The AIDMK national spokesperson Kovai Satyan condemned the remarks made by Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponmudi and said that the minister is a disgrace to the public. While launching an attack on DMK, Satyan said that the party members can go to any extent to mock a religious belief and practices of a particular section of community.
Yeah, he spoke about somebody visiting a call girl and what religion does he belong to, and the subsequent turn of events is what he displays. He is a disgrace to the public. Like, people like him are the true representation of DMK and their parent body DK. They go to any extent to mock a religious belief, to mock the practices of a particular sect. That's so particularly with respect to Hindu religious beliefs. They go to any extent.
Prime Minister Modi offers prayers in Ishagarh of Madhya Pradesh. We'll tell you more about his visit. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully.
So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Besant said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people.
Tahawwur Rana's interrogation underway at the NIA headquarters. Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure the identity of the accused.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राणा को देश लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All-out politics over Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Congress attempts to downplay India's big diplomatic win. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmudi from the party post over controversial statement about women, but he continues as a cabinet minister. TMC Neta warns of anarchy on the streets amid showdown over Waqf Act, says will bring Kolkata to a standstill. A menstruating girl made to sit outside the classroom in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore sparks massive outrage. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. Now, Kanhaiya Kumar of the Congress Party, the Tukre mascot of the Congress Party, and a candidate, has mocked the extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The Congress leader not only discarded Home Minister Amit Shah's claims of the extradition being a diplomatic success, but also called it a mere ploy to divert attention. In fact, not only this, Congress leader Prithviraj Chavan has said that terrorist and 26/11 mastermind Tahawwur Rana who has been extradited from the US, must receive a fair trial and the right to appeal in the country. Now, Chavan, appealing to the advocate for the terrorist's civic rights, he's appearing to be advocating for the civic rights of a terrorist, has said that Rana should be granted a fair trial, similar to the one given to 26/11 attacker Ajmal Kasab. Listen in.
लेकिन तहव्वुर राना को जेल लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का। किसको लाया गया है? 26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के भी। अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं। कमाल है, लेकिन नहीं अमित शाह कह रहे हैं। अमित शाह को लाज लगता है? अमित शाह को लाज नहीं लगता है ना? थोड़ा सा भी लाज है उस आदमी को? है अपने बेटा को बीसीसीआई का सेक्रेटरी बना दिया, अभी आईसीसी का चेयरमैन बना दिया है, लाज है उसको? थोड़ा ना, कम से कम ना लोगों के अंदर ना आंख में ना लाज शर्म होना चाहिए। मुद्दा दिन भर भटकाते रहना, कभी इधर कभी उधर, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड तो कभी कुछ तो कभी कुछ। एक चीज, एक डिलीवरी बताइए जो एनडीए सरकार ने किया हो, जिसपे जो है उसको लगातार इस देश के लोगों ने वोट दिया। क्या महंगाई कम हो गई है?
In fact, Republic questioned Kanhaiya Kumar over his comments on Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Now, in his comment, he downplayed Rana's extradition. Let's take a listen in, viewers.
11 के जो मुख्य अभियुक्त हैं तहव्वुर राना, उसके लेकर आपका बयान एक चर्चा में है। क्या उन पर कोई कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए? फांसी की सजा की मांग कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। देखिए,
चतुर्वेदी बोल रही है कि देना चाहिए सजा, आप बोले कि असली मुद्दा से भटकाती है
नहीं, हम ऐसा नहीं बोले हैं। पता नहीं ये कैसे लोग, अच्छा मेरे साथ ये पहली बार नहीं, हमेशा होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का रुख और मेरा रुख बिल्कुल साफ है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अगर अपराध करे तो हमारे कानून के तहत जो है उसको सजा होनी चाहिए। इस व्यक्ति ने भी अपराध किया है, लोगों को मारने का, समाज में जो है वैमनस्यता और हिंसा फैलाने का, और यह जो आतंकवादी घटना है उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, जो कानून में संभव हो, सब तरह का सजा उसको देना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और बता दूं कि उसके प्रत्यर्पण की कोशिश जो है वो यूपीए सरकार ने की थी, तब जाकर के आज ये प्रत्यर्पण हो पाया है। इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है। जब प्रश्न को और उसके जवाब को आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट करके, ट्विस्ट करके वो करते हैं, वो आज से नहीं, वो 9 साल से कर रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सजा होनी चाहिए? कांग्रेस का भी यही रुख है।
बिल्कुल सजा होनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त सजा।
बयान आया आपका कि कांग्रेस, ये जो एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, अमित शाह हैं, वो दूसरे सवाल के जवाब में है, ये बयान नहीं है। आपने नहीं दिया? नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा बात कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है।
ठीक है, बीजेपी कम से कम इतना तो कर रही है ना कि पलायन और नौकरी के सवाल पर जब उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है तो जो है वो अपना कुछ डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हमारा ये है कि आतंकवादियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
जब इस तरह के बयान आते हैं, आप चर्चा में रहते हैं,
अब उनके पास हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये उनका प्रेम है हमारे प्रति।
राना का जब ट्रायल होगा, उसका जब मुकदमा चलेगा, तो इसी तरह से उसको पूरा कानूनी तरीके से अधिकार देकर उसको जो भी सजा हो उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में कांगारू कोर्ट नहीं चलेगा। है एक हादसा हुआ है, उसने अंजाम दिया है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी तय करनी पड़ेगी और उसके तहत भारत के कानून के अनुसार उसको सजा करनी पड़ेगी।
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्रकार से जो हमारे दिल पर बोझ था कि कसाब को तो हमने फांसी दी, लेकिन षड्यंत्र करने वाला अभी बाकी है, तो उसको भी यहां पर लाने का काम ये भारत सरकार ने जो किया है, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, विशेष रूप से उन तमाम मुंबईकरों की ओर से जिन्होंने अपने परिवारजनों को इस हमले में खोया है। जहां तक इसके जांच का सवाल है, इसको एनआईए लीड कर रहा है, एनआईए इसमें इंट्रोगेशन कर रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और विशेष रूप से मुंबई पुलिस की ओर से एनआईए को जो भी इसमें आवश्यकता होगी वो सारी चीजें हम देंगे। इसको एनआईए तय करेगी कहां जांच करनी है, कहां ले जाना है या नहीं ले जाना है। एनआईए जो निर्णय लेगी वही निर्णय के ऊपर सारा काम होगा। अगर कुछ जांच में हम लोगों को सहभागिता देनी है, अगर एनआईए को लगता है तो वो हम करेंगे। कुछ एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर हमको चाहिए तो NIA के माध्यम से हम लोग उसको लेंगे, लेकिन इस बारे में सारे निर्णय ये भारत सरकार के होम मिनिस्ट्री और NIA करेगा। वो जो तय करेंगे उसको हम फॉलो करेंगे।
तहव्वुर राना हो या तसव्वुर राना, जो भी आतंकवादी घटनाएं घटा था कांग्रेस के समय 26/11/2008 में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमेरिका से पकड़ करके ऐसे आतंकवादियों को लाने का काम किया देश में। अब इससे कई परत उठेंगे पाकिस्तान के गुंडागर्दी का, पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवादियों के गिरोह का ये पर्दा उठेगा। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को चाहने वाले लोग को बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा है कि मोदी आतंकवाद पर नकेल कर।
24/11 अटैक का मुलजिम जो था तहव्वुर राना, जिसको वापस लाया कल अमेरिका से,
इसलिए मुबारक हो कि किसी को तो लाए ही है। वो जो लाने वाले थे ब्लैक पैसा और हर एक को 15 लाख मिलने वाला था, वो किधर गया?
All right, now shifting focus, protests are taking place in multiple cities over Waqf Act, the law of the land. AIMIM and the All India Muslim Personal Law Board and the PDP are holding protests along with several other groups in Mohali, Jaipur, Kolkata, Lucknow, Mumbai, Murshidabad. In fact, the latest information coming in from Kanpur, police have detained 4 people during the protests. In fact, disturbing visuals have come in. Many visuals have come in from Punjab's Mohali. So you have visuals from at least 6 cities and towns, viewers, on your screens right now. Even Hamas posters have been spotted in one of the protests, as you can see in Lucknow, where you can see Hamas there. The posters of those those waging terror, and many other places you see those protests happening on the streets. In Murshidabad, you can also see some arson and the kind of slogans that have been raised. Madhurima joins us live in the broadcast from the newsroom. Well, Hamas posters are also now, featuring in the All India Muslim Personal Law Board protest. We really want to wonder what message is being tried to, what message are these protesters trying to send across? First, they're protesting against law of the land, which is now a law. It has been passed in after a very democratic process was followed. And then you have posters of Hamas terrorists as well.
Indeed shocking as to how during one of the protests there in Lucknow organized by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, we saw these posters of Hamas terrorists over there, including that not only this posters of Hamas terrorists, there were children being dragged as well, Rakshita, in that same very protest. Children aging from 3 to 5 who do not know what a Waqf Amendment Bill is, just to prove a point that a certain section of a minority has poured out on the streets against Waqf Amendment Bill. Remember that the government had predicted that yes, there would be dissent, but they are firm on their stand, Rakshita, whereas multiple protests across the country have cropped up against the Waqf Amendment Bill. Many incidents of violence also coming to fore, specifically from the state of West Bengal, where we saw incidents like stone pelting also occurring following protests over there as they turned violent. So one after another, we see that though protests are being staged, somewhere peaceful, somewhere very controversial, where we saw the posters of Hamas leader coming forward, children being dragged in, and of course those coming in from the state of West Bengal, where we saw, Rakshita, as to how all these protests, multiple protests turned violent, whereas we also had politicians making statement. One of Mamta's ministers said that he has the capacity to to bring the entire city of Kolkata to a standstill if he wants, and that the TMC top rank, that is Mamata Banerjee, has lent her support to him. So where the government had said that yes, beware of the political agenda, because the Waqf amendment in the act only is there to provide for the poorest of poor Muslims, and once this law is implemented across the country, and once the beneficiaries get and avail the benefits of this entire act, it is bound to frizzle down.
Absolutely, of course. This is a protest against the rule of the land, the rule of law, and what they are supporting, what we understand, is anarchy on the streets. And now we have some more breaking news coming in. Just stay with us, Madhurima. The MP Waqf Board is going to send notice to 2,000 people, that includes Congress leaders accused of land grabbing. Now, after the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 became a law, the Waqf Board, the government and the administration will keep an eye on illegally occupied Waqf properties. Now, Madhurima, we can just understand that why the Congress has been vehemently opposing this. Now, there are Congress leaders also who are under lens, and notice is going to be sent to them, and this is a notice that will be sent to as many as 2,000 people in Madhya Pradesh.
You remember that during the discussion on the Waqf Amendment Bill, Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, had highlighted that there is over 1,000 acres of land across the country that Waqf claims that it is theirs, is illegal encroachment, and once this Amendment Act becomes a law, there's going to be hell to pay, and that's what's happening. Now multiple notices have been sent out, and these properties are linked to Congress leaders, Rakshita, and like you very rightly pointed out, that this shows that why was there some serious opposition from the side of Congress. Remember, Anurag Thakur had even highlighted this during one of the debates during the time when the bill was being passed, that yes, there are multiple leaders of the Congress party that have the authority over multiple pieces of land that continues to be categorized as Waqf, but it is them that they are using it and reaping benefits out of it. So this news coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh, Rakshita, is one more example, like one was presented by BJP MP Anurag Thakur. Rakshita.
Absolutely. From Kolkata to Mumbai to Lucknow to Murshidabad, the fact that, the posters of Hamas leaders, Madhurima, have been spotted in these protests. We really want to question these parties who are questioning and supporting. In fact, it's a matter of investigation also, that who's spreading this anarchy on the streets, who's fueling these protests, who's fueling this fire, and what is the role of a Hamas poster, why a Hamas poster is raised there, these leaders, the photograph of these leaders are raised there. What is the message being sent across? That they will not abide by the law of the land, they will spread anarchy, they will encourage mob violence on the streets, and also, promote and propagate the ideas of terror groups like Hamas.
Absolutely, Rakshita. It is, in fact, very bizarre as to how these protesters are propagating a certain agenda over there, misusing that platform of protest against Waqf Amendment Bill, where everybody in the country has the democratic
Yes, Madhuriman,
right.
just stay on with us. We have some breaking news coming in, and this is coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Nainar Nagendran has been elected unopposed as the Tamil Nadu BJP president. Viewers. So, as just a while back we told you that Nainar Nagendran was the only person who filed nominations for the position of the Tamil Nadu BJP president. Now it's official, he's going to succeed K. Annamalai as the Tamil Nadu BJP president. He has been elected unopposed as the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, and that's the breaking news we have. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has in fact posted on social media platform X, thanking K. Annamalai for his commendable accomplishments, saying that the party will leverage his skills, Annamalai's organizational skills in the party's national framework. Sharda joins us live on the broadcast. Sharda, so it's official that Nainar Nagendran is the new Tamil Nadu BJP president.
Well, Well, Naina Nagendran filed his nominations today afternoon. It's likely that he's the only person who had filed his nominations to be the next BJP president of the state of Tamil Nadu. However, it's now said that he will be elected as the next president unopposed without anybody else contesting against him. So with Amit Shah in Chennai, we can expect that in the next few minutes, the Home Minister Amit Shah would be announcing officially the next BJP president of the state of Tamil Nadu, which would be Naina Nagendran. Also, what we have to note here is...
Stay with us, Sharda. We also have Executive Editor of Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joining us on the phone line now. Aishwarya, it's official that Naina Nagendran has been elected unopposed. He has a background from the AIDMK, and we understand that after this patch-up between BJP and AIDMK, it's a strategic move to, in fact, elevate him as the BJP chief.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. At this point in time, it's clear the press conference, which was scheduled for 2 p.m., Rakshita, has now been scheduled for 5:30. The complete reconciliation between the BJP and the AIADMK has been done. Naina Nagendran is going to be the next state president, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, of the BJP. All of this process is being completed because in the next fortnight or maximum 20 days, BJP also needs to announce the new national president. But that is something. But right now, breaking news coming out of Tamil Nadu, that he's going to be elected unopposed. Only one nomination, Naina Nagendran, senior leader, is going to be the next Tamil Nadu state president. There was a lot of speculation between BJP and the AIA-DMK cadre, but then Home Minister Amit Shah himself resting all speculations to rest and getting everyone together, rallying everyone behind Naina Nagendran is a big, big message to the opposition that be prepared. There is no division as far as BJP and AIADMK cadre is concerned. They are going to get it done and fight the next election together. So Nayanar is going to be the next Tamil Nadu state president as far as BJP is concerned. Back to you.
No, Shweta, he takes over the reins of the party's Tamil Nadu unit at a very crucial juncture, isn't it? Just ahead of the assembly elections, when BJP is trying to revive its chances there. How does this really pan out, Naina Nagendran? What are the factors that influence his election?
Well, at this point of time, a lot of speculation was there that whether the most popular of all, which is Annamalai, is going to remain the state president or not. But Annamalai has been given other responsibilities as well. He is undoubtedly one of the most popular leaders as far as BJP is concerned in the state, but he has other responsibilities. He is the popular face. BJP is projecting him. He has the Prime Minister's support. But Naina Nagendran is going to do a lot of tedious work, a lot of tenacity is also required as the state president, and then you are unable to campaign at the viscosity it is required to take on the DMK in the state of Tamil Nadu. And hence, Amit Shah rallying everyone behind Nayanar, and Naina Nagendran is going to be appointed at 5:30. That is what we are being told is the press conference. So around 30 plus 10, so 40 minutes from now, the BJP is going to announce their Tamil Nadu state president, the new Tamil Nadu state president, and Amit Shah has been successful once again to rally each and every BJP leader and also the different factions behind Nayanar. So Nayanar is going to be the next state president of Tamil Nadu as far as BJP is concerned.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya Kapoor, for joining us with all details. Sharda continues to be with us live on the broadcast from Chennai now. Nayanar has been with the BJP for only 8 years, what we understand, short of the 10-year primary membership typically required for the state president post. So there must be something really, what sets him apart, that he has been the choice of the party. He has the backing of the top brass of the BJP, Sharda. Tell us more about the background and what are the factors? Is it the caste factor? Is it the AIDMK background? Because obviously AIDMK would also have been part of the talks, if we understand. They must be comfortable with him being the leader of the BJP, although it is BJP's decision. But the fact that Annamalai was someone who really irked the AIDMK. So what really sets Nagendran apart here?
Well, when it comes to Tamil Nadu, the election based on caste is a huge plus for the party which would be fighting it here in the state of Tamil Nadu. What we have to notice is Naina Nagendran comes from a huge caste-based support in the state of Tamil Nadu, and very often it's been noted that Nayanar has the support of the people from Tamil Nadu. Even before BJP, when he was part of AIDMK, Naina Nagendran solely had support of the people from Tamil Nadu. So it's expected that now a switch from AIDMK and BJP, and it's been 8 years and he's still been a famous face for the people, and now being an MLA, Naina Nagendran can say that for the next contesting elections, he would be perfectly matched as a state president of BJP, and it's expected that while contesting from the same area where he's now the MLA, it would get the BJP more seats, and also come to know that now AIADMK and BJP would be forming an alliance for the 2026 elections with Naina Nagendran as the president. It comes with more as ease, because earlier when K. Annamalai was the president, the 2024 alliance was broken because K. Edapadi Palaniswamy and Annamalai had personal ties in between them, and that's the reason the alliance did not happen. And multiple allegations against both the leaders were made. However, it said that EPS, when talking for the AIADMK, requested if there's a leadership change in the BJP state president, there are chances for AIADMK to go in alliance with the BJP. And now with Naina Nagendran in place, it looks like it's the alliance for the both the parties would be a sure shot for the 2026 elections.
It's a strategic choice, of course. But what happens to Annamalai now? Because Annamalai was really, talk of the town a few years ago, and he was a very popular leader, what we understood. But of course, there was an electoral defeat and then the fallout, and he was in the eye of the storm when there was a fallout between AIADMK and BJP. But what really happens to Annamalai? What is his role? How is the BJP seeing him in the party and his role in Tamil Nadu politics?
Well, in the past 5 years, BJP in the state has grown abundantly, and it could say that it was K. Annamalai's, can say how K. Annamalai handled the press, the people, and how he brought out the corruption of the ruling DMK, which brought him much closer to the people of Tamil Nadu. With his ideas of politics in Tamil Nadu, it's expected K. Annamalai still stands as a favorite among the people of Tamil Nadu, and he will also be contesting for the 2026 elections from state of Tamil Nadu. If you see a few days back, Annamalai said that he would not be leaving his motherland, which is Tamil Nadu, and would still be in Tamil Nadu working as a party cadre of BJP no matter what, and that he would not move to Delhi. And today Amit Shah's post also sees that he praises Annamalai for his work as a cadre of BJP, and that his skills should be taken to a national level. However, he does not mention whether he will be transferring Annamalai to another state or taking him to a national level. So it's expected that Annamalai would still be part of Tamil Nadu as an important leader of BJP, would be part of taking decisions and be a part of High Commission meetings that BJP will be taking in the state, and also will be contesting the 2026 elections.
We have the press conference coming live. If you could just please translate what is being said, because we understand that we can see Tarun Chugh. Or we have Sardar RP Singh also on the phone line right now. Mr. RP is saying we have a new Tamil Nadu BJP chief. It is Mr. Naina Nagendran. Sir, how do you react to this development on Mr. Nagendran being appointed as the TN BJP chief?
Well, it's our internal matter, and it's happening country by each and every state. This state is undergoing election. We are part of the election, and looking at all the districts in Delhi for the election. So it's a process we have. Our process starts at the booth level. It's called from Smiti to the block, which is called as Mandal. From Mandal to the district to the state, there's a process, and to the national election. This is only BJP where election happens. And it's almost more than 12 crore workers get selected to go through the election process.
Right. So was it Annamalai being the flashpoint between AIADMK and BJP? And they had to, of course, it really pushed Annamalai to step down then. But what are the factors you understand about Mr. Nagendran, that he has made him the choice?
Well, the local party has to decide on it. The state leadership has to decide on it. The district presidents put together would have taken a call on this. So it has no ramification on any other political situations or relationship.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Mr. RP Singh, thanks so much for joining us. Let's cut across to the press conference that is happening live right now.
जो राष्ट्र और मानवता के बड़े उद्देश्य से जोड़ती हैं, हम सेवा के लिए मिलजुल कर एकजुट होकर काम करना सीखते हैं।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
So I would say more sectoral wise, I think the sectors which will be affected more are the automotive sectors, they are the textile sectors. So they will take a bit of a hit.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
High level, very high level. And we're dealing with the Iranians. We have a very big meeting on Saturday, and we're dealing with them directly.
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 5 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shravan Sen. Our top focus, 2611 plotter now in NIA custody. Tonight we get you the latest details of the investigation which started earlier in the day. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Tahawwur Rana brought to the nearby interrogation room for questioning. 3 officers present at the start of the questioning. Tahawwur Rana to undergo test identification parade, police to establish credibility of witness and to ensure identity of the accused.
तहव्वुर राणा को जेल लाया गया है, बहुत बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक जीत का।
किसको लाया गया है?
26/11 के जो टेरर अटैक के बीच।
अच्छा, मुझे आप पूछे तो हमको लगा कि 15 लाख रुपया खाते में आ गया, आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं।
All out politics over Tahawwur Rana extradition. Congress tries to downplay the big win of India. DMK removes Minister K. Ponmudi from party post over the controversial statement about women, but he will continue as a minister. Tamil Nadu BJP unit gets a new president. Nayanar Nagendran gets elected unopposed, succeeds K. Annamalai. A menstruating girl made to sit outside classroom in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore sparks outrage. Well, a reshuffle has now taken place in Tamil Nadu's BJP unit. In fact, Nayanar Nagendran has been elected unopposed as Tamil Nadu BJP president. EPS of the AIADMK is present at the BJP office. In fact, Unit Home Minister Amit Shah, who is currently camping in Chennai, is likely to announce an alliance with the AIADMK along with the EPS. In fact, we're expecting the formal announcement to come in. Amit Shah, in fact, is camping in Chennai for 2 days. Reports had already come in with regards to an alliance on the cards, alliance with the AIADMK. Remember, the party decided not to go with an alliance during the Lok Sabha elections, but now Amit Shah in all likelihood would be announcing the alliance with the AIADMK after the meeting that took place with EPS in the national capital. Let me also go across to my colleague Sharda, who's joining us from Chennai. Sharda, walk us through the details you are picking up of the meeting that took place, and of course, who is Nayanar Nagendran and how is he planning to take the party forward in Tamil Nadu?
Well, Nayanar Nagendran, after filing his nominations today at 2:40, became unopposed the president of the BJP right now in Tamil Nadu. It's expected that Amit Shah would be announcing the new party president at 5:30 p.m. today at this particular press conference. Earlier, the conference was set at 12 and then pushed to 2:30 and then to 4:30 and now 5:30 because the plan extended on because following the party president announcement is when the AIADMK has made a clear stance on whether they would be having an alliance with the BJP or not for the 2026 elections. Now that we come to this particular part of alliance, it's expected that the AIADMK has made a nod to it because Nayanar Nagendran comes from a background of AIADMK and that he has been part of the AIADMK party for the past 10 years and following which he joined the BJP, and for 8 years he's been working for the BJP, which would make the alliance between the BJP and AIADMK very efficient for the 2026 elections.
Well, in fact, talking about the alliance, which is likely to take place, in fact, these are the latest images of Union Minister Amit Shah reaching for the press conference that is going to take place in a short while from now. Sharda, just speak to us about the latest. Was there certain rumbling within the party to not to go for an alliance with the AIADMK? Particularly, many actually within the party was trying to blame K. Arnab for the alliance that did not take place. In fact, expecting Union Home Minister Amit Shah to speak anytime now.
Well, there was a ramble earlier between the BJP and AIADMK because it was Annamalai who was leading as the president, and the AIADMK stated that if Annamalai was the president, because of the personal tussle between Edappadi K. Palanieswamy and Annamalai, this would not go on, and it's expected now that we have Edappadi K. Palanieswamy here, Annamalai, and also following we have the Edappadi K. Palanieswamy. It's expected that Amit Shah would soon be announcing the alliance with Nayanar Nagendran. Yes.
Well, in fact, we're expecting the live feed coming in from Chennai right now, from the BJP headquarters. You have K. Annamalai on the side of Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
உங்கள் அனைவரையும் இந்த NDA கூட்டணியின் விழாவிற்கு அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
सबसे पहले मैं तमिलनाडु की जनता और पूरे देश को पंगुनी उथिरम का बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं.
முதலாக உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் இன்றைக்கு பங்குனி உத்திரத்தின் நல்வாழ்த்துக்களை அன்புடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
आज एक और अच्छा समाचार लेने के लिए आप सबको यहां निमंत्रित किया है. आज AIADMK और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने मिलकर तय किया है कि आने वाला तमिलनाडु विधानसभा चुनाव AIADMK
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सभी साथी दल मिलकर एनडीए के नाते लड़ेंगे।
உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு நல்ல தகவலை அறிவிக்கவும் இந்த விழாவை நாங்கள் கூட்டியிருக்கிறோம். இன்றைக்கு பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியின் தலைவர்களும் அஇஅதிமுகவின் தலைவர்களும் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த கூட்டணியை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். அடுத்து வரப்போகிற ஒரு தேர்தலை என்டிஏ கூட்டணியின் இதர கட்சிகளுடன் இணைந்து நாங்கள் சந்திக்க இருக்கிறோம். இந்த தகவலை உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் இன்று அறிவிப்பதற்கான கூட்டம் இது.
ये चुनाव राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और राज्य स्तर पर एआईडीएमके के नेता एड़ापाडी जी के नेतृत्व में लड़ा जाएगा.
இந்த தேர்தல் தேசிய அளவில் திரு மோடி அவர்களின் சீரிய தலைமையிலும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் அஇஅதிமுகவின் தலைவர் திரு எடப்பாடி அவர்களின் தலைமையிலும் நடைபெற இருக்கிறது.
एक प्रकार से 1998 से एआईडीएमके एनडीए गठबंधन का हिस्सा है और लंबे समय तक मोदी जी और महान जयललिता जी ने साथ में मिलकर राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में काम किया है.
1998 ஆண்டு முதல் நம்ம அதிமுகவும் பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி கூட்டணியை தொடர்ந்து அமைத்து வருகிறது. இது ஒரு இயல்பான கூட்டணி. அவங்க மேடம் ஜெயலலிதா அவர்கள் காலத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள பல இடங்களில் இந்த கூட்டணி போட்டியிட்டு இருக்கிறது.
और एक समय पर बीजेपी एआईडीएम के अलायंस ने 39 में से 30 लोकसभा सीट जनरल इलेक्शन में जीती थी.
தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒருமுறை 39 இடங்களில் 30 இடங்களை இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறது.
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में जो चुनाव होने वाला है वो जनरल इलेक्शन में एनडीए प्रचंड बहुमत हासिल करेगा और तमिलनाडु में फिर से एक बार एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी.
வரப்போகிற தேர்தலில் எனக்கு முழு நம்பிக்கை இருக்கிறது. பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி அதிமுகவின் இந்த என்டிஏ கூட்டணி மிக பெரும்பான்மையான வாக்குகளை பெற்று ஆட்சி அமைக்கப் போகிறது.
अब बाकी सारी कई बातें मुझे कहनी है, मगर मुझे लगता है आप सवाल पूछ ही लोगे, तब मैं सेशन को क्वेश्चन आंसर के लिए ओपन करता हूं.
நீங்க நிறைய விஷயங்கள் பேச வேண்டி இருக்கிறது. அதற்கு முன்னாடி நீங்க எல்லாம் ரொம்ப ஆவலா இருப்பீங்க, நிறைய கேள்விகளை கேட்க வேண்டும் என்று. உங்க கேள்விகளோட தொடங்குகிறோம். அதிலேயே எங்க பதில்கள் எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு கிடைத்துவிடும். एडीएमके और भाजपा का ये जो अलायंस का मतलब मिलके राज्य यहाँ पे बनाएंगे क्या पूछ रहे हैं?
सरकार,
कोएलिशन सरकार.
जी, हम साथ में सरकार बनाएंगे. हम चुनाव एड़ापाडी जी के नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे.
நாங்கள் இணைந்துதான் இங்கே ஆட்சி அமைக்க போகிறோம். அந்த மாதிரி கூட்டணி ஆட்சி தான் நடைபெற போகிறது. திரு எடப்பாடி அவர்களின் தலைமையில் தான் இந்த கூட்டணி நடைபெற போகிறது.
एक एक कर पूछिए भाई.
ஒவ்வொருவரா கேளுங்க. ஒருத்தரா கேளுங்க. கேள்விகள் ஒருத்தரா
व्यक्ति पूछो ना.
Sir, what are the sir here?
अगर जीतेंगे तो भाजपा के जो एमएलए ना मंत्री बनेंगे क्या पूछ रहे?
वो हम जीतने के बाद तय करेंगे. मैं कोई कंफ्यूजन छोड़ना नहीं चाहता. डीएमके के लिए हम एड़ापाडी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ेंगे.
Sir, what are the demands?
வெற்றி பெற்ற பிறகு அதற்கான பதிலை சொல்லுகிறோம். இப்ப நாங்க திமுகவோட எந்த விதமான இந்த மாதிரி குழப்பத்துக்கும் ஆளாக்க விரும்பவில்லை. அதனால ரொம்ப தெளிவா சொல்றோம். திரு எடப்பாடி அவர்களின் சீரிய தலைமையில் இந்த கூட்டணி அமைகிறது. வெற்றிக்கு பிறகு முடிவு செய்யப்படும்.
Sir,
एक सेकंड.
Sir, what are the demands that ADMK came to alliance with BJP, that NDA?
डिमांड क्या है पूछ रहे हैं?
किसका?
ADMK demands.
एआईडीएमके का कोई कंडीशन नहीं है, कोई डिमांड नहीं.
Sir,
जरा बताओ भाई तमिल में.
ஏடிஎம்கேவோட டிமாண்ட் என்னன்னு அவர் கேட்டதுக்கு ஏடிஎம்கேவோட எந்த விதமான அவங்க டிமாண்டும் வைக்கவில்லை. இது ஒரு இயல்பான இயற்கையான கூட்டணி.
सर,
अरे भाई, आप पहली बार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आ रहे हो. आप हाथ खड़ा करो. श्रीकांत विल give chance.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் நீங்க சொல்லுங்கண்ணா, நீங்க சொல்லுங்க.
Sir, what about O Pannirselvam and TT Vidyanagaran? Are they also part of the NDA or you wanted a united AIADMK, sir?
AIADMK के इंटरनल अफेयर्स में हमारा कोई इंटरफियरेंस नहीं होगा। जहां तक एनडीए के साथी दलों का सवाल है, AIADMK और बीजेपी का तमिलनाडु यूनिट बैठकर तय करेगा।
அதிமுகவின் தனிப்பட்ட அவங்க கட்சி விடயங்களில் நாங்கள் தலையிட போவதில்லை. மற்றபடி தேர்தல் விஷயங்கள்ல அவர் தலைமையில நாங்க எல்லாரும் அமர்ந்து பேசி எங்களுடைய திட்டமிடலை செய்கிறோம். ஒருத்தர் மாத்தி மாத்தி கேக்குறேன். நீங்க கேட்டீங்க, நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, எந்திரிச்சிருன்னு சொல்லுங்க. हाउ
देखिए, AIADMK का एनडीए में आना एनडीए के लिए बहुत उपयोगी है और AIADMK का एनडीए में आना AIADMK के लिए भी बहुत उपयोगी।
இந்த கூட்டணியில அதிமுக என்டிஏக்குள்ள வருவது அவர்களுக்கும் என்டிஏக்கு அதிமுக வருவதும் இருவருக்குமே வின்-வின் சிச்சுவேஷன், இருவருக்குமே பலனளிக்க கூடியது. பின்னாடியிலன்னு சொல்லுங்க சார், சொல்லுங்க, எந்திரிச்சு நில்லுங்க மேடம், சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க, நீங்க சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க கூட்டணியில இருந்து வேற ஒரு விடயம் போறீங்க, டீலிமிட்டேஷன் போறீங்க, கூட்டணி பத்தி கொள்கைகள் முடிங்க.
அண்ணா, இரண்டு முக்கியமான தலைவர்கள் இருக்கிறாங்க, உள்துறை அமைச்சர் இருக்கிறாங்க, எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர் ஐயா இருக்கிறாங்க. தயவு செஞ்சு கேள்வி கேட்கறவங்க எந்திரிச்சு நின்று கை தூக்குங்க. ஏன்னா எல்லாரும் மரியாதை கொடுத்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு தடவை வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. ஒருத்தர் உட்காருங்கண்ணா, ஒருத்தர் எந்திரிச்சு நில்லுங்க, அவங்க போடுவாங்க, பேசாதீங்க, எந்திரிச்சு.
एक मिनट सीटों की संख्या और सरकार बनाने के बाद मिनिस्ट्री का बंटवारा दोनों यूनिट्स हमारे साथियों के साथ बैठकर बाद में तय करेंगे।
யார் யாருக்கு எத்தனை தொகுதிகள் என்பதும் வெற்றி பெற்ற பிறகு எப்படி அவங்க ஆட்சியில் பங்கு பெற போகிறார்கள் என்பதெல்லாம் பின்னாடி தான் பேச போறோம். இப்ப அது பேசு பொருளாக இல்லை.
एक सेकंड
सर,
சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க சார்.
देखिए, अच्छा किया आपने सवाल पूछ लिया। तमिलनाडु के अंदर डीएमके पार्टी सनातन धर्म, 3 लैंग्वेज पॉलिसी और कई ऐसे मुद्दे उठा रही है। उसका एकमात्र उद्देश्य मूल मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाना है।
அதாவது திமுக சர்க்கார் தமிழ்நாட்டில் சில முக்கியமான பிரச்சனைகளை தொடர்ந்து எழுப்பிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அது சனாதனமாக இருக்கட்டும், மும்மொழி ஆகட்டும், டீலிமிட்டேஷன், இது போன்ற பல பிரச்சனைகளை எழுப்பிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அது என்னன்னா, அவர்களுக்கு இருக்கிற ஆட்சியில் இருக்கிற முக்கியமான பிரச்சனைகள், ஊழல், மோசடி போன்ற பிரச்சனைகள் இருந்து மக்களை திசை திருப்புவதற்காக இது போன்ற பிரச்சனைகளை எழுப்புகிறார்கள்.
சார், தமிழ்நாட்டில்
एक सेकंड
சார், தமிழ்நாட்டில்
एक सेकंड भाई, मेरी बात तो समाप्त होने दो। ऐसे करोगे आप?
அந்த கேள்விக்கு இன்னும்
पहली बार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हो क्या? लेट मी आंसर। तमिलनाडु का चुनाव आने वाले दिनों में डीएमके सरकार के घनघोर करप्शन, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का इश्यू, दलितों पर अत्याचार और महिलाओं पर अत्याचार के आधार पर तमिलनाडु की जनता वोट करने जा रही है।
வரப்போகிற தேர்தல் எப்படி இருக்கும் என்றால், திமுகவின் மிகப்பெரிய மோசடி ஊழல்கள் பற்றியும், அதே போல சட்டம் ஒழுங்கில் இருக்கிற ஆபத்தை பற்றியும், தலித் மக்கள் மீது தொடுக்கப்படுகிற தாக்குதல்கள் குறித்தும், பெண்கள் குறித்து இருக்கிற ஆபத்து, பெண்கள் மீது தொடுக்கப்படுகிற தாக்குதல் குறித்தும், இது போன்ற திமுகவின் செயலிழந்த தன்மைதான் திமுகவுக்கு இந்த முறை தேர்தலில் மிகப்பெரிய பேசு பொருளாக இருக்கு।
डीएमके सरकार ने 39,000 करोड़ के शराब घोटाला, सैंड माइनिंग स्कैम, एनर्जी स्कैम, ईएल कॉट स्कैम, ट्रांसपोर्ट का स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग स्कैम, न्यूट्रिशन किट स्कैम, फ्री धोती स्कैम, कैश फॉर जॉब, रेड सैंड स्मगलिंग और मनरेगा स्कैम। इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारे स्कैम का जवाब पहले तमिलनाडु की जनता को देना चाहिए। तमिलनाडु की जनता स्टालिन और उदयनिधि से एक करप्शन का जवाब मांगती है।
இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுக மக்களுக்கு பதில் சொல்ல கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. தமிழகத்தின் முதல்வராகிய ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களும் துணை முதல்வர் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களும் இந்த ஊழல்
ஸ்கேம் கே நாம் படோ
நாம் டாஸ்மாக் ஊழல் முதல்ல இருக்கிறது. டாஸ்மாக் ஊழல் அதுல மிகப்பெரிய மோசடி நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. அதே மாதிரி 39,775 கோடி அந்த மோசடி நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. அதே மாதிரி மணல் இங்கிருந்து கொள்ளை போகிறது, அது 5,800 கோடி ரூபாய்க்கு மேல் அந்த மோசடி இருக்கிறது. எனர்ஜி மின்சாரம், அந்த நிலக்கரி, இது போன்ற ஊழல்கள் 4,400 கோடி. எல்காட் நிறுவனத்தில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிற அரசு நிறுவனத்தின் பங்குகள் விற்பனை மூலம் மோசடி 3,000 கோடிக்கு மேல் இருக்கிறது. போக்குவரத்து துறையில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கும் ஊழல் 2,000 கோடிக்கு மேல் இருக்கிறது. பண மோசடி மணி லாண்டரிங்ல 1000 கோடிகளுக்கு மேலே ஊழல் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. அதே போல ஊட்டச்சத்து கிட்டு வழங்குறதுல 450 கோடி. அதே மாதிரி இலவச வேட்டி சேலை, அரசு வேலைக்காக பணம் பெறுவது, செம்மண் கடத்தல் என்று திமுகவின் மோசடியில மன்ரேகா ஸ்கீம் சொல்ற அந்த கிராமப்புற வேலைவாய்ப்பு திட்டத்தில் கூட மிகப்பெரிய ஊழல். ஒரு தனிநபருக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட 45,000 ரூபாய்க்கு மேலே மோசடி நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. இதற்கெல்லாம் பதில் சொல்லும் நிலைக்கு இந்த முதல்வரும் துணை முதல்வரும் மக்களுக்கு பதில் சொல்ல கடமைப்பட்டுள்ளார்கள்.
பிரதர், ஒரு நிமிஷம். நீங்க எந்த மீடியா இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஒருத்தருக்கு வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்க விட உங்க பேரு, உங்க மீடியா சொல்லிட்டு
சொல்லுங்க. அடுத்த கேள்வி கேளுங்க. சொல்லுங்க தம்பி.
தமிழ்நாட்டில் நீட் தேர்வு ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனையா இருக்கு. இந்த நீட் தேர்வுல திமுக தொடர்ச்சியா அதுல பிரச்சனை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அண்மையில கூட ஒரு அசம்பிளி பார்ட்டிஸ்ல எல்லாம் கூப்பிட்டு அவங்க ஒரு ரெசல்யூஷன் போட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள்ல தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு பிஜேபி டெட் அகைன்ஸ்டா இருக்கு அப்படின்றத ஃபீல் பண்றாங்க. சோ உங்க அலையன்ஸ் இதுக்கு எப்படி பதில் சொல்லுவீங்க?
नीट का इश्यू तमिलनाडु में बहुत बड़ा समस्या।
देखिए, नीट का इश्यू भी ये लोग ध्यान भटकाने के लिए खड़ा कर रहे हैं और डीलिमिटेशन का इश्यू भी ये लोग ध्यान भटकाने के लिए खड़ा कर रहे हैं.
மக்களின் கவனத்தை திசை திருப்புவதற்காக மட்டுமே நீட், டீலிமிட்டேஷன் போன்ற பிரச்சனைகளை திமுக பயன்படுத்துகிறது. एआईडीएमके का जो स्टैंड है इन दोनों मुद्दों पर अलग है, उनका हटके है, मगर आपका डिफरेंट है.
हम बैठकर चर्चा करेंगे और जरूरत पड़ेगी तो देयर विल बी ए कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम.
सर मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
नहीं, आप ट्रांसलेशन तो करो. क्यों ऐसा कर रहे हो?
ஒரு அதிமுகவுடன் நாங்கள் அமர்ந்து பேச்சுவார்த்தை நடத்தி இருவருக்கும் பொதுவான ஒரு கருத்து ஒத்துசைவு ஏற்படும். அதனால நீங்க பொதுவான கருத்து ஏற்பட்ட பிறகுதான் தேர்தல் இருக்கும். அதனால நீங்க கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம்.
சார் मैं आमोद बोल सर आमोद
காமன் நாங்க ஒரு லிஸ்ட், ஒரு காமன் மினிமம் ப்ரோக்ராம், காமன் கன்சென்சஸ் உருவாக்கப்படும் ரெண்டு கட்சிக்கும் இடையில. அடுத்து நாங்க பதில் சொன்ன பிறகு கேள்வி கேளுங்க. வெயிட் ஃபார் அஸ் டு कंप्लीट प्लीज.
श्रीकांत जी, आप जवाब लिखो. मेरा ऐसे नहीं होता है. नहीं, पूरा नहीं.
वो बीच में बोलने लग
तो न मत सुनो.
நான் கேள்வி பதில் சொல்லி முடிச்ச பிறகு கேள்வி கேளுங்க. பதில முழுமையா வாங்குங்க. then you ask question. you should take the reply properly.
सर मैं आमोद,
मैंने नीट के बारे में ही कहा, शायद आपने सुना नहीं.
நீங்க சொல்லுங்க.
सर मैं
ट्रांसलेशन तो कर.
நான் நீட்டை பத்தி தான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன். திரும்ப நீங்க அதுக்கு அதே கேள்வி கேட்கறீங்க. அதுக்கான பதில் சொல்லி ஆகிவிட்டது. பொதுவான கருத்து ஒத்துசைவு வந்த பிறகுதான் நடக்கும்.
सर मैं आमोद बोल रहा हूँ. आपने एक विषय कहा कि तमिलनाडु में करप्शन बड़ा इशू है, लेकिन उसको काउंटर करने के लिए बार बार भाषाई और डिलिमिटेशन का विषय लाया जा रहा है. कैसे काउंटर करेंगे?
हम जो जनता के असली मुद्दे हैं उसको लेकर जनता के बीच में जाएंगे और मैं मानता हूं